Back on Supercar Street Racing, we have another sponsor today. We have the Mighty Cleaner extra large chamois towels here, highly absorbent. You can see their website right there on the side. There's some nice directions back on the back. So what we are going to do is go see that we have all the proper stuff to wash my sister's car, which is parked across the street at Rich and Trisha's house. And then we are going to proceed to wash her car, and we're going to use these chamois towels to dry it, and we're going to follow the instructions on the back when we do that. Now, the first thing you're supposed to do on these is warm water them for 5 minutes. You're supposed to soak them both in warm water for 5 minutes and wring it out. You're supposed to wring it out a lot to avoid sticking to your car's paint, and when you're finished, you bring it out again. On out to the Supercar Street Racing shed and make sure that we have a bucket and some car wash. All right, so we just got done washing my sister's car. She's checking out the chamois towels. She's taking these home with her because I don't wash my car. But now we have to put the towels up. There's specific instructions on the back. Once we wring them out, we have to fold them lengthwise, roll them up, and then insert them back into these plastic tubes for preservation, I guess, you know, so that they'll be good again next time it's time to use them. So if that one's wrung out, all she has to do is fold it lengthwise and then roll it. That pretty easy?
I think so. I'm fixing to try it.
Okay. Let's see. And then it should just go right back in this holder. Pretty cool. And those are going home with you.
Ah, yay. Oh.
Did we roll them the wrong way?
What happened?
We rolled them the wrong way.
They said lengthwise. And then like this.
Yep, that's it, because that's tall enough to fit.
Nope. And then...
One more. And then the lid just pushes right over it. Well, I don't think... Oh, perfect.
See, that one's going to work. How'd that happen?
So now, that's the... I guess that's the right way to do it.
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, that one's going to go perfect.
Yeah.
That one seems bigger, the brown one, but it's the same. Extra large. Now those are going back to Mississippi, and then now we'll go take a look
So happy.
at those in the studio online and see how you can get your own chamois towel from Mighty Cleaner, who was generous enough to send these for free to the station. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing in the 4K production studio. And let me just start by saying it is absolutely pouring outside. So you might be hearing the background noise because the mic can definitely pick that up. But today we got the Premium XL Chamois towel for the car. It's a 2-pack. This was generously given to us by Mighty Cleaner to go ahead and check out and test with you guys. And you do see that I went ahead and washed my sister's car with the chamois towels. Now, part of the process of using the chamois towels is that you have to warm them up first. So you get a bunch of hot water or warm water and you put the chamois in there for 5 minutes, then you wring them out, then they're ready to go, and that is every time you use them. I believe you have to do that. And looking online right here, you can see we have the XL chamois towel in 25 by 34. Here is a good picture of it right there. You can see it is from the company Mighty Cleaner. And then here it shows you the absorbency, and I did notice it was very absorbent on my sister's car. I only had to wring it out 1 or 2 times for the entire car. You can see right there, it's extra large, and you actually probably could dry the whole car in one go. I did wring mine out a few times though, and I probably didn't have to. This thing is totally safe for your car's paint and won't scratch it. It is very soft. And right here you can see it's easy to use, doesn't leave lints, just keeps going and going, and you just keep drying your car off with one big towel. Also good for interior of your car, it says. I didn't think about using it in that way, but apparently you can use it on the inside too. And it lasts for years, hardens if left to dry, and should be stored in the case to keep it damp. My sister asked that question. What about the fact that it still has water on it when you put it in the case? It has to be wet, otherwise they turn into like a hard rock. Right here you can see it works for boats and trucks as well. I can see where it would be great for a boat to keep it on board and keep things dry and wring it right out across the side. These towels have a 4.6 star review. They're $22.95 right now, and you get 2 towels for $22.95. And like I said, Mighty Cleaner was generous enough to give us these to review for you guys, so I hope you enjoyed it. Now we're going to play a little video for you from Mighty Cleaner. All right, you guys can hear the thunder in the background. It is really pouring outside still. in Supercar Street Racing headquarters, and that was the Mighty Chamois Towel, Premium XL towel for your car. Please go down to the link in the description to order yours, and thank you so much for the support for Supercar Street Racing. Please like and subscribe, and we will see you next time on the channel.
In 1/4 of a mile, your destination is ahead on the left.
We're back on Supercar Street Racing once again. You can see the channel right here. And I'm excited today because right behind me in the Supercar Street Racing office, we have the Walmart LED grab bag. Let's get to it. We're back after the holidays on Supercar Street Racing. I hope you and your family had a great holiday. And it is the new year. December has passed us and we are in January of 2024, if you can believe it or not. Supercar Street Racing channel grew a lot in 2023, and I hope that we can continue this growth. And today we're going to start the year off with this Walmart LED grab bag. Now, I had no idea that Walmart had cheap LED stuff, and when I went in there yesterday to kill some time, I found all this stuff and I thought you guys might be interested in it, so I purchased a few things here that we're gonna jump into today. Right in front of me here is the Walmart LED grab bag. Now, some of this stuff I have never seen before. Some of it obviously is available from other sellers online. However, it was pretty cheap. I would compare it easily to Prime, except that it is way faster. Walk in, grab it, leave. So what we start with in this bag is the 2-pack of LED puck lights from Walmart. Now this is for the Supercar Street Racing storage shed, nothing more. We'll get these opened up and see what they are like. Now they do use 6 AAA batteries, I'm guessing 3 per unit. And there were 2 kinds in there, and these were actually the more bright ones with the most lumens, 100 lumen brightness each. Let's get these unboxed and see what they're all about. These are the Great Value LED puck lights. I want to say they were just a few dollars, maybe like, I don't know, $5 or something. And I'm assuming that the batteries are in them because there are no batteries in the packaging. And they were that easy to take out. And if you see right here and right now, they do have sticky stuff on the bottom. All right, so that is what is inside. And actually you have to pull the tab to let the battery work correctly. And now we have the Cool Daylight light of the Walmart LED puck light. And let me kill the lights in the office. And there is exactly what one of these lights does, and it is very bright. You can see right here, this is enough light to light up a small closet or an area like that. Pretty cool for a few bucks. I know these are quite common, but we will go now and install them in the Supercar Street Racing shed before it gets daylight. Headed out to the Supercar Street Racing shed where we will keep it quiet because it is 6 a.m. and I'm sure my neighbor is asleep. And you can see we have the Govee Pro permanent lights on warm white. And they do light up the shed quite nicely. Let's go ahead and get these installed. Oops, I turned one on. Oops, I turned 2 on. So we are inside the shed, and I think maybe center on each side. There is actually a round thing up here that looks like it was made for this. And that one is on. Nice. However, I do have power out by the dock that I can run over. Alright. Only problem being is that they're so high that they're hard to get to. But I can tiptoe and get to them, so that is fine. Now there is the SESR shed lit up so nicely that I want to do that permanently, however, so we'll figure out getting power out here. Back in the Supercar Street Racing office after we installed the puck lights in the Supercar Street Racing shed, And next up on the list, which is a necessary must, is going to be these little USB wall charger adapters from Walmart. I think they were a couple of bucks each. You will need these because when you get all these lights, they will require some type of USB power source or a computer or laptop or anything that has a USB plug. Let's get these unboxed and see what they look like up close. All right, we got the ON wall charger here, packaged very appropriately so people don't steal them from Walmart. And they just are little black pucks with little fold out plugs like that with a little LED light on the front. Believe it or not, as many of these as you get, things are not including them anymore. Pretty crazy. They stopped including them with phones. They give you a cable only now, which is a complete ripoff. But these are the ON USB power adapter. The power hole for the USB device is on the side. So keep that in mind if you buy these. They're nice and compact, but the side thing has the power adapter for it. And we're going to need these for our project today. So this is the ON Connect On 2.4 amp USB wall charger / power adapter, providing 5 volts to your USB equipment. Moving next to the LED grab bag, which I'm thoroughly enjoying. I love this stuff. This is like my thing. You know that if you guys seen my house. So let's grab in here randomly, and we have the Tizumi LED ColorWorks wall lights. It says remote included, customizable wall lighting decor, full spectrum dimmable LED, and it looks like it's 79 high by 40 wide. And on the back of the box we do see some other information here. USB controller and remote receiver. Fun firework shaped design. Let's get this guy unboxed and see what it's all about. Alright, the Tizumi or Zumi LED ColorWorks wall lights. Let's see what's up in the side of this box. I'm curious about these. Alright, so there is a standard foil LED packaging. Wow. It looks kind of complicated. It's got all these different plugs on it. And then the single black plug. And apparently you unfold it. Let's see. This is interesting. Look at all the white plugs on the end. Alright, let's get this thing unraveled. I am interested in how this works. Wow. I am mind blown by this thing. You guys, it's just literally you have to create this yourself, and they all plug into this main guy here. It literally has like 10 LED strips with little plugs on the end, and you have to arrange them on your wall, and looks like it might be difficult to make it actually into a shape here that you would have to measure between each LED to get it perfectly round, like on the front of the box here. So this one gets power, and then on the actual unit itself, you will see a power indicator. This is where the long one goes. So you do it just like this, on the wall. This would be in the center, and then this long LED strip would connect to the bottom where the little indicator is here. So you have to do the design yourself, and it seems like this might look sloppy because if you can't get it perfect, it's not going to look right. It's marked here as power, and it simply plugs in, and they are keyed. You can't do it incorrectly. But that is the section that goes down in the picture. So if you're looking at the box, it would be this bottom section here, and that's what provides power to the unit. This is the remote control that's included with the ColorWorks LED wall lights. That's what it looks like on the front with all the controls. We have our ON power adapter here. Here's our USB receiver, controller. It is keyed one way, it cannot go any other way. And we can see power to our LED light, and then we have a bunch of different controls on here. Now I'm just playing with the controls here to see what some of these things do. There's a speed up and speed down button, I believe. Now getting this thing installed is going to be a different story, so we will do that at another point in the video, but for now, this whole thing has to be stuck on the wall and a measurement done so that you actually do space these out correctly, or it's going to look absolutely strange. Next up on the list, we've got the Monster RGB light bar right here, looking so fresh and fly. And in this Monster LED light bar, there should be a pair and a remote control. Let's get this thing unboxed and see what it's all about. Monster LED light bar unboxing here. And taking a look at the box, it does say multi-position, and it's got a picture of it and shows you that it does come in a 2-pack, a double pack of Monster light bars. Okay, and out of the box comes a couple of bases, the Monster light bar, a remote control, an operation manual, and let's see if they actually gave us, did they give us power bricks? Nope, they did not give you a power brick. I guess that's not included anymore. You get a USB extension cable though, which is interesting. Then they have a base right here. Aha, so it can go either up and down like that, or they have a slot on the side as well that you can actually use to sit them like this on the desk. And you can see the battery protector here. We pull that right out. And when we turn on the LED light bar, it is diffused. We can see that it is lit up on a nice blue color. So it doesn't do any chasing like I thought it might, unfortunately. And it doesn't look like it has a mode for music. So these are just simple little light bars, no big deal. They're kind of cool, but they're not exactly what I thought they were. They don't do any chasing. Moving on, we have the Monster Sound Reactive LED 3D mirror light, which I'm kind of hyped about. I thought this would be really cool in the studio if we can figure out how to mount it somewhere. Let's see exactly what it is. First of all, it's very small. And there it is, also requiring to be stuck onto a wall. Let's get this PeelSat on a short. First, here's the remote control in the package. Now for the peel satisfaction for the short, we need to plug this guy in. Here's the tiny included power cable. It is very short, very, very, very short. A magnet to put on the wall with 3M tape on the back, or a stand, and on the bottom it has a power button and a USB, and I forgot the type of connector this is, but it's the old school one, it's not USB-C. And we'll go ahead and plug this in. Alright, we're going to film our short right now, it's going to be good. Alright, we got the alien, we got the mirror, we got the alien, we got the mirror, and we got the peel satisfaction. That PeelSat is so good in your life, you love the PeelSat. And then look at this, look how good it peels with the alien and the pure satisfaction. This is easily, so far, my favorite thing that we bought. I might have to buy another one of these. These are awesome. I love this thing. I'm gonna have to go buy 2 or 3 more of these guys for as cheap as they were. I want to say they were like $9, let's see, $7 for this thing, man, and it's got this remote control, and you can cycle through the auto. Dang, this thing's legit. I love this thing. For as cheap as that was, you gotta admit that's really cool. I love it. I just realized also one cool feature, this thing is actually rechargeable. I pulled it out of the power source and it was still working. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. So yeah, this thing recharges via this power cable. Pretty neat. Okay, next up on the list, we have the light up marquee box called a color box, which I'm kind of hyped about. Very cool. This could actually go into the home theater room or next to the home theater room. And basically you get an LED box. It's from Zumi, like the other one. 144 pieces. I believe it gives you letters. It looks huge on the box, but I'm sure it is as big as this box. Look at all the emojis here. And you get the remote control. And this guy was not very expensive. I have the receipt right here from Walmart. $7 from Walmart. Not bad. Let's get it opened up and see what it's all about. And there is the actual box. and it does come with a long USB Type-C cable. Looks like C on one end and A on the other end, and another remote control to add to the 100,000 remote controls that we already have at Supercar Street Racing. Checking out the LED light up marquee box, and this is what you get inside of it. You get a whole array of letters and emojis. You get a lot of stuff with it. All right, looks like you get 2 sets of letters and 2 sets of numbers and emojis, which is actually pretty awesome. I'm hyped. Alright, we are unable to finish our sign because we don't have enough letters. But we do have some cool emojis. Let's see what we got here. How about a strong emoji? Well, I'm going to go online and see if you can order extra letters for this. Alright, I did locate the letters for this. I'm going to go ahead and order this letter kit. It's got a lot of other cool things like red letters and all that stuff. I'm going to go ahead and get that ordered right now. You can see I had to fake the E because I'm out of E's, but I just ordered a whole set of marquee letters for this that will be here on Thursday. You do see 2 of the keyhole mounts here, so I don't think it'll be an issue to put some screws into the foam in the studio and hang it like that, because I want it behind where I do live stuff. Alright, so you can see here the standard remote does the same thing as all of these other guys do, and fade is what I like, so I will probably leave it on that. And that is what the LED marquee light looks like. Standard remote does all the same thing. You can pick a color, do strobe, do fade, any of those things on the marquee light. These are also available on Amazon. I'll link them in the description. Out here in the 4K production studio, looking so fly and fresh, and we have successfully mounted most of the lights out here. And the first one is right here, missing all the letters, but we will have them tomorrow. We ordered them tomorrow, the next day they'll be here. So we have the marquee right here. It's going to say Supercar Street Racing, and when we are live, you can see it'll be right behind me there. And then over here in the center at the top, we have the nice cool LED mirror, and I have successfully run the power behind the wall and down over to power. So we have that looking really cool up on the wall. Then we have the light bar over here doing its thing on that corner. And then we have a light bar under here doing its thing on that corner. So guys, we have successfully installed the LED grab bag, minus the big star things. I can't put those in the studio because they need a flat surface to adhere to, but we are in the studio and it looks amazing. And now let's take a look at all this stuff on Amazon. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. You got Brad here. Happy to have you back, and today we have a whole mess of Walmart LED lighting that we picked up for cheap when I was there trying to kill some time the other day. Now the first thing that we have up here is the Amazon Basics LED puck lights that we put out in the Supercar Street Racing storage shed. They are $8.68 on Amazon.com, and you can see them right here. And so they're about the same price at Walmart. I think I paid a couple of dollars less. They have a 4-star review here, so go over to that page and pick them up. All the links will be in the description for all of these things that we're talking about today. Next thing we have is just your basic USB power brick. Now it's just a little tiny little 5-volt adapter. You need those for all of these lights unless you're plugging them into a computer or something with a built-in USB plug like the Amazon TVs up here. They are 3 for $7.99, so they are actually cheaper than at Walmart. So pick them up here. The link will be in the description also. Here is a similar light to the one that we found at Walmart that has the LED strips that go out and then the one that goes down to power. Now, I just will advise you, you have to build this. It doesn't come as a built structure. The best thing would probably be to do is get some sticks, cut some flat sticks off almost like rulers, and then arrange them in a certain direction and then stick the LED strips to them so you get them completely straight and laid out the way you want it. You could build your own little thing and then put all your lights on there. So just be aware you can get those cheaper at Walmart. Next thing we have is these basic little Monster RGB lights. They don't have great reviews because they don't really do much. There's not a lot to say about them. They light up and they fade between the lights, but nothing amazing whatsoever. They were 3.6 review. Now the coolest thing that I thought was in the whole thing was the 3D Monster rechargeable multicolor mirror light. It is right here up on the wall as you saw in the video, and this thing is awesome. It has a magnetic mount on the back, and I just stuck the magnetic mount to the foam with glue, and then I stuck it right up there, and it is rechargeable, which is very cool. That is $24.99. It is quite a bit cheaper on actually at Walmart than it is on Amazon. So pick it up at Walmart or click through my link in the description. And the last thing is this cool little marquee box that you see back here with the Supercar Street Racing name incomplete because we ran out of actual letters to do this with. So I have ordered extra lettering from Amazon. A link will be in the description to this guy right here. So go ahead and pick one of those up for yourselves. And guys, always click through one of my links if you're buying anything on Amazon. It doesn't matter if it's the one that you need, the product you need or not. If you click through any of my links, it will give me just $1 or $2 when you purchase your products. Go ahead and leave a comment right now, like and subscribe, and hit the little bell icon. And guys, we absolutely have to get out of here. We got to go pay the power bill of $1 million for so many LED lights. Happy holidays, guys. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and I'm excited about today because I've been wanting to do something in this bathroom for a while, and right behind me right here is all the keys to the next project on Supercar Street Racing. And we're going to take a look at that right after this. Guys, we're back for another episode, and you know we like to do projects here, and you're inside of the Supercar Street Racing guest bathroom with me today. And today, sitting right here on this counter, are the keys to the next project, at least part of them. Now, some of the stuff hasn't come in yet, but I am expecting a few things over the next couple of days. Now, that doesn't mean we can't get started and talk about what we're gonna do in here, and that's my plan right here, right now, is to go over my plans with you for this bathroom and tell you what's gonna happen next. So let's talk about it. We're standing right outside of the Supercar Street Racing guest bathroom, and when you're in the house, the orientation of this bathroom is my bedroom is right in here. Turn some lights on so you guys can see. And then when you come down the hallway right here, we've got the guest bathroom, and then through that wall right there, or those curtains, that is the home theater room. And in this closet is the SCSR control room for all the whole home audio. All sits in this closet. Alexa, turn the audio closet light on. Haha, not responding. And there it is. For some reason it didn't respond, but that is the audio closet, and that holds all the wiring for the whole home audio system. Now right next to it right here is our guest bathroom, and inside of this bathroom was remodeled maybe 7 or 8 years ago, and I did a lot of the work in here myself. We did a new vanity, all new paint. I did the beadboard here with my table saw, and the chair rail up here, I guess is what it's called. And it came out really nice. I also had this idea to delete the medicine cabinet at the same time and put in beadboard there, frame it out, and then I ran power up to the little puck light there that is controlled by this dimmer. Now this dimmer also controls all the other lighting up here. That includes the in-ceiling lighting, this vanity light here, and the puck light. So that is kind of what we're looking at here for our project. Now you guys are familiar with the Bi-Cold mirror project that I did on my channel about 1.5 years ago. Now what this is, these guys are Wi-Fi enabled mirrors that have the time and temperature and weather forecasts on them. And they also are backlit, as you can see right here. And that is how they look without the backlight on. Now this LED lighting technology that's behind there now does not come with the mirror. That is the Govee RGB IC LED strips that I added myself. So that's the plan, is to kind of do this again in a different way in the guest bathroom. Now I like to enable some smart home features in every room. And so part of this activity is also going to be fixing up the Echo Show 5. So, and this is probably going to wake up the other devices, but fixing up that device there so it is flush mounted into the wall. We'll take a look at that in a minute. But that is also the plan, to get that working very nice in the other room and make it look a lot better in the process. Once again, we're back here in the Supercar Street Racing guest bathroom, and you can see that about 1.5 years ago, I just threw an Echo Show in here, which is unlike me, and I just kind of ran the power down there, but it looks absolutely terrible. And my plan is to actually go ahead and flush mount this guy into the wall, but we need to talk about what's going to happen before that. Now we just have a standard mirror right here in front of me, and you can see Brad here in the mirror. But what we're going to do here also is change this whole area up here. And our first thing that we're going to be changing is we're taking out this old mirror, and in its place we're putting up the Bi-Cold smart mirror. But in this case, unlike the other bathroom and unlike this, we're actually going to have this guy go this way. So it's going to be horizontal, and it is a long horizontal mirror about the same height as this, a little bit shorter, but it's going to cover most of the wall, and it's going to be centered to this light. So the middle of the mirror will fall straight down here. Even if there's some space over here, that's fine. I want it centered underneath this lighting right here. And so that mirror is on the way and will actually be here on Tuesday, was the last thing that I saw. So my plan is to either put the Echo Show right here or there, depending on where this falls into place with the mirror. Now let's talk about power for this guy. Now I am going to go ahead and get power through my audio closet because it is right behind this wall. We can literally go straight through the wall and come out the other side. There is no code violations there because we're not putting a box inside the wall or anything. But we also need power for this mirror. So at the same time, we're going to be putting a wall box inside there behind the mirror, and then we're going to run the power into the audio closet where there is already active power. Now let's go over some of the things here in front of me that are going to be used for this project, because I've started ordering things already. And we need quite a few things here for this project. Now the first thing we need is the Bi-Cold smart mirror, and that is not in yet. But it is, I believe, 48 this way by 24 this way. So let's grab our measuring tape and see how that's going to look. Now this new Bi-Cold smart mirror measures 48 inches, let's call it wide. So that is going to be about, I'm going to go ahead and measure that out and show you guys. Yeah, it's going to be about to here to here, and we're going to do our best to get the mirror centered underneath that. So we may have some space over here, which is fine, in which case we will run our wire down through the wall and get it out the other side for the Echo Show. Now 24 high is only, so this mirror here is actually 31. we're only gonna have 24 of that. So we're going to have some space underneath also. If we put the mirror in the same spot there, we can actually put the Echo Show underneath this guy, like right around here, which would be good also. So we could run the wire for the Echo Show right through the wall there and into the power area. So that's the plan. 48 by 24 may not be centered, the mirror may not be centered on the wall, but the mirror will be centered underneath the light, and that is my plan at this time. Now right here in front of me, we got our Govee RGB IC strip. Now, IC meaning individually controlled LEDs is different than a regular LED strip, so make sure you get the IC. These are smart, they are controlled by Amazon Alexa and also Google Home. That is for behind the mirror. That's gonna be a custom job that I will show you on the video. This, I have a bunch of these. These are the wall mounts for the show, and I will show you one of those right now so you know what I'm talking about. Right here in front of the Show 5, and we see this wall mount looking so fresh, and this is the mount right here, and that is going to be what we're going to be doing in the bathroom underneath the mirror. Just so you guys understand, there'll be a whole tutorial on this when I do it as part of this project. But these are, I think, around 25 bucks, and they're the best thing ever, and they do still allow you to get to the controls here, and they also allow this thing to have audio because there is a vent right under here with the speaker. So these are awesome. I have had a bunch of these, and they are very cool. So we're going to be doing that as well. So after thinking and looking at this a little bit with you guys, I mean, I'm almost pretty sure that the show is going to go right here underneath the mirror, centered up right here. We just have to figure out if there is a stud. There is likely a stud on this side of the light, but I'm not 100% sure that I actually did. I think I put that in, and I think I actually moved it over. So there may not be a stud right there. I got to get my stud finder out and check, but when we cut the hole for the show, we just have to make sure we don't hit a stud, or we'll have to carve that stud out. But that is the plan right now, and you guys saw the wall mount for that. Now, these pull toggles, these are the best freaking drywall mounts made, and these are going for the mirror mount. So these go through the wall and they will pull tight, and you're never getting anything out of that. So this is going to support the mirror mount in 2 different places. That's what those are for. This is actually a new high-tech puck to replace this guy right here. And let me dim the lights a little bit so you guys can see it. That is an old school incandescent puck that I carved into the actual what do you call this? The medicine cabinet that I created. This was my creation, and I thought it would be kind of cool, and I got the glass and everything put in for that. So this puck here is going to replace that one, and this is LED, and it runs right off of 110 volts, and it is dimmable. So all we have to do is pull that one out and wire this one up, and then figure out a way to secure it. We'll figure that out once we get that one out of there. We might have to use white caulk again. That's what we used right there, but that is what this is for. And moving forward, we have a brand new light for this guy to replace this old school. And it's still nice, don't get me wrong, but this is a new, modern, high-tech light to replace that one. This is LED, it is dimmable, it looks better. I am stoked for this, and we can do that anytime. We can get that guy out and get this guy installed. Now the first thing we need to do here is get this mirror out and that sconce out. That will start the project, and then we can do everything else once things start arriving. But we are able to go ahead and put this light in now, and we do know for a fact, after measuring, that this light is going to have to be centered. It's 48 by 24, and I know you guys can't see this, but let me flip this around here. So 48 by 24 would be about, yeah, we're gonna have to just literally center the mirror straight under this and put whatever distance it is. That's what's gonna happen, because that's all we're gonna do. We're gonna have some space right here. We can maybe put something on the wall right there, but that is the plan as of right now. And then the next thing is to get these two out of the wall. Happy Sunday, guys, and I know I look haggard. I had the craziest night last night, and not gonna lie, it was absolutely insane till 3:30 a.m. But I am ready to break some stuff, actually ready to work. We got to get this mirror down, and we got to get this light down. We got to see what's behind this mirror, if it's painted or not. I don't think it is. And figure out this whole situation. So let's get this mirror out first. These are wall dogs holding this up. Now the craziest part is you can see the hangers for the mirror. I always hated that. And that one is not in at all. Wall dogs just go right into the drywall. You don't need like inserts or anything. But yeah, this mirror is not painted underneath. So I guess I gotta paint this wall. Look, it's gotta paint some of this anyway. I hope I have the paint. Not sure if I do. But I think I'll be able to cover these holes with the new mirror. Gotta go grab the measuring tape. Okay, so the new mirror is 48 by 24. So it's going to sit right about like this. So 48, 24 would be the center. 48 is going to be the middle right here. But if we go up here, it's only 24 tall, which is not as tall as I wanted. Oh, okay. I think that's fine. It would sit right here, and then the Echo Show would be down here below it. So we either got to fill those holes and patch and bring this down, but I think the move is to mount the Echo Show right in the center here, get our stud finder and see where the studs are. But I want to take the slide off first because I don't remember. I think I put one of the boxes in where you don't need a stud, so it's just, I think I just literally put one of the new boxes in that don't need to attach to a stud. Taking this light off is pretty easy. All you have to do is take the two side screws off. All right, so things just got a little bit more complicated because there's no box there, so I can't really, well, there's a stud here, right there. So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do at this point. I might have to cut a box out. It is quite unfortunate, but I am not gonna have a choice but to paint this whole bathroom, which does not make my day happy. But when you think about it, it probably needs it anyway. was thinking about putting the Echo Show here, but I just realized my towel rack is right there, so I can't really do that. I would have to move my towel rack somewhere else, and I really don't have a place for that. So the Echo Show is going to go right there. Speaking of Echo. A shipment will arrive today. No, so yeah, that's the plan. We're gonna go right here, and hopefully we don't get to the end of the closet. And unfortunately, there is a stud right there. Right there. That's where we wanted the show to go. Kind of puts a wrinkle in things. Once we cut the stud, which I guess we could do. So that stud is sitting at 27-ish. So I'm going to measure this in the closet. Computer, turn on the audio closet light. So, measuring in here, 27. Really close to the back. Yeah. Or we arbitrarily move the Echo Show to somewhere over here, which probably isn't a bad idea. We could put it lower left here. Not bad. Okay. There's the next stud. Right there. We'd have to put it on this side. I think that's kind of the plan now. Just put it here. Take the power through the other side. Yeah, I think that's the move. I'm not sure. If I don't center it, it's gonna look weird. I could center it over the sink, but then it's not gonna be centered under the mirror, or I could just go lower right here. That's probably what I'll do, is put it right there. And it's going to be maybe 48 inches off the ground, 47. And in the closet over here, okay, that'll work out. And then it'll be, I don't know, maybe 7 inches from the wall. If I do it over here, my towel's in the way. My towel rack. Can I move my towel and put it right here? Should I? Where am I going to put my towel? I don't know. Towel over here? No, it'll get right in the way. Smaller towel? I have no idea. Right here. The mirror is 48. I'm gonna go get my tape and mark off the mirror. Amazon decided to disable a certain feature of another device I have, and inside this box might be the flagship of all of the devices that Amazon sells. But we're going to open it up today and let you know, because it doesn't have a screen on it, but it does have some other cool features, and inside this box hopefully is the answer to a problem that we have, and I didn't even know it was a problem until a couple of days ago when I got my new 65-inch 4K TV outside on the patio. So what do you guys think? Is this thing going to solve my problems or just create more and get returned? And also, this is a refurb, so this is from the Amazon refurbished store. Let's get right into it today, guys, on Supercar Street Racing and get this product unboxed and out on the table and have a look at it. Supercar Street Racing back once again. Brad here, and if you're new to the channel, thank you so much for liking and subscribing, and we welcome you to what I hope is a very informative look at a product from Amazon that is pretty popular. Now inside the box here is hopefully an answer to what I have a problem with here, and that is using my Fire Stick outside on the patio with the home theater mode connected to the Echo laying in the closet over here. So before we get into this box, let's take a look at what's over here in the hallway and what we are trying to accomplish with this device. We're right here in the Supercar Street Racing audio closet, where you can see a monitor up here, you can see a switch box, and you can also see my Pioneer amplifier right here, and right above that is my very cool Behringer Ultra Bass Pro EX1200 bass processor. Now this system does feed the entire house audio, and also zone 2 of this device here feeds out to the patio for the pool music. Now running this whole system is this Echo Dot right here. Now this was working fine until about 6 or 7 months ago, and I could never figure out why home theater mode was not working. So what's home theater mode exactly? So that's when you have a Fire Stick that you connect to another device like this Dot, and then you actually play music from the Fire Stick through this Dot, and then on the back of this Dot there is a audio output jack that feeds my whole home audio system. Now that will go out to both zones 1 and 2, or you can play something different on zone 1 than zone 2 using this actual receiver. So Amazon decided to disable the ability to play out of the audio output jack on this Echo Dot. Now from what I read online, the Echo Studio will do that, so we might have an Echo Studio available to test out. I'm not happy about Amazon disabling this feature. It makes zero sense, and the only way I figured out what was going on was I tried to enable it again and got no sound, and I walked in here and audio was playing out of the speaker itself and not out of the output jack, which makes zero sense. I tried unplugging and plugging back in the audio output cable to no avail, and then online I found an article where people were complaining about this, and Amazon decided to disable this feature, most likely to upsell the Studio. Now let's go back into the Supercar Street Racing dining room and see if we can get this thing unboxed. Now that you guys understand exactly what I'm talking about and why this product might help us, let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed and take a look at what's inside. And we won't be using half the features, but let's get it out anyway. That's what we're here for, right? And inside this box, of course, you can see the familiar packaging of the Amazon refurbishment. First of all, it's pretty heavy. You guys will see that here momentarily. And I can tell already I underestimated the size of this guy. I thought it was very small, but I can tell right now it is not small. And we have our SCSR branded scissors to go ahead and take a look at what's inside the box here. And I don't know if we were right side up or upside down. I think we are upside down. And they do provide you with a little handle here to get this out, which is very cool. That is bigger than I thought, and that might be a huge problem for me. Let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed. That's all you have to do to unbox it, is just pull that little sticker off. And then inside the box, it comes in a nice cloth. Unlike all the other devices, this has a dedicated power plug. Wow, this thing is massive. Okay guys, so right in front of us here we do have the Echo Studio. Now, I'm not even going to be using this for most of the features. This is more or less just going to be used for the audio output if it actually works for that. Now, I do have a problem already that I see. This is absolutely huge. I thought it was a small device. This may not be able to be used, but as you can see here on the back, we do have the proprietary power plug with that appliance looking connector. We do have an audio output jack, and we do have a USB port, which is not used except for maintenance. Now inside of this, supposedly there are two speakers, one subwoofer down here and a regular speaker up top here. And on the top you can see what looks like maybe lights, and then you can see the power button, the plus and minus button, and the mute button sitting right on top here. And this right here is the port for the subwoofer, and then on top you can see the smaller speaker there, which would probably throw audio up for higher frequencies. Now I'm putting the scissors next to this so you can see kind of how big this is. It's about as tall as my pair of standard scissors and about 3/4 as wide as a pair of standard scissors. Now they did also give us this instruction manual with it, and on the first page it shows you exactly what's on top. There is a light ring, there's an action button, volume up, volume down, and microphone off and on right around the top, right there. So you will need to go ahead and download, gonna wake up everything in my house, but works off the Alexa app. So there's not much else to do at this point except go ahead and get the power cable out. Here's the included power cable. Again, the packaging is done really nicely. And if we look on the back there, it does just have a standard appliance type connector. I forgot what the name of that connector is, what that is called. Okay, we're back in front of the audio closet here, and we have very limited space. It will most likely not fit right here. We can try it. We can try to slide over the receiver, but I don't think that's gonna work. I think we're gonna end up having to put it down here. It also needs its own power plug. So let's move some stuff around in here and get this thing in here and see if it actually does what we bought it to do. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect the old dot here, just the auxiliary cable. Actually, I'll go ahead and just unpower that completely. And there is the audio output cable there. Look at the size comparison here. Pretty crazy. And now this thing is tied up, so we're going to have to cut that zip tie off right there. Okay, I'm just going to route this directly through the grating here down to the new studio and plug it in just to see if it's actually going to work. So we have the studio plugged in, the auxiliary jack there. Now we got to get some power to this guy. Let's go ahead and plug this in and see what happens. Okay, the light ring has lit up on the top, and it does look like it is starting to try to connect to the internet. Now I pre-set up this on the app. They sent me an email and I was able to get everything set up ahead of time. Let's see what happens when it boots up. There is now a yellow light spinning.
Your device is ready for setup. Just follow the instructions in your Alexa app, bringing your device online. Just a moment. To continue setup, go to your Alexa app.
Okay, it is asking me to open that up, so let me get the phone out now and start recording on my phone so you have that as well. All right, we did lose the audio for that part of the shot there, so I wanted to go ahead and go over some of the settings inside of the device when you put it into the app, which I can't say because it'll wake up the one behind me. But here in front of me, we see a picture of the player settings here for the Echo Studio. And at the top, I already changed the name to Audio Player because it was defaulting to Brad's Echo Studio, so I already got that changed. Now these are the speaker settings here, so you can select to connect multiple speakers at the same time or any of the Echo devices. You can see a list of all mine right there on the screen right now. And right here you can actually set up a regular remote to use with your Echo Studio. It shows you how to pair it right here in the instructions. So right here is the sounds menu. This is where you can actually just use the regular volume control up at the very top to control the volume. So it also has things like alarms and notifications. And if we go in right here to the settings, this is where you can actually set up tones. Now, it didn't work the very first time I went in. I had to back out of the app setting and then go right back into it, and they were actually there. So there's the regular tones, and then there are premium ones, but they all said free when I clicked on them. So I guess you can just add those at no charge. See there, they're all free, so you don't have to pay for those. And this is just the kid parental control settings here, and it is disabled on mine, as you can see. So this is Do Not Disturb. It just lets you pick a schedule or either turn on Do Not Disturb so that the thing doesn't bother you at a certain time of night. And there we got the time zone and the wake word. Now here's where you can choose the voice, so that you can have your pick of American, Australian, British, Canadian, or Indian right there. So you can set your voice however you prefer it. And then you can see adaptive listening and local voice control right below that, English, and then the measurement units. And that's about it for the settings in the Echo Studio. All right, we have gone into complete and absolute fail mode. Apparently this is an audio input. Even though I did my research before, there were conflicting results as to whether that would output audio, and absolutely not, does not output audio whatsoever. So this will not work for my possibilities either. So this is going back to the Amazon refurbished store, and I have to look for something else. And I did just wake it up just now. Now let's go ahead and test the sound quality. And it is rattling the table. All right, we're back in front of the Echo Studio here, and just some closing thoughts on this before we go any further. This is going back to the manufacturer because it does not have audio outputs. Now, what did I really like about this? I definitely liked the fact that it had pretty good sound. We tried different types of music, and they all sounded pretty good in my living room right there. What did I dislike about it? Well, the size is a little bit too much. You can see here, it's pretty big, and it looks like the old Mac Pro trash can kind of thing. Surprised that they copied that design there. But looking right there, you can see the subwoofer ports at the bottom there. But so the things I liked best were the sound quality and the fact that it meshes in with my existing ecosystem. The things that I did not like about it was its size and its weight, and also the fact that it does not have an audio output, which is just a dead deal breaker for me, guys. It has to have audio out in order to work for me so that I can use it for home theater mode. It did not work for me. It is going back to Amazon, and we'll be packaging this up briefly and getting it back on the road with UPS, guys. And we want to thank you for supporting this channel and watching the reviews and paying attention and buying things through our affiliate links. It really helps us out a lot if you do that. We really appreciate you guys. All right, guys, welcome back to the 4K production studio. You got Brad here. Now, we did buy this to go ahead and try to use the home theater mode, which means if you have a Fire Stick, you can play the audio from that to another device, and they used to let that happen with the Echo Dot, and they disabled the output of the speaker about 6 months ago, which is super irritating. So now I can't play the Fire Stick from the pool in the house audio system, which is the whole entire house. So I went ahead and bought this Echo Studio, and guess what? It did not work for me either. So I am returning it. I am not going to keep it. But if you want something like a speaker that sounds really good, this one actually does sound really good. It's got a nice subwoofer inside and then a full range speaker as well. And we had some sound tests for you there that you also heard, so you could see just what that sounded like in my living room. Guys, thank you so much for the support. Go ahead and click through the link in the description if you want to pick up an Echo Studio or any other thing from Amazon. It does help out the channel greatly, and we really do appreciate it. But we got to get out of here because we still don't have sound out by the pool. Here we are inside the Tesla, about to watch a video about me buying the Tesla. Pretty crazy, and we are watching it as it premieres on YouTube. I love this car. Guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio where my computer has died because apparently the CPU cooler pump went out because it is overheating. So I ordered a new CPU cooler. It's a water-cooled cooler. But anyway, we are down to the backup editing break here, and today we have this generic Bluetooth smartwatch we're going to be looking at on Supercar Street Racing. Good afternoon, guys, on a Saturday here in the Supercar Street Racing Studios where it's going to be 100 degrees outside today. We have this generic smartwatch that was provided to me by the manufacturer to test out for you guys, and it does have an app that goes with it called GloryFit. And if you look right here and right now, you can see some of the features on the watch. Like on the front, you can see the messaging, the phone, and then some other apps. And it can do calls, and it can take track of your daily exercise, keep track of that. It does show your heart rate, help you with training. And then you can see right here, right now, it does blood oxygen levels. And you can listen to music. And it does all kinds of other cool things. for example, when it is on your body, it does show your heart rate. That's pretty cool. And then there's breath training, an alarm clock, a weather. If we just tap the weather here, we can see if it understands where we are. It may not. It's a little bit touchy on the touch screen part, but I'm not even over the thing for you guys, but yeah, it can be a little bit touchy, as you can see. Let's put it on my wrist real quick. I wanted to show you guys some of the settings on this watch, because you can change like the theme and everything. So if we go to settings, we go to theme, dial, that's where you change like the wallpaper and the look of the watch. You can see here we can choose from a few of these, and it really wants to be bright on the screen. Let me lower that. Oh, I just changed it to a pink. I just changed it to a pink rose. Let's try that again. Alright, settings, theme. It can be a little finicky on the touch screen. Dial. And then here we go through the different ones. Pretty cool. Let's try that one. Shows your heart rate and everything on the front. So yeah, you can change the themes of it. I'm actually trying to figure out how to change the weather, because I'm not sure where that is set up. I'm gonna look for that. But like when you go to weather, it's hilarious because the weather is like translated wrong. Check it out. Very stronger. And it's also in Celsius, and I don't know how to change that. There's the future weather, current weather, right there on the face of the watch. And I was actually looking for that in settings. It may be on the app. I don't know. Not a whole lot is set from the app. But like info just shows you like the version. System doesn't have anything in it about the, well, maybe it does. System. Okay, no, there's nothing in it about the Celsius or Fahrenheit. Huh. So there's the 3 themes available. List, grid, or nest. It is currently set to list. And there is no place in here to change. Yeah, there's nothing in here to change the Fahrenheit to Celsius or vice versa. Let's check the app. Alright, we are now on the phone and we're going to take a look at the GloryFit app here. Here's GloryFit, and right on the front here, if you see home, it will show you your heart rate. I'm not wearing the watch, so let me put it on. It is connected to the watch. It connected through Bluetooth when I opened the app the first time and said it was synced. And now I am wearing the watch. And it says that my heart rate is 73 beats per minute. I have taken no steps today. And it doesn't have my blood oxygen level. But what we're looking for first is the settings. Device. Let's see, universal settings, unit. There we go, British. Let's see if it actually worked on the watch to change the weather. Oh no, the weather still says 31 Celsius. It didn't change. Okay. So here's all your settings for the actual watch. Here's where you sync your contacts, enable your Bluetooth calling, which it does work. I already tried it. Your heart rate monitoring. These are all your switches to tell your app how to act. You have to have this SMS reminder on to get text messages on the watch. I did find that out. I'm not sure what the quick reply does. I guess you can reply from the watch. Ah, okay. So you can choose from all these and just pick one. I don't think you can actually text from the watch itself. Here's where you actually check and see if there's an update for the firmware. And I am on the latest version available. And here's like some of the sports settings: running, cycling, jump rope, badminton, and it can keep track of that with the watch. And if we go back here to me, there is my email, my training plans. You can set goals for yourself, and you can do all the permissions. This thing needs a lot of permissions. It has to be available in the background all the time to receive alerts. Right here, it doesn't. I don't understand how you. Let's see. Permissions. Well, I thought I already had that set up, the background permissions. It hasn't complained, but that's your permission settings. And of course, you can make a phone call, like cancel. You can add a SOS emergency call that you can make from the phone, from the watch. And yeah, basically this app is where you do everything with the watch, keep track of your sports, check out your blood oxygen. It says no data at this time. Let's see, it's testing me right now. So just FYI, your blood oxygen should never be below about 92 to 93%. When you're really sick with COVID, that's when your blood oxygen level gets in the low 90s and you need help. So the watch does say I am at 98% right now on my blood oxygen, but it has not transferred that over to the phone. So I don't know why that hasn't updated. But it did work when I said testing. It did show up on the watch as 99% right now. So I don't know if it actually goes for a while before it can show your blood oxygen level on the phone part. The watch now says 99. And it just vibrated. So I don't know. Oh, there we go. It already transferred over to the phone. Very cool. Alright, awesome. And here's the heart rate. And you can see here that I am tranquil. But I still don't know how to make the phone, the actual watch, go to Fahrenheit. It's still set on Celsius, which I can't change. I'm not sure why. There's actually no place to do that. I guess the app setting is just for the app. I don't know. It says universal. Device language follows system. Time system. Let's change that to 12 hours. Unit. It's on British. I don't know. Maybe it hasn't synced the settings yet. Let me try turning off Bluetooth and turning it back on. Okay. Bluetooth is disconnected. Please connect. Alright, so it reconnected. Let's see if it changed my settings. No, it didn't. I still have Celsius on the watch. So, not sure what that's about. But that's a pretty good look at the app itself. It is called GloryFit. You will have to download that in order to use this watch. We are back up on the wrist again, and this thing is still so bright, and I have locked that down like 50 times. There we go. It is the exposure level on the camera that is killing this. So yeah, that's a look at what it looks like, and you just shake your wrist for it to wake up, and that is the theme that I picked, and there is my heart rate showing, and it should wake up when you shake like that. The channel is operating at less than capacity right now, and we have this smartwatch that we kind of want to give a conclusion on. And honestly, overall, I don't have a lot of bad things to say about this thing. For a generic smartwatch, it is actually pretty good. It does deliver the text messages as it is supposed to. It's inexpensive. I want to say it's around 35 or 40 bucks. I will put a link to it in the description. And we will be offering you guys this amazing smartwatch at the full price because I don't have a discount code or anything. But always, I love it when you guys support the channel. And like, I encourage you to get this, especially if you're doing a lot of fitness stuff. And if you need a inexpensive watch, this will not set you back like a Apple Watch would. And it does all these cool features. I haven't even tried the game. Okay, this looks like Flappy Bird. I haven't even tried this. This is pretty cool. Let's see. Bird game. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm bad at this. How do you even? Oh, you just like tap. Okay. Oh, I got smoked. I mean, it's not exactly fast, but you tap at the top. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, that's Flappy Bird. Anyway. Let's see what else is on here. Numbers and birds. That's it. I guess you get Flappy Bird or you get whatever the heck that is. What's toolbox? Okay, stopwatch, timer, find phone, remote camera. So I guess you can take pictures from here. You can trigger your camera on your watch. That's about it, guys. I think we've gone through most of the features of this generic rose gold with the pink band, which I wear because I have no problems with my being comfortable with my sexuality as a straight male. And you can see right here, right now, it is 11:59 on a Saturday. And my housekeeper is probably going to be gone soon. She's over. Guys, thank you so much for supporting the channel. And my apologies for the video today. As you can see, the editing PC is in pieces. Hopefully it will be fixed tomorrow, where we will start bringing you back the quality level that you're used to. We'll see you guys again very, very soon. Liner.
Oh, yes! 360, 720, and we're...
We are having an insane storm right now. The wind gusts got to be 50, 60 miles an hour out here in Jacksonville. This is crazy. Look at this. Florida life, man.
Resistance is futile.
The line must be drawn here.
173467321 Charlie 32789777 Tango 732 Victor 731178888 73247678976 Lock.
Oh, yes! I hate this! It is revolting!
More?
Please.
Judging by the pollution content of the atmosphere, I believe we have arrived at the latter half of the 20th century.
Go for it. Oh, yeah, it's back. It's back. Let's go. Look, it's still not getting up on plane right. Look.
Is that the gator right there?
No. Yeah, it is. That's a little one, though. He can't even get his mouth around it. He ran. But the big one? Dude, you're going to get caught in the weeds over there? It's something's up, man.
No, it's back to normal.
No, it takes a minute to get on plane.
See, do I have driving straight?
Dang, that thing rips.
You need salt on your fries.
Oh, no. Too late.
There you go.
What is the deal with all the frogs out here? They're insane. Why?
Why?
Is it so loud? Guys, the frogs. What is happening? Opened up this egg carton today from BJ's. Totally gypped. Missing one egg right out of the freaking packaging. Got gypped. Egg gypped.
Hey everybody, this is Dave, and this is my new Tesla Model 3 2025 in Ultra Red. I think it looks more like candy apple red. I think it's a really good color. The front end has been redesigned, codenamed Highland, and I think it looks really good. I think it takes a lot from the Tesla Roadster. As we come across the side here, really sleek design here. I got the 18-inch Photon wheels, and on the interior, we got the black interior. Coming across the back here, back seats with the screen in the back here. Coming across the back, let's take a look. A lot of space back there. We got a cubby over here, we have a cubby over here, and we have our storage compartment back there. And I'm keeping my mobile charger right there with the adapter. And last but not least, if we go around the front here, inside the Tesla, we can open up the front just to give you an idea of the size of the front in the front. I don't really intend to use the front that much, maybe for some small items if I'm going on a road trip. Pretty minimalist. We've got a washer fluid port here, tow hook, and a emergency release button there in case somebody that's very small happens to get trapped in there. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the tour of the 2025 Tesla Model 3 in Ultra Red.
All right, we got the 85-inch peel satisfaction. You got 10 seconds. Let's go. Oh, that peel. Let's go. All back end. Bubba loves Cat TV. He can't stop watching it. Right, Bubba? It's Cat TV. Look at the tail going. He loves Cat TV. Chilling. Oh, people are hitting me up, trying to come over and hang out in the backyard. I'm like, all right, you can come over and hang out. All right, good morning, guys. It's Saturday morning. Haven't put a video out in a little while, but today we got something in store for the SL65. We are headed to the muffler shop, and we are going to get the muffler delete done. The car is just not loud enough with just the downpipes. We're headed that way to do an oil change, and a muffler delete. So I'm going to show you guys a cold start now with mufflers. So here is a cold start. I'll try to jump out and get to the back. So as you can see, the car quiets down very quickly. And when it's warm, you can't even hear it. So we are driving now, headed to the muffler shop. And I was gonna give you guys a couple little pulls on here. Wow, I seriously still don't understand this multi-function display here. I really have to take some time to try to get that done. Stereo system, I'm going to go by the stereo shop today, have them take a look at it, and see what it's going to take to get that done next week. So you can see at normal cruising speeds, you can't even hear this car at all. With the top down, it's the same. Until you get on the throttle pretty hard, you hear nothing in this car. It's pretty fun when you get on the throttle, but until that, it's very quiet. Going to get some breakfast over at Denny's while they work on the car, doing the oil change and the muffler delete. I was hoping I could get some video of it, but the shop is just insane busy. So I don't think I'll be able to get any video underneath, and that's too bad. Alright, so this is a shot of no muffler.
Yeah, that's my new upgrade.
There is how it went, straight out to the stock kits. And looking for the mufflers now. Here's a look at the factory mufflers. Look fairly restrictive. We'll see what it sounds like. It's gonna be loud.
I know.
Oh, it sounds so good. So mean. So first impressions, definitely louder. I like it so far. We'll see how it holds up in driving, whether it drives me insane or not with the top down, but so far very nice, and I will get some video of rolling in a minute. Getting the car washed now. Still got mud from last time because this place is being worked on, the roads. As soon as I left, caked with mud. Just got the car washed, looks beautiful. Doing some driving now. Definitely with the windows open. It's not loud at all. but it is louder than it was before. I definitely like it. I'm keeping it like this for a while at least. Next up is intakes. All right, guys, here's some video of the car right out of the car wash. The tint in the front was redone yesterday. Some fingerprints on the inside there I'm gonna have to get off. But yep, that is the way it looks right now. There's the new exhaust. So pretty much the only thing you have to worry about when you take out your mufflers is drone. If you can handle a little bit of drone, then deleting the mufflers definitely is a, especially on a turbocharged car. The issues with a non-turbocharged car is, excuse me, sometimes it can be a little bit too loud. But the turbochargers on this car definitely muffle the sound enough where it's not overbearing. Now, if it's too much with the mufflers removed, then you can put back some glass pack exhausts, like some MagnaFlow glass packs straight through. And that's going to be it for this edition. See you guys. Hey guys, what's going on? Supercar Street Racing here. Saturday afternoon. Just got done with a big project on the house that you guys are going to see in the next day or so. But I am headed to Advance Auto Parts because we're going to be doing a 335i oil change video. And so I experimented a little bit with getting a filter from like Walmart didn't have my filter. I tried like 4 different ones. They were out of all of them last time. So I ended up getting the filter from Advance last time, and it ended up costing just as much as getting everything from Advance with the oil change kit. So the oil change special at Advance is $37. It went up quite a bit, $37, $38. 5 quarts of SuperTech full synthetic, which is really good oil from Walmart, is $18. But when you go to Advance, the filter is then another $14. So 18 plus 14, 28, 34. You're almost at the price of the oil change special. So you're better off just getting all your stuff from Advance at this point. If they have your filter at Walmart, definitely buy it there. But they were out last time I went, and I don't want to make a trip over there for nothing. So I like the SuperTech oil. The full synthetic SuperTech is just as good as Mobil 1. It is actually made by one of those, you know, higher advanced oil companies and sold to Walmart at a cheaper price. And yeah, so I think I'm gonna head over to Advance Auto Parts right now. I already have some oil, so I have enough to make up it's 6.9 quarts for the 335i. So I'm gonna go pick up the 5-gallon oil change special. Usually you have to buy 2 so that you get 6.9 quarts, but I already have some oil. So gonna run over there and grab an oil change special now. And then after I have that, I'll update you guys on what's next. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys too, it's about $100 to get the oil changed at the local BMW specialist shop. If you're not into doing the work, then I suggest you just take it to them or the dealer. I think the dealer charges like $150, but I can do it for about $45 is what, $50 max. So that saves quite a bit of money on this oil change. So I actually like doing it, but the difficult part about doing this car is that it's so low to the ground. Not only do I have to have a low profile jack, I also have to drive the car up on little boards to get the car even high enough where the jack will go under it, because I do have the M Sport suspension on here. So it makes it kind of hard. So I have to go on boards first. Then if I want to, I can maybe get it on the ramps, but I'll just put it on the jack, and I'll show you guys the jack point is right like underneath the shifter here under the car. There's a little point where you put the floor jack under. So yeah, so it's not an easy oil change by any means. And really, honestly, once you have your floor jack under there, you can just get your jack stands under there, and you don't really need to drive it up on any ramps. Those jack stands will definitely save your life. So do not get under the car without jack stands ready there for some emergency support if you need it. All right, guys, we are about to pull up at Advanced Auto Parts here. If this guy in the back doesn't ram me driving aggressively. Going to get the oil change special. Looks like it's kind of crowded in here. We are at Advanced Auto Parts. I'm not gonna record in the store because, you know, it's awkward sometimes for the people that work there. All right, guys, just got out of Advanced Auto Parts. Ended up getting the Mobil 1 5W40 European formula. Like the car knows if it's, the oil knows if the car's European or not. It's ridiculous. But I got the K&N oil filter. It was $40 for 5 quarts of oil and the oil filter. So this stuff has gone up $10 since the last time I did it. But I already have some oil at home. Don't feel bad about mixing full synthetic oil. It's no big deal. Doesn't matter. And I'll update you guys next when we get there. I think that's a 640i in front of us. All right, guys, we are done with the gym now. And I forgot I don't have an oil change collector thingy, bucket. You know, they suck anyway because they leak no matter what. But I have like a plastic tray that I put them in. But I need an oil change collection thing. So I'm gonna head to Walmart here and see if I can find one. People will go at the light, you know, they like to stop and keep you there until it turns red. And so yeah, we're gonna hit Walmart up right now and see what they have. All right, we're out here at Walmart now. Looks like we got a 16 quart container here for 12 bucks, not bad. I'm gonna go ahead and grab that now. I think that works perfect. Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Today we got a good special video for you guys because my last video about the Honda Civic oil change did very well. I think it has around 25 to 30,000 views right now. So I thought we would take some time to check out how to change your oil in this 335i. And now this is an N55 and this is an E93. Pretty much N54 will be the same procedure. And so we need to talk a little bit about what tools you're gonna need to do this oil change. And let's start from here and work our way over that way. So first thing you're gonna need is a funnel, unless you're gonna just try to pour it without a funnel. Next, you need the oil filter housing cover wrench. And this is one that I ordered off of Amazon. I'll put a link in the description. Now remember, BMW is smart. They don't have an oil filter that screws off from the bottom and covers you with oil. They have a cartridge-based oil filter right here on the top. It's right underneath this guy right here. I'll show you later. So this is the wrench, the socket that gets the top of the oil filter housing off easily without you having to use vice grips and ruining your nice oil filter housing. Here we have a oil drain pan, I guess you would call it, that I just got from Walmart. It was $11 and it says it holds 16 quarts. So the engine in the N55 holds 6.9 quarts of oil. Remember that when you're going to shop for oil. We also have our ratchet here, and it is just a standard ratchet. Now the drain plug is 17 millimeter. We got a breaker bar here just in case we need that. We have some towels. Always have some disposable towels and always have some regular towels. And then the last thing is your supplies. Here are the rest of your supplies. Here we have 5 gallons of Mobil 1 synthetic, and we have a K&N oil filter. Now this was all purchased with the oil change special at Advanced Auto Parts. So 5 gallons of oil and the filter was $40. Now I already have 2 more gallons to make up the 7 gallons. You're going to need 7 gallons of oil to change the oil in this N55. This is an E93, E92, E90 are the same car. This is just a convertible. So here's everything you need once again. You need a funnel, oil filter housing cover wrench, which is right here. These are available on Amazon. You need some regular towels. You need a K&N or other oil filter. You need oil, 6.9 quarts of oil. Oil drain bin, ratchet or wrench, 17 millimeter. 17 millimeter socket here, a breaker bar maybe if you can't get it off, shop towels, and a couple of more things, which I'm going to show you next. So there's a couple of other things you're going to need for this oil change, and since my 335i is so low, I have the M Sport suspension, I need a low profile jack and I need 2x4s. I cannot get this jack underneath the car here without first driving up on some boards. The car is way too low. You might find that the same on your car, or you might have a little bit higher suspension, but you're going to need at least a jack or ramps, and this car will not drive up on ramps, it's way too low. You're going to need jack stands, 2 jack stands, and maybe some wood to drive your car up on the ramps, because if you're like me, you suffered from having a low car forever and it just does not want to drive up on the ramps. So we drive up on the wood first, which I'll show you here shortly. Then we jack the car up with the jack, and then we put the car on jack stands and let it down, pull the jack out so we can actually get under there.
Let's talk about everything you're going to need to change the oil in your E90 BMW. You're going to first need an oil filter. BMW uses a cartridge type oil filter. You're going to need an oil filter cap removal tool to take the cap off the oil filter housing. You're going to need a 17mm socket and ratchet, or a 17mm wrench, and possibly a breaker bar. You're going to need an oil drain pan to catch the oil. You're going to need 6.9 quarts of synthetic oil. You might need some shop towels. You're going to need jack stands, probably a low profile floor jack because the cars are so low to the ground, and maybe some old wood to drive the car on to get the floor jack under the car.
Alright guys, we do have the car up on some, not up on, but we're about to drive the car up onto some wood here. Just be aware, this wood has a tendency to slip. Make sure there's no nails in it, because I almost drove onto a nail one time. And we are ready. Mr. Beach just came in the garage. Let's go ahead and drive up. If we can, if it doesn't slip. Alright guys, that didn't work at all. It just pushed the actual carpet here, so I'm going to try some different pieces of wood here. So these guys work pretty good, these flat pieces. I'm going to go ahead and put them on top of that, right there. Hope they don't slip. This is why changing the oil in this car sucks. Big time. Let's try to get that up on those too. Alright, I think we're on there. I believe we got that. We did. Okay, cool. Now we must have enough room now. Let's make sure you're still in the frame. You are. Now there's a jack point in the center. It's kind of hard to see, but it's right in the middle. There's a hole. There's literally a hole where your jack fits. You can see it. If you look under the car, there's a recessed area where your jack is. You know you got it wrong if you get the plastic part in the wrong spot. Yep. So there's a plastic cover underneath here. Your jack fits right in the hole. And I'll show you guys once we get under the car. Car is coming up. Now it's so low that I like to have some room to work. And we gotta get the jack stands under it. Yep, we're on the right mounting point. This is a Pittsburgh. Even the lowest profile jack I could find at Harbor Freight does not go low enough to get under this car without driving it up on the lid. Now we take our jack stands. Got our jack stands here. Raise them up. There's some jack points over here. Now here's the other issue. Now your wood is probably in the way of your... okay, it's right here. There's a jack point on the side of the car, which I'll show you guys too. Go ahead and go up a little bit more. So I can get all the way under there. Alright, so there's a kind of a rubber plastic jack point on the side of each side of the car that you want to be under. But don't put your wood too long on there because you won't be able to get your jack stand there. This side just a little bit. Needs like one more pump of the jack. Alright. That's perfect. Got the jack stands under there. Now the jack can't stay under the car because I don't have room to work. If it is, I'm going to go ahead and lower the car on the jack stands very slowly. So you just... Now, I would like to have this stay underneath the car. If I can work under there, I'll do that. If I can't, I will pull the jack out. Alright guys, I did jack up the jack about one press to get the stress off of the, not completely off of the jack stands, but to get some weight on the jack. So I can show you guys this. So there's the jack mounting point. It's very clearly a circle there. And then right there, that is where you open to change the oil to get to the drain plug. So obviously the jack is in the way here. We might still be able to put the drain on top of this jack, but we are going to need a screwdriver to get that out, and I forgot to mention that in the tools. This, you just put a screwdriver in the middle. It looks like it's kind of stripped out on mine, but yeah, let me grab a screwdriver flathead. Alright guys, I managed to get some light under here and got the flathead. So you just, wow, this thing's super stripped out. Yeah, this guy is stripped. So my little cover stripped out. You're supposed to just be able to put that there, and it is not gonna happen. So I gotta turn it by hand or with a wrench. Let me see. Okay, almost. All right, I'm gonna do this with 2 hands. All right guys, you can see here the little flap just comes down, and there is the oil change. Let me get the light on this thing so you guys can see it. All right guys, there is the 17mm bolt. So I'm gonna get out and get the tools I need. That's very hot still. The jack is right in the way, so I hope I can get the oil change tray like right here to catch the oil. I usually take the jack out, but I'm kind of nervous about doing that. I don't trust the jack stands 100%, but there is what we need to take out. I do have a 17mm deep well socket and a ratchet for this, so I'm gonna go grab it. Alright guys, here is the oil pan drain thingy catch, whatever you want to call it, and I was hoping there wasn't a big hole there. There's not. This will catch your oil drain plug when you put it in. So what we will do is slide that dude over like this from this side. get that under there where we can get to it. And then let's also put some towels under there in case we try to make a mess. Get our shop towels out. Have those ready on standby. We got our shop towels here. We got some regular crappy rags for this. We'll throw those under here on this side. And if we need the breaker bar, which probably that might be a good idea just to use that instead of the 17mm socket, then let's just take the breaker bar under there. Probably make my life easier. Got the breaker bar, 17, let's get under there and do some work. Alright guys, I don't know how that shot's gonna look. It's kind of propped up somewhere because I can't get the tripod under, but I got my breaker bar. And this little trap door comes out completely, as you can see here. I don't have my oil drain pan in here yet because I'm not quite ready for that because the oil's so hot. Yeah, this barely fits in here with a deep well. You almost need a regular one, which I don't have one. Can you believe it? I don't have a 17mm regular. Okay, that came off real easy. We're good. We'll use the okay, yeah, we're really good. I'm gonna let that cool off for a little bit before we actually start draining the oil, and then I will update you guys once the engine has cooled down quite a bit, and we will go from there. But this is ready to go underneath here. So I've got the fan blowing on the engine, cooling it off so it's not so dang hot when I get under there. But I forgot to tell you guys, in preparation for draining, always take off the oil cap because it lets the oil flow more freely. So just take off the cap, remove it there, and it'll allow the engine to breathe when you pull off that oil drain plug. So I'm gonna let this cool down for about 30 minutes before I start. All right guys, while the engine is cooling down, let's take a look at what's in the oil filter box here. There should be a few things in here, more than one thing, probably 3 things. All right, so we got our, remember the BMW is a cartridge, not a oil filter. So there's the cartridge. Now here's important couple things. Inside this bag here, we have a new O-ring for the oil filter housing top. We have a new crush washer for the oil drain plug. Do not forget that. And then we have a new O-ring here for the cap on the oil filter housing top. So the easiest way to remove those, I believe I have a tool for this. Let's see. I do. So this is a nice tool for removing O-rings, so I'll be using that on the top. So we have all this laid out here. Have your rags ready to go. And we can go ahead actually now and take off the oil filter housing cap. All right guys, so we got our ratchet here. We got our oil filter housing removal tool, cap removal tool, or whatever you want to call it. Just goes on like that, like a standard ratchet to a socket. Of course, our fan is right in the way. Let me get that moved and then we'll go ahead and take that cap off. All right guys, here is the N55. And this is the oil filter housing right there. Very prone to leakage. If you haven't replaced your gasket in there, it's going to eventually fail. So put our cap there in reverse. It is going to be tight. There's an O-ring seal in there. Go ahead and take that off. You better make sure you have all your supplies though before you start draining oil and taking this off. It's still pretty tight. It's going to be tight until you get it like almost off all the way. Now we're going to stop right there. It is loose. Now we are going to need some plastic bags to put the old oil filter in, so I'm going to grab that now. I am ready to extract this oil filter. So I've got the paper towels on standby. Now notice it tries to come out with it. It's very hot, by the way. So this is going to be hard to get out of there, but the cap wants to come off with it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. Set that over there inside the plastic bag so we don't make a mess, and I'm gonna separate those with 2 hands. Guys, here's the old oil filter. There is the oil filter housing. Some oil got in there. I'm gonna make sure I clean this off completely. Here is the oil filter housing cap. Notice the O-ring right there, that gets replaced. And that O-ring right there gets replaced. That's why we have the O-ring removal tool. So I got some paper towels here. The next thing I am going to do is completely get all the oil out of this old, the old oil out of the oil filter housing. So I use paper towels for that. I just soak it up in the paper towels. This gets rid of all the old nasty oil. Soak it up in the towels, and if you have gloves, put some rubber gloves on. I have some over there, I just haven't put any on yet. Go straight to your bags over here. I'm gonna do that now. I'll show you guys when it's all done. I got most of the oil out of the oil filter housing, all in this bag. Now we need to take the new O-rings and get them onto the oil filter housing cap. But first, I'm going to go over here, get some of my nice gloves over here, my vinyl gloves, which I love using so I don't get my hands completely dirty. So let's bring this cap over to the workbench. And we can clear off our ratchet. We don't need this anymore until we tighten it up. And I'm gonna put some gloves on and I'll be back with you. All right guys, we got our oil filter housing cap off right here. Now, this is where I told you guys that the O-ring removal tool would be handy, and it is. So we're gonna take this O-ring off here. And look at me not having garbage next to me to actually throw it in. Not prepared. Here is our garbage. Got that one off. Now this one's a little bit more tricky. Sorry about the clutter here. We got the extension cord running. This guy, just pull underneath there. And when you have this tool, it makes your life so much easier. Now get your paper towels ready. I'm a stickler about getting all the old oil off, which even though this oil is only about 1.5 months old, that's fine. I still don't want any old oil residue. Go ahead and clean out the inside of that cap right there and the outside of the cap. Get that all nice and clean. Just stuff that paper towel in there and give it a good, you're never gonna get it all out, but you'll get most of it out. All right, so now we are ready for our new stuff. So here is the package of new stuff. We're done with our O-ring tool. Let's open that up. Now don't forget, we haven't drained the oil yet, so we gotta save this crush washer for that part. But we do have our new O-rings. Now here's an important part of this. With your new O-rings, open your new bottle of oil, but turn it upside down first after you take the foil cap off. So I took the foil cap off, I flip this upside down, I take the cap off again. Now I have a nice cap full of oil here. I take that and I lubricate these O-rings, just like that. Now this top O-ring goes right, well, let's do the bottom one first, that's probably easier. Obviously they go back right where the old ones were. So you just like stretch them out over, and sometimes it can be a bit of a pain, but stretch them out over the cap. It falls right into the groove there. Take some oil from your cap, make sure that's nice and lubricated. That's what assures a good seal. Take your new one for the tip. Get that over there. Make sure it's nice and lubricated. And that is it for the oil filter cap. Take your oil filter, put some oil on the top and the bottom. Push that over your cap, and this thing is ready to be back installed, guys. Alright guys, so the next thing we're going to talk about is what you need to do before you put this oil filter back in. So once the oil is completely drained, completely out of the car, which is still very hot, so I'm waiting for this car to cool down, we're going to want to fill this up with oil before we put the oil filter back in. So we will fill it up to, you know, the middle of the threads there. We don't want to do that yet though, because we're just filling it on top of old oil that will get drained out. So we're waiting for the car to cool down. Once the car cools down, we will go ahead and do the next step. All right guys, so the car has been cooling off for a while. We're gonna go ahead and try to get this oil out. So let's see if we can make a total mess. I've got some towels. And we're gonna have to move the light somewhere else. Oh, it's already dripping. Okay. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have listened to that much, huh? Already drippage. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this towel down just in case. It's a good idea to put extra towels down in case you make a total mess like I'm about to do. Oops. Oh, here comes Mr. Banks. All right, so yeah, that's gonna work okay, I think. It wants to kind of slide off though. Let's see what works best here. So I'm trying to get this thing up, and I actually need gloves too, so I'll be back. I'm gonna get some gloves on and get this thing going. All right, Mr. Banks insists on being part of this, so he is here. So we're gonna put something down here to raise this bottom up a little bit, and it didn't do much. But I've got the oil drain tray here. I got my gloves on. This is gonna make a mess for sure. Probably be hot too. But I hope that we get. Hope it doesn't go crazy out of the thing. Okay guys, we got the old drain plug right here. We're gonna take off that crush washer. Try to take off the crush washer with one hand. Oh, there's two on there. I'm gonna take that off now. There was actually two crush washers on there. There's a new crush washer. I'm gonna go ahead and put that on the car, and then I'm going to tighten it hand tight, and then about a quarter of a turn with the ratchet. We have a helper now. I know. He's so excited to do this. All right, so for our next step, guys, we got all the oil drained out of the car. We are going to take our new oil here, and we are going to make a mess, probably, but we're going to pour some. Yep, we made a mess in the filter housing there. We spilled a little bit. Let's get that cleaned up. That's the first step, and then I'll get back to you. Today seems to be all about messes, but we are ready to put the oil filter cap back on. We got our O-rings. We got our tool here to put that in. So we're just gonna throw that right in there and go ahead and screw that guy on. So I'm gonna hand tighten it. And then I'm gonna go about a quarter turn after I can't tighten it anymore with my hand. Still going by hand. Okay, that's tight. That's enough right there. Just a quarter turn, if you can even do that. I couldn't even get a quarter turn after my hand tightened it. So that is all for that step, and we'll be back with adding oil. Alright, so the next step is adding oil, so that shouldn't be too difficult unless you only have one hand, which that is what I have. Hey dude. I know. I don't know why cats are so dominant in our videos, but hey, so we need to put 6.9 quarts. So this is 5 here. This is going to be a mess if I try to do this with one hand, so I'm going to do this and get back to you guys. Alright, so we got approximately 6.9 quarts in there, and put the oil cap back on. Don't forget that because I have forgotten it sometime. We are going to get in the car and start it now. And if you hear any weird sounds, don't be alarmed. There might be some few seconds before oil pressure starts. So what we're going to do now is just let it run for a second, make sure there's no leaks. I don't see any obvious leaks down there. Everything looks good up here. Let's go ahead and shut it off and get the car off of the jacks. Alright, we're going to drop the jack stands if we can. Okay, we can't, so we got to raise the jack a little bit. Go ahead and close the hood for now. Alright, so now we should be able to drop the jack stands. Nope, still can't. Alright, let's raise it a little bit more. Alright, that should be plenty. Got the jack stands, got all the stuff out of the way. Make sure there's nothing under there that can get drug. There's not. Get this jack stand out. Alright, so we're going to let this back down onto the wood now. Very slowly. So we can get our jack out of there. Screwdriver out of the way. Alright, I need 2 hands for this. Don't see any problems right now. Oil temperature's cold, so we're going to go ahead and start cleaning up. Alright guys, so the last step is to check your oil, but I have a different cluster than you most likely. So I'm going to push in the stick on this aftermarket cluster, find the maintenance, hit that. Go to oil level, and you notice that our oil level is good. So we have completely done the E90 oil change N55. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you have any questions, put it in the comment section, and I'll see you guys later. We're here once again in the Supercar Street Racing office preparing for the Hurricane. You can see I brought everything in. It may not be necessary, but it took about 10 minutes to bring all the furniture up. And today we're looking at this amazing Haza PR 800 wild camera, which was so gracefully supplied to us from the manufacturer to check out. Let's get this thing opened up, see what's inside, and have some fun on the channel. I'm hyped. We are back in Hurricane prep mode now at Supercar Street Racing, and we got a Hurricane coming tomorrow, and we're hoping we don't get too much of it. There's a little bit of wind out there right now, but nothing major. Today we get to open up the Haza PR 800 Wildcam, which was so gracefully provided to us from the manufacturer to check out. And right here, right now, we are going to open this thing, and then we're going to test it out and see what it's all about. And unboxing this, already like the packaging a lot. And let's see what's inside this guy right here. And immediately opening it up, we can see that it is looking all camouflaged and nice. So definitely will be camouflaged on the trail. And then taking a look further inside, looks like there is a couple of peel satisfactions here on the camera with the peel sat, which I know you guys love that. Except I failed on that one. The other one just fell off. And there's your peel sat. And this one is going to be a royal pain for me to peel, ruining everything. And we finally got off the peel satisfaction there. And looking further into this thing, it looks like it's got 2 clamps here. Now keep in mind, oh, there's some more peel. I love it when they do that. They don't even tell you to remove this one, but there it is, guys, the peel sat for you. And opening up this trail cam, it looks like, oh wow, nice. It's got an LCD display right here. And I'm checking out, all right, down here, it looks like there is a 6-volt power adapter hole there. Very nice. It's got a little LCD screen with some peel sat. That peel sat, oh, I messed it all up for you guys. That peel sat is so good. All right, we got everything peeled on this guy, and you can see right here, right now, it closes like that and clamps shut, weatherproof, just like that. Looking further into the package as we dig deeper into the trail cam, the PR800, looks like we have some kind of strap right there. Maybe it's to carry it around your neck, I'm not sure. Be pretty cool. And then digging deeper here, we have a USB, and I forgot what type of USB that's called. It's not USB-C. It's like micro USB or something like that. And even further here, it looks like we might have a charger right here for a USB. And inside here is the hunting and trail manual with kind of an overview of everything. And it says use the 6-volt power cable in the camera. Since there's no built-in battery, the camera will power off when unplugged. Okay, so it looks like here it has to be powered all the time. Ah, or it has batteries, I see. So it looks like maybe we could use a battery bank on this, or we can just throw batteries into it and use it that way. And I guess it opens up in order for you to install the batteries right here, looks like. And there is the 8 AA battery slot there. I'm more interested in trying a battery bank. And the batteries will not charge on this, so don't think this is chargeable. What you're doing here is just powering it with batteries, or you're powering it with 6 volts through this port. And that leads me to go grab my battery bank and see if we can figure out how to use that. And we have returned with my generic battery bank here, and I'm really curious to see if this guy, oh, that's looking neat in the display. I'm curious to see if this guy will power via the power plug here, the battery bank. So let's get that power wire undone here. And you can see it has that little round type so you don't mistake it for anything else. And somewhere on here there's a USB port. Haven't found it yet. And that must be for getting, there it is. So it's for getting the stuff off of there, I'm assuming. Right here, right now, let's go ahead and plug in this power to our power brick and see what happens. Alright, so we're just inserting the power cable right there, and then our power adapter pretty much has USB A and C and every other type. So let's go ahead and plug this in and see what happens. And I believe the power is off, but we do have power supplied to it now. Let's see what happens when we turn this on.
Robert, it goes down.
And nothing happened. Interesting. Curious if I have to power my power bank on. That says power. Alright, I'm going to see if I can figure this out and get back to you guys. Alright, I did some experimenting here, and interestingly enough, when I plugged it into my Samsung charger, it did come on. Aha! It comes on here now with my battery bank. Alright. So yeah, it didn't power up the first time with either the power on my nightstand or with my battery bank, but now it is on, and you can clearly see on the screen there is something on the screen there, and that is the front of the camera, what you're seeing. And notably, there is a SD card in here, a 32 gigabyte SD card that came with it. It says it doesn't come with it, but it absolutely did come with one. So that is interesting that it wouldn't power up before. I'm going to try now in the nightstand power bank and see what happens. And it does power up there as well, so not sure what was going on before, but it absolutely works now. So digging a little bit, it just gave a low battery indicator as if the cable came disconnected, so I'm wondering if there is a short in this cable somewhere. But this does not charge. There are no batteries in here from what I can tell. So we're just running off the cable right now. But we are going to set this up with the battery pack outside and go ahead and play with it and see what it will do. And then we'll go from there, because this does not charge and I'm not going to load it up with AA batteries at this point. Now just quickly going through the menu here on the PR800 Wild camera, we can see here that we can set up things like the mode, which you can switch between photo, video, and video. Photo pixel, so you can change the resolution. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the highest resolution, 42 megapixels. You can put on continuous shooting and you can make it shoot 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 photos. Video length, you can put it 5, 10, 20, 30, or 1 minute. Let's go ahead and put it on 30. Resolution, you can change from VGA to 720p to 1080p to 2K or 2.7K. I'm going to go ahead and go to 2.7K. Low, medium, high, PIR sensitivity, whatever that means. EIR interval. Whoops, I went back out. Not sure what that is. There's a timer. There is a time-lapse mode here. There's an auto power off, which is not on right now. And here's where you set your date and time. Record audio, yes or no. Device sound, you can turn the sound effect off and on for this guy. Timestamp on. Format. That format's the SD card. And there's the software version. Let's go ahead and set the date and time if it's not set already. So it's set to 1/1/2023, when in fact it is August 29th, 2023. Let's see if we can go backwards. There we go. It thinks it is 8:36. Well, that's not good. How do I get to the time? Okay. So it is officially 4:58 p.m. 16:58. Let's see if it saved that. Yep, it did. Okay, cool. So that's a little look at the menu here on the trail cam. Let's see if we can figure out now how to set it up. All right, I've been trying out the trail cam for a minute, the PR800, and now I'm pretty confident I understand how this guy works. So the power switch right here has two modes. One is setup and one is on. When the switch is in setup, that's when you can operate all the menu buttons and set up the actual trail cam. When you pop the switch over to on, then it counts down from 5 and then the camera is ready to start recording. Now, a negative that I already see about the camera is the position of the power. When this power is connected all the time, you can't sit the camera on the actual bottom. It would have to be put on a mount. Now on the rear, it does have provisions for a mount of some kind, or on the bottom actually, right there. It has a screw mount where you could put like a stake or something and drive it into the ground, or you could just zip tie it to a tree or whatever. But I did do some sample videos here for you guys, and when you go back into the setup mode and then you go into the replay mode, you can actually see here that I recorded some videos in the dark, some in the light, and some outside. And we will give you guys an actual video sample here coming up, and we will do that in a few minutes. I wanted you guys to see how the setup versus the on switch works here. So the replay button puts you in replay mode to watch videos. The mode button switches between photo and video mode right there. And then if you just want to take an instant picture, you use the shot button right there. So that's kind of the way that the menu items operate here on the PR800 Wild camera here by Haza. And now we're going to take a little bit more in-depth look at maybe using AA batteries in this and how that will actually turn out. Let's check it out. Alright, so I have removed the little safety cover there on the PR800, and to load the batteries you simply put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 AA batteries in this thing to use those. I'm not going to load it. I do have them here. I am quite satisfied with the existing configuration of using a power cable because I'm not going to be placing this outside yet, but it does have a feature where it will power off and save batteries until it needs to power back on. So that's why you can use batteries and it doesn't just eat them up instantly. But that is a good look at the PR800. Here's a look at the back of it. Like I said, it's got some little handles right there. You could easily zip tie this to something, and then it's got a threaded mount on the bottom where you could probably put it on a tripod or maybe a stake into the ground. And you can see right here right now it has infrared LEDs on the front as well. Alright, so I have been playing with the trail cam for a few minutes now, and I actually left it out here to play with the wildlife. It's been running for about 6 or 7 minutes, so I'll show you guys how I set it up. So there we see we have an alligator right there, actually. Alligator, turtles, all kinds of wildlife chilling. And the camera is set up right here, and it should have gotten some shots. And I have the battery bank set up right here. And if we come back to this guy and we go back to setup, it's kind of hard to get the switch in the right position because you tend to like turn it off, but it doesn't always come on when I put it in setup, which is interesting. kind of the problem I had with it in the very beginning. Yeah, there it goes, finally. Now, it's starting to rain, so we're going to take this whole thing inside now. There comes the hurricane. And yeah, so that is a nice look at the trail cam and what it can do. And now we will take it back into the Supercar Street Racing Studios to take a in-depth look at the actual ad for this trail cam. Welcome back to the beautiful Supercar Street Racing Studios. We produce high quality 4K video right here in front of your eyes, and we try to do it live every time for you guys. It's good to see you again. And today, as you can see up behind me right here, we are prepping for Hurricane Idalia, or however you want to pronounce it, but it is on the way to somewhere in Florida, around the Big Bend or whatever they call it. Looks like we won't get a whole lot in Jacksonville. I'm hoping it's going to swing up and around, but we are prepping for that right now. But we are here not to talk about weather. We're here to talk about the Haza trail camera, and we just showed you that in the wild and how it operates and some actual footage of it. Now right here it says it's a 58 megapixel screen, a 2-inch, I don't know about huge screen, it is a screen. But yeah, so it's a game hunting camera with night vision, and we went through the whole setup and everything on it. The only thing I can really say about the camera that was a negative was that it was kind of flaky with powering off and on. I don't know what that was about. I'll probably have to play with it a little bit more. The night vision works really well, and the detection settings work really well, so I was pleased with that. It has 4.8 stars, so that's great, and here is an actual picture of it and some of the pictures online that they are highlighting of the camera. It does come with a 32 gigabyte SD card, and I didn't use much of that, but again, I didn't record a whole ton of video, and that's going to of course depend on your quality settings and what you're going to put those on. But yeah, I did like the way the pictures looked. It does come with a charging cable, which is awesome, but it does not charge. It's kind of misleading. You can either power it off of batteries or off of a hard power. Now, the disappointing thing about the power cable is it sits right underneath the device, making it impossible to sit on the ground and plug in at the same time unless you can kind of dig out a little hole for the power cable, which is what I did. It does come with a data USB cable too, but obviously the best way to actually get stuff off of the card is to use one of these USB SD card readers here, like I use for the GoPro, which is going to be way faster than using the cable. And so I'm going to give this guy an overall good rating. I mean, I think it's worth the $50. It's 10% off right now, so you can save another $5 on this thing. And I encourage you guys to please buy through my link. I'll have a link for this guy right in the description down here. Please purchase the camera through my link or anything else you need from Amazon. You don't have to find the actual product. You can click my link for the camera and you can buy anything you want, and it helps us out so much. It gives us just a little bit of money, a tiny bit of money to keep supporting Supercar Street Racing. Wish me luck with the Hurricane, guys. We'll check in with you. We are also live on Supercar Street Racing with our Hurricane Idalia cam. If you just look on the channel, you'll see that right now. Please tune in and give me some comments and suggestions in the Hurricane cam and tell me what you think, and we'll see you guys next time. I'm out of here. What's going on, everybody? Supercar Street Racing here with a little update. I did sell my Lexus IS300 to my friend Philip in Hawaii. The car did leave on Saturday, and I do have some video of that. I'll be posting, or I might have already posted that. And here is my new car. This is a 2011 BMW 335i convertible. Purchased it in Florida. Drove it up from Jupiter to Jacksonville yesterday. It is 52,000 miles, and it is black sapphire over saddle brown, in really, really good condition. Really love this car. This is my second 335i. I do like the auto transmission over the manual in these cars. So this car has the MHD Stage 1 flash. I'm waiting for some hardware parts to come in before I flash it to a higher stage. Ordered full bolt-ons for it. It also has the XHP transmission flash in it, and so that should help out as well. It's really cool that they finally were able to crack the 6-speed transmission on this car. So that's my new BMW 335i convertible. You'll hear some more updates from me. Supercar Street Racing later. Come on, eat your dinner. Don't worry about these guys. Don't be scared of a bunch of turtles. Death by 1,000 bee stings. Eat dinner.
Awesome. Woo. First time I ever took it to 8,000. Oh my god. Took it all the way to 8,000. Second gear was worthless. I know they had to do that.
Supercar Street Racing, and today we are continuing with part 3 of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos on YouTube. Most of these videos were recorded back in 2005 through 2008, maybe a little bit later than 2005, but we're going to continue that today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back to part 3 of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos on YouTube. Today I've got 4 or 5 videos queued up, and we're going to take a look at those, and I'm going to react to them. I haven't seen them in a really long time, and you guys may have not seen any of them. Some of them are pretty cool. I had a pretty nice Supra, and I regret to this day selling it. So let's take a look at what we got first over here. Alright, so this says Brad's GT74 Super Crazy Burnouts at the Luxor Hotel. So basically what this is Supras Invade Vegas, and everybody was egging me on at the hotel, and so I did some crazy burnouts there. And I do remember in this video, I believe the police come by at some point. So what we're going to do is listen to this, and I realized there was an echo when I had my mic on yesterday, so I'm going to go ahead and turn the mic off when we do this. Or actually, let me just do this. Let me mute desktop audio and turn up this video audio, and we'll see if we just listen to it there, how that is, so you guys can still hear me. Alright, let's give this a shot. Alright, that's me in the Supra. Somebody's pouring water on the tire to make the burnout a little better. This was fun, I remember this. It's literally the Luxor parking lot where most of us stayed for the event. Car. Had to wait for a car to go by. I gave the thumbs up. And of course the play other video things came up at the end. There I go. Surprised it didn't kicked out, but there was cops. I believe there's a second view of this, and there was police driving by the second I did the burnout, so pretty crazy. So that's me at the Luxor Hotel for Supras Invade Las Vegas. I don't know what year, 2008 maybe, ish. Alright, so this next video, I believe the audio was removed from. This is a 2005 R1 racing me, and my buddy David, I believe, was filming, and he kept dropping the camera, and I kept getting mad at him because it was a pretty rare opportunity to race a bike. So let's see what this is all about. Yep, the audio was replaced on this. This guy had 165 rear wheel horsepower. There's the actual bike. We stopped and talked to the guy. He was really cool. Really, really beautiful bike. Now the bike's so old. This one was modded, exhaust, tune, 165 at the wheels. Pretty fast for a bike. And there is me chasing the bike on the way to an Orange Park car show with my buddy David. Audio, of course, is removed because I didn't realize back then YouTube was going to start cracking down on the audio copyright stuff. And my buddy is freaking out because he's never been in a car. I'm like, dude, come on, man, get it on video. Terrible camera work. Also, the music is absolutely horrible on this. And I think that he tries again. Yeah. I don't know why my buddy kept dropping the camera, but he absolutely ruined this video. He said he got it. He absolutely did not get it all. Then he hits it right here on the straightaway, and I try to stick with him. Very quick bike. This had some Star Wars stuff in it, I know, because the bike was black and like it just reminded me of Star Wars. That area right there is actually known for police. They hang out right there before you get to that bridge. So I guess, I don't remember this part, but apparently his tire was shot. Yeah, he was riding on cords doing 170 miles an hour. Back then we thought we had to put that it wasn't us in the videos. We were so worried about getting busted by the cops. Worst cameraman in history, my buddy David, who's an airline pilot. And back then I was sponsored by MVP Motorsports with my Supra. We would get really good discounts on everything. Alright, so that's me racing an R1 in my Supra. Now this actually is pretty cool. So guys, this is me in when we were filming Kings of the Street. So Kings of the Street is a guy who traveled around on a motorcycle, and he would only film or record cars that had more than like 700 wheel horsepower. He invited me out there. I did this run before we actually did the filming, and I had a thing of race gas sitting in the passenger seat at the time. But this is, you can barely see it, but this is GPS on my Pioneer AVIC, I think N1 or something like that. But it's GPS verified 170. Let's see. So there's my speedometer maxed out. Getting there, maxed out. So funny because you can't even hear the motor. There's the race fuel. And then somebody stole this, so they dropped a advertisement at the end. They stole my video. So that's me going 170
on pump gas. I believe this one is my buddy's R6, and this was the last time I ever, I'm trying to get the words out, this is the last time I ever ran the car on the 67mm turbo. We upgraded to a GT74. We did bigger fuel injectors, and all that came after this video. This is a pretty cool video. Went to a car meet, and this is what happened. This might not have audio either. Yeah, all these videos had copyrighted music on them. It's a bummer that I don't have the originals, but this is before you could even save these guys. Okay, well, it does have audio. Okay, there's my Supra. Looking so good. There's my buddy's R6. I think they were telling me to do a burnout. Maybe warming up the tires. There's my buddy Dan. Missed that guy. We couldn't get quite started here. We had a car behind us too. Spelled mission wrong. Look at that. I think I got squirrely on that one. Here we go. Pretty good run. It was a short, like maybe less than an 1/8 mile. Not too big of a run. By the time we would actually get started, we would be at the end of the road, or cars were coming. Here we go. This was like on a little side road next to the freeway. And yeah, I was getting the car upgraded after that, so that was kind of cool. Alright, here is, it says single turbo Supra does 50 to 170 in seconds, Ricky Bobby style, which I guess there's some Ricky Bobby stuff. Talladega Nights. Let's make sure there's no audio in this, it's copyright. Here we go. I had a boost leak during this one, 100%. You can hear it, the way the blow-off valve is slow. So that's kind of, let's watch that one again. So this starts at 40 all the way to 170. This was race gas, 33 pounds of boost. Several boost leaks. Car was insanely fast. Now this one we're moving on to, this was that same Turbo 350Z that I raced in the other video with my buddy. This is his video, and they talked a lot of smack after the video, like they won. Literally, they said they won the racing, but they got, I mean, their car was not, it was probably 350 to the tires, and I was making double that. But here is this video. You can't even really hear the turbo on that car, but here we go. That's me pulling up beside him. Another, he goes, you ain't gonna get that one. He dropped the camera as well. This is my buddy racing him. Stock fuel, single turbo. go. And he gets walked. So that just goes to show you. Here's my buddy racing him again. See, when they start evenly, my buddy just walks him.
Try the #1 professional.
And then we get an ad right in the middle of the right in the middle of the thing.
For up to 72 hours. Formulated
So let's
with argan oil,
let this ad run out.
acid, powered by science, prescribed by pros.
Oh, that was it. Okay. So that was the end of the video. It cut off right there. I believe he cut like a lot of the video out. So that was the next set of videos, guys, on me reacting to my old racing videos. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Stay tuned for the next part of this series where we'll go over this again, do some more cool videos on Supercar Street Racing. This thing right here went into my brand spanking new foothole.
Guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. You got Brad. And today we are in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom here with beautiful not sunny Florida behind me in the background. And we got this camera that was donated so graciously to us from the company MubView. We're gonna be taking a look at this camera today, get it unboxed, check out the app, and see if this thing is worth buying. This is an indoor pan tilt zoom from MubView. I promised those guys I would take a look at this and help you guys decide whether it's right for you or not. So we're gonna open this up today, take a look at it, and it's probably gonna start raining here soon because we got another storm coming to Florida. So let's get this thing unboxed real quick, see what's inside the box, and go from there, guys. Welcome back. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We're out here in the beautiful SCSR sunroom to show you this MubView pan tilt zoom indoor camera. This is a good look at the box right here. We're gonna get this thing unboxed in a few minutes, but I wanted to go ahead and talk to you about this. Outside of this box, it has a couple of things on it that are interesting. So it says it has two-way audio, so I guess you can talk back and forth to the camera. It has motion detection. It has warning and playback, whatever that means. It does have night vision. It does panoramic views, uses Wi-Fi, and does cloud storage. It has an activity zone, so you can mask off where you want the camera to actually check for activity. It says something about ONVIF. I'm not sure what that is, but we're going to dig into that today when we get inside of the box for the MubView Smart PTZ indoor camera. So let's get this thing opened up now and figure out exactly what's going on, and I'm so happy you guys are here today. All right, a few things on the front of the box also that we didn't check into before. It says it's good for home security, for baby care, for elder care, or for pet care. And now let's get this thing opened up and see what's inside. All right, directly in front of us is the MubView Pan Tilt Zoom indoor camera. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at that now. And there's a better look at the front of the box there that you didn't get to see before. It actually has a code to scan for the app, and this is the model PK320. And I guess what a lot of these companies usually do is they just clone other companies' apps, and they sell the same camera with multiple different apps, the exact same camera. And then there's a good look at the front of the box. Open it up now and see what's inside. And on the top it says PD. I don't know what that's about. And inside of the box, the MubView camera that so many people clone and copy and use their own names on. Let's see. There is a instruction manual right here. And that's it. Inside the box they have this little cardboard condom with the cord inside of it. And then if you go further, you do have some drywall inserts to install it with. You have a standard USB 5-volt power adapter here and the mounting base right there. And inside of the box with the MubView, you can see that it does have a wooden base, which is interesting. The other ones I have don't have that, but check out the Pan Tilt Zoom MubView camera, 2.4 5G. It does say it supports 5G, which would be the first camera that I have had that has 5G connectivity.
as far as I know, unless Wise has integrated it, which I don't know if they have yet, but most of these devices will not work with 5G internet. They only work with 2.4 gigahertz. They have issues with doing anything other than that. But yeah, this is the indoor mub view, so I'm curious to see. And I think it's interesting that they chose a wooden bottom. I've never seen that before on any of the cameras that I've had. And this is how you mount it. So you basically screw this to the wall, put the camera on it, and you are done. And that is how you set that up. Here are the drywall inserts. So you have a place where you need to put this when you have. So here are the drywall inserts. If you have a place you need to put this, take a screwdriver about the same size as this, push it through the wall, stuff these in there, and then you have mounting for your mub view. And inside of the manual here, we can see that it has some information about the warranty. You can register it right here with this barcode, this QR code. They do have a phone number here and a website, which I will put in the description of the video. On the next page, it does show you that the camera has the lens right here. There should be a status light somewhere on here as well. There is a mic on this part, it says. There's a reset button on the bottom along with the SD card. So it looks like you have to put the card in right here, which is kind of hard to get in probably, but I don't know. But there's the reset button right there as well, right on the bottom. It does say that the back here is a speaker. So there's your speaker right there. This is your charger or your power supply. Okay, the next step here is to download and install the app, but we want to go look at the rest of the features. It looks like you have to sign up for an account with MubView. There's instructions on getting the camera connected here, which we'll get to in a minute. And yeah, connecting the camera to the app is right here. And then more instructions on how to get the camera connected, which when we go to the phone, we'll be able to see that. And there's ways to share this with people. If you want your family or friends to have view rights on the camera, or they could also control it, you can do that right here. That's inside the app. And then there's a bunch of facts. So if you have issues with the camera, read through a couple of these, see how that works out for you if you have any problems there. 2 pages of facts. That's about it. So I think what we need to do right now is get this camera set up. So for that, we're gonna get to the phone here momentarily. Let's do that now. All right, we're back with the MubView Pan Tilt Zoom camera. And the first thing we need to do today is go ahead and download the app. So to do that, they have a QR code right here. So let's go ahead and scan that QR code on the phone, which we are also recording on. And we do see here the app is called Cloud Edge. And if we were to search for MubView, so Cloud Edge comes up, but it doesn't say MubView, which is interesting. So let's go ahead and install that. Go ahead and open up the app, Cloud Edge, and we have to sign up. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and sign up, Supercar Street Racing. All right, so now we are ready to add our camera, but it is not plugged in, but I do have my trusty battery pack right here. So let's go ahead and power the camera up. All right, the camera came on and did sound. You saw that. It is still going crazy. It's doing a little dance for you guys. All right, let's add device. All right, went ahead and added device. It did find the camera, and it looks like this camera can be battery charged. So it does have a rechargeable battery in it. You can see right here on the screen, we found it. Hit next.
Reset the device by holding the reset button for 5 seconds. Wait for the indicator light to flash red.
Okay. It's flashing already red. You can see right here. Let's go ahead and hit next.
Select the 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi network and enter your password.
All right, it is successfully added the device to Wi-Fi. Let's click next. Let's rename the camera. Let's call it MubView. All right, we're done with that. All right, now we're looking at the management for the MubView PTZ. You can see it right here on the screen. If we hit play, it is showing us how to work the camera here. All right, we're back in front of the MubView now. We do have a 128 gigabyte SD card to go ahead and put in the device. The other device, the other card would not work. We are ready to put the SD card in the MubView. Let's go ahead and press that in, see what happens. All right, it's fully inserted. Let's go into the app and see if it recognizes it or if we have to format it. We got our SD card formatted on the computer, and when you format this, you should do exFAT for the format. SD card is inserted. Let's back out and go back into recording management. It's saying, wait a moment. It's trying to figure out the SD card. It is doing something, 10%. It's getting the SD card ready now. You can see it right here on the app. All right, it sees that the SD card is 128 gigabyte. It has 117 gigabytes free. I'm gonna set it on all day recording. All right guys, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing office with the MubView camera, and I just wanted to give you guys a little update.
I was able to use BlueStacks on the PC and successfully look at the video live on the PC. There should be other ways to do it with this new open standard. It'd be a way to call it up on multiple programs with this new open standard. It is called ONVIF, Open Network Video Interface Forum. So that gives the ability to use a lot of different types of programs to monitor this camera. Now I did use the camera on a live stream for about a day and a half, and I am gonna put some of the video from the camera up right after this and let you see what it looks like both in the daytime and at night, pointing out at my backyard. Now, our sponsor would love if you would go check out the MubView camera. I'm gonna put a link in the description to that. And make sure that you buy all your Amazon products through our links. It helps us out greatly, as the channel doesn't make any money. So it just helps us get by a little bit and bring better products to you to review. But like I said, the MubView here, it's a nice camera. It does come with a little mounting plate on the bottom there. You just screw the mounting plate in somewhere and then you turn the camera onto it. It comes with a USB brick, a 5-volt USB brick, plugs right in there to a standard USB Type A port as well. And the quality is about 2K is what it says on the box, and that's what we observed. And we will show you that now. And then right after that, please go click through the links in the description. We'll see you next time. Let's get this thing installed. All right, we've got our power wire here. We need to go ahead and connect the strip like so. It has a keyed edge. It's got a clip, and then the other end is raised, so you can't possibly put it in backwards. Still, they haven't perfected this little connector yet, huh? Still the 4 pins that can easily bend. This goes to the power supply, and then this goes to power. And there they are. And we should be able to register these on the Govee app. Pretty bright, I love it. Looks awesome. Let me grab the tablet and we'll try to register these. Okay, so the goal is to hit this right here. If I can't get it, I'm gonna have to call Rich to help me. But the TV is not that heavy. Actually, it is kind of heavy. I probably can't do this alone. Nah, not happening. I don't think.
right, I got the Fire TV. I've got the power for the TV as well. And that goes on the other side, that's right. Very cool mount, I love it. Works really well. Temporary plug some power in here for it, and then we're going to cut in a wall box next. So the Fire TV input is actually on this side. Power's on this side. There is TV power. This guy was plugged in on the side, even though we'll probably use a different input next time. Okay, everything's plugged in. Let's give it a shot. It is on. Let me kill these lights. All right, there's Fire TV. Find our channel. Looks a little cockeyed, but it's completely level. I think it's just the way it's mounted. Probably can tilt back some too. And here is our channel. And let's check out a video by Supercar Street Racing. Maybe. I notice these do this sometimes. They'll start playing and you have to go back out and hit play again.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. It is a beautiful but chilly.
There we have it. The TV is installed. Now we got to cut an electrical box and run power straight up. Hopefully there's nothing in the way, like a stud or anything across, or that will suck. This is our new work template. This is the size we need to cut the hole for the new work box. We're actually cutting two. We're cutting one for power and one for audio, even though this can actually run off the home audio system, which I'll show you guys in a little bit. What we need to do now is get behind the TV and cut this. So we're going to measure how far. Oh, we forgot to test the LED strip. Let's do that first. So, it should be on this side. Guy needs power, which will all be behind the TV. And there is our beautiful Govee light strip. Ready to go. I love this mount. Oh, I pulled the power out of the LED strip. I got to remember to leave enough slack for that behind the TV. I didn't think about that for moving it And that is how it looks with the LED light strip installed. Pretty cool, guys. Kind of digging it. So this is kind of the complicated part. We need to put a wall box in, and we need to drill through the cap up top to put power up into the attic where I have power. And that is going to entail figuring out where to drill. And basically, we're going to measure, I guess, to this box, which is on that line. It's going to be hard to get right. So somewhere in here, "58 inches over." Maybe 57.5 is where we need to drill from this wall box on the cap. Okay, so the next step here is cutting a wall box and then getting the wire pulled down from the top. Alright guys, so I went up in the attic, drilled through the cap, ran a coat hanger down through, used my hands in the insulation without gloves because it's easier to feel everything, and then I pulled our wires through. Now I've got to go back up in the attic and pull the coat hanger out. We'll do that now. Little update here, I bought an integrated amplifier tuner and the guy is delivering it right now. It's an older one, it just needs to be stereo. It's going on top of there, and the volume control output of the TV will then control the receiver, and we'll use a headphone jack on the TV. So we got to run this headphone jack up, around, and into the side of the TV where the headphone jack is. And then we have to run speaker wires from the new receiver up to the in-ceiling speakers out here. And as long, oops, almost tripped. As long as we have these turned off inside the house, it will play out of the television. So that is the next step, pulling some wire, long enough wire to go from up here. We're gonna mount the receiver right on top of the shelf right there. So we're gonna pull wire all the way to each speaker there and there next. And a sub is going on top of that as well. Got my JBL ARC sub out. It has issues though. It pops off and on when the input level changes to real low. It's always done that. But that's going up there until I get the Monoprice 8-inch subwoofer to go right on that shelf. So I'm gonna start looking for wiring and fabricating some wiring. All right, the Onkyo receiver just showed up here. Have not even powered it on yet. Go ahead and test it while the guy's still in the driveway. And it does come on. So there is our power for the speakers in the garage. Okay guys, welcome back. We did get our old work box in, so we're ready to finish this install. So I will be working on that now.
As you can see, we had an Uber fail and the phone fell, but I did get it was super frustrating, this type of screw that falls back into the device. But I did get the outlet wired up. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the wall now. See blue on the outside. Now, that means it's working. Assuming the USB part works. So, why don't we test that out? Let's plug the light in there. I see power on the light. And it works. Okay, so I now have to get this cable somehow through the faceplate. So I'm thinking of drilling out the side big enough for this guy to fit through. So it's just like, if I can, drill right through both of these plates on the corner. We've got our drill ready here, and all we have to do is make sure we pick a brand new bit from our brand new kit that is big enough for the mini jack to go through cleanly, because I don't feel like soldering it and unsoldering it and all that. So it's going to have to be big enough for the entire jack to go through, and the biggest bit I have here is a 3/8. Hey, welcome to the channel, guys. This is an exciting day we have for you today. One of the biggest days of the year for me. I have finally in my hands a new phone here. So for the last 2.5 years or so, I have had the Galaxy S20 Ultra 5G. So I've been waiting for the next generation of camera phones to come out, because camera in the phone is what I use it most for. And the S22 Ultra 5G was released a couple of weeks ago, or planned to be released a couple weeks ago, and we have right here in our hands a S22 Ultra 5G. So we were recording this video on an S20 Ultra 5G, and we will move to the S22 in the middle of the video and let you guys see what the comparison is there. So we have it brand new in the box. It's still sealed here. Has not been opened at all. I need a free hand, but I'm going to put my tablet in there as well so we can do some other video. If I can do this with two hands. But yeah, so we got the S22 Ultra right here. We got some closer video here with my tablet. Believe me, guys, I'll get a good camera eventually. But here we go. So first impressions right here. Here is the case the box for the, not the case, the box for the S22 Ultra 5G. It comes in a really nice black box with a big S on the front. Now this is 45 watt charging. They did not move to the next level of charging, which is super disappointing for me. The only plus on that is the new phones from Samsung do not come with a charger. So in order to reduce costs, they do not give you a charger with these phones. They give you a cable, but no plug for the 45 watt. Now luckily, that's the pro of having the S20 Ultra 5G. It does have like I do have a charger for that guy. So here we go. So I just got the tape off of this guy, and I've got my tablet going right here for a closer look view. And yep, there it is. All right, guys, there's the phone fresh out of the packaging right there. And for those of you guys who like the 4K video better, here is the phone directly in the box, unpackaged from T. And dropped it, of course. I wish I would have broken it, because that would have been epic. Funny story, I broke my S20 Ultra the first day I had it while I was putting on my screensaver. It fell off the counter and broke. So that would have been another epic breakage. But I do have the insurance, and no, it did not break. There it is, but that was also good content. Alright, so it does have a screensaver on it. We're going to go ahead and power that guy on now and see what happens. So I'm going to hold down the side button. I'm assuming it's charged a little bit. Let's see. No, if it doesn't come on, maybe it needs to be charged. Let's see what happens. Probably got to hold it for longer than that. So we're waiting for that guy to come on now, and it may be completely dead. Oh, there it goes. We got the Samsung Galaxy on there. Here it comes. Got some good close-up video going here on the tablet. Unfortunately, the tablet's only 1080p. Looking inside the box, while that's going to power up, we've got this little packet right here. And inside we've got some little instructions, like terms and conditions here. And the phone is powered up. It says welcome. We've got the USB Type-C cable inside of the little packaging, and we've got a SIM puller. Now we don't have to take the SIM out of my old phone is what I understand. This should just work. So if we hit welcome now, we see it's still up at the welcome screen right there. I'll be going back and forth between this and my tablet, or either I'll have the tablet in a little window for you guys. But we hit start. It wants a SIM card, so I'm not sure if we're supposed to switch SIM cards or what we're supposed to do. If we do have to do that, we will be having to move to the other phone, because I was under the impression that this guy came with a SIM card, but let's see. I thought it came with a different SIM card. Okay, it says quick start. It says insert the SIM card. Okay, so this guy did not come with a SIM card, so let's see. No, I don't see one there. There's not one in here that I'm aware of. Yeah, I think I have to take the SIM card out of the other phone and put it in this one, which is annoying. Because I was under the impression it came with a brand new SIM card, guys, but I guess it doesn't. So that's going to put a stop to the 4K part of the video from the S20 Ultra. Once I get this phone up and running, I guess, I guess I could still film from that phone without a SIM card. Let me get that SIM card out, and then I will be back with you guys. Alright guys, so I got the SIM card out of the old phone. You would have laughed so hard. The SD card there went flying across the room. And by the way, there is no SD card slot in the new phone. So I got the SIM card tray out here. I got the SIM card right here. I'm about to remove the, first I gotta find it where the SIM card goes in here. It's on the bottom right there. Go ahead and put the SIM card in here, and then I'll update you guys on my progress. Okay guys, here is the SIM card tray right there for the new phone. Much smaller because it doesn't have a
does not have a SD card option. And it is notched out, so you can only put this in one way. So there's a notch in the upper corner. There's absolutely no way you can get this wrong, but it should just like go right in there without a problem. Yep, okay, so I'm gonna need 2 hands to do this. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'll be back with you guys.
All right, guys, so it got the SIM card and it wants to restart. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. We are back on the S20 Ultra 5G, so the phone is restarting now. Noticeably heavier than the S20 Ultra 5G, but I heard that about it. It does have a big battery, so I was expecting that to be a little bit heavier. So this guy's restarting now with the SIM card from the S20, and then I think we have to transfer all my data, and I don't quite know how yet. I think you can pull it back from Samsung Cloud, but I'm gonna find out right now when this thing comes back and I get all signed in. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. Okay, I wanted you guys to actually see this. It rebooted. It had a little Android logo and then it rebooted. So now it's back on the way up. Again, this is being recorded on a S20 Ultra 5G. So it's 4K video that I'm recording. I won't shoot 8K yet because my video card won't render 8K in hardware. It takes forever to render it in software. But here we go, T-Mobile. It's starting up now. You guys are seeing this first with me, so this is the first time. And I think it's probably trying to figure out the network and all that. But yeah, here's the old SD card that is no longer supported. It is a 64 gigabyte SD card. Now this is a 512 gigabyte S22 Ultra. I actually literally have no need for an SD card. I'm not going to fill up 512 gigabytes ever. So it looks like it's booting up now. And it says welcome. Let's get started. You got to agree to this, agree to that, agree to that, agree to all. That's fine, whatever. Fix it later. But here it goes to the next, where it wants to get to my Wi-Fi network. So let's choose my network here. I'll let you guys go aside while I put the password in. Alright, it says connected. Alright, it's connected to my Wi-Fi network. That's good. Been having Wi-Fi issues lately, so it's looking for updates. It may find some stuff to do here. It says it's getting my phone ready. It's supposed to be a really fast phone, so I'm curious to see like what the difference is in CPU speed here. But it is getting ready. Let's go ahead and get this into a place where you guys can actually see it. It says scan the code with your old device for more information on how to switch. So it gives you data on how to switch. I believe you just use a smart switch to do it, Samsung, or I'm not sure. I did it on my last phone. It was really easy. I'm gonna do it on the fly with you guys though. Still says getting ready. We'll be back when it says that we are ready for the next step. All right, guys, so Smart Switch is connected. I've never done it this way, but I was just curious on how to do this. It's saying what data do you want to transfer? So here's the old device, here's the new device, everything. Let's do it all. All. All right, here we go. And it says, do you want to copy to your new device down here? Yes, we do. And it wants me to unlock. And there it goes. So it's copying everything now. I'll get back to you guys when it's done. All right, guys, so it asked me some questions here about some apps that wanted to transfer, like Scam Shield for T-Mobile. I did let it do that. It asked me for a new device pin. I did put that in. Now, the only thing is that I am going to have to re-enroll my device for my dual factor for my work. So that's kind of a pain because I don't believe it will carry over. So
I'll have to take some time to figure out how to do all that on my new device. But yeah, it's getting my phone ready. So it looks like it's going to reset. It said the SIM card was changed. And we'll get back to you guys when it does that. So this guy just came back and he wants to do diagnostic data. Fine, whatever. So T-Mobile says I'm all set up here, so let's finish. All right, so interesting. This is how it came up. This one's still going though. I'm not sure what that's about because it says it's done. Although it is downloading something up here. Oh, it's completing setup and transferring data. Okay. It's not done yet, see? Stop being impatient, people. Stop it. All right, I'll let you guys know when this is done transferring data. All right, guys, so this is definitely a process. It's been going for about 20 minutes now, and it is not even halfway done yet. So I think that I would recommend that battery's at 64%. This battery's in the 70% range. I think we're good on that guy right there. So I'm just gonna let this go and I'll be back with an update when this is done. All right, guys, so welcome back to the channel. You are now in S22 Ultra 4K 60 frames per second, and I wanted you guys to be able to do a back-to-back to the other phone, which is actually right here. So here's the S20 Ultra. Just trying to get everything off of it so I can get this returned because I got a $500 credit for this guy. Great phone. I've always had good luck with this guy over the years, and there's nothing against this phone. It's just 2.5 years old. I had a chance to get the S22 Ultra 5G and get a $500 credit, and I did it, and so far so good. There are some pains switching over, absolutely. You gotta buy a new case doesn't fit. You gotta buy a new screen protector doesn't fit. And all of your settings and apps will mostly go in unless you have some dual factor authentication things that require biometrics or things like that. You will have to re-register it. So overall, I would so far recommend this. I wanted to get this out to you on the first day, so I got to start editing, figuring out where all my footage is. It's on 3 different devices, and then you guys will probably see this tomorrow. All right, I love you guys. Have a good night. Super Sugar Racing. Peace out. What's going on, everybody? It is Monday, and I am so frustrated right now with UPS. My wheels and tires were supposed to be at the shop on Friday. 3 of the 4 wheels and tires were delivered. The other wheel and tire has been saying out for delivery for 2 days now. I am at my wit's end with these guys. I've called them 10 times. Nobody can tell me where my package is. Today we've got an unboxing. As you can see by the title, this is the G paddles. This is to convert your button style shifter that was on the AMG, the early AMGs, to paddles. Let's take a look at this. Go ahead and open it up. This came from England. Just be aware if you order these that you will have to sign for the package. It kind of took me off guard, and got to the post office today. There were 700 people in line for the holidays. But thank goodness that some lady walked out and said, "Is anyone just picking up?" So first thing I noticed is the package is almost open, but oh well, hopefully there's nothing wrong with it. It says that the G paddles are inside and that there's instructions here. Literally was hardly closed at all. Go ahead and get that rest of that open. See what's inside here. Looks like we got some instructions here about that they emailed me, the real instructions. And we've got this other page here. So there's one thing you got to know about this. The factory button holder, which you will see when we install this, is very delicate. They do not make that button holder anymore. If you damage it, you need a new steering wheel. There are ways to get this thing out though, involving heating that unit, that button holder up so that it's more pliable. If you don't, you're gonna break this little tab off. Picture it like this. Basically, this is not dirty looking at all, is it? There is a little button holder. The stock button is has 2 tabs on the side like this that fit inside these little round things, okay? To get that button out, you have to pop those little tabs out. But when you do, most people break off this little circle that covers it. It's almost, I don't even know how to describe it, but the pin goes inside this little half circle that allows it to turn. Most people break that off right there because they just are in too much of a hurry and they don't heat the housing. So inside here we've got this nifty little, I guess it's an air freshener, British flag air freshener. And then inside here we've got G-paddles. So they are silver. You can get other colors, but I mean, if you really want other colors, just paint them. That's G-paddle number 1. So there's the mechanism. So if you see what I'm saying here, these 2 pins, right there, they fit in 2 little circles that are pivot points. And this part presses the actual button. And this part would be this left side, I believe. So when you pull it towards you, it pushes the button. So that part inside the holder, button holder, that's part that goes around this pin is what people usually break off. So here is button number 2. I will put the instructions for this with this video. There's button number 2. So it's going to probably be like that, I'm guessing. But the opposite of the way it's facing you. That side would face you. There's the 2 together. So look for video number 2 of this, which would be installing these beautiful G-paddle button replacements. I'll throw these back in here right now. And any day now you can look forward to a video of brand new wheels and tires. I won't tell you anything about the wheels except that they are matte black. And I was kind of trying to save that, but I gave it away in another video. So look for that video coming up soon, and we'll see you guys in the next day or 2. What's up, everybody? Got the 335i right here. Starting to do some modifications. Got the Circuit Works downpipe. Comes uncoated. So I've got some high temp coating, and we are going to do that right now. Here's a look at the Circuit Works downpipe from eBay. Gonna paint this right up. Pretty cheap. About $200 for the N55 version. Seems like things are a little bit more expensive for N55. So there's a good look at it. Oh, that's a bummer. It won't stay standing for me to paint. Yep, super bummer. So yeah, that's a look at the Circuit Works. $200 downpipe. Something's polished with this logo. Oh, here comes the crew going for a walk. Okay. Bye, nerds. Okay. So
I'm gonna paint this up like this. That one little part's gonna need to be, well, almost lost it. So I'm gonna do it like that. In here we got the high temp silicone spray. That's tire shine. That's not it. That won't be effective. But here's the DEI high temp silicone coating. I don't know if you guys remember, but we did the SL65 exhaust with this stuff. Give this a good shake. Those nerds. So I'm going to give this a good shot of DEI high temp silicone coating. I just feel like this is will be a lot better for, I mean, it looks nice and everything with the polish, but I think 3 or 4 coats of this will be more effective for keeping the heat in. And I mean, you don't see this, so I don't know what the point is of having a nice badge on there. This stuff runs about, you can get it for around $10 if you really look. I got it at Advanced Auto Parts, and when you order online you get, sometimes you can get a coupon code. Just keep this away from your other cars with overspray. And I think that 2 or 3 coats will be enough. Just remember to get all the angles. Stuff doesn't run very easily, I've noticed, so you can kind of go heavy. So there you have ultimate Tesla peel satisfaction, new sill plate. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Amazing. Are you guys ready to go beyond today? Because today we have the HP Envy, and it is from Best Buy. It has the Ryzen 7 processor and 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte SSD. Let's get this thing opened up and see what's inside. Now we're right in front of the HP Envy and also in front of the iMac that we did purchase from a thrift store. You can go ahead and check out that video later. But right now I've got this backwards actually because it does open up from this side. But if we go around the side here, we can look at the model number, and it is a HP Envy X360 2-in-1 laptop. This thing does have the Ryzen 7 processor on it, and it does have a terabyte SSD in it and 16 gigs of RAM. Now, one of the things we're going to be doing today is actually we're going to edit this entire episode on this laptop. This is not an editing machine by any means. It doesn't have a super fast video card. This is a super fast processor, but not a fast video card. But we're going to set this up for Rich and Trish live. While we do that, we're going to be recording that, and then we're also going to get this thing going for them, as far as we're going to take all the bloatware off and install all the necessary antivirus and other software that they need to work every day. Now this thing did come from Best Buy, and I believe it was $749, so not a bad deal. And looking at the back of the box, it doesn't really have much on it, just a little barcode and some battery information. Everything important is on the side, and like I said, I'll put a link in the description to this guy for later. Back in front of the HP Envy and ready to unbox it, and it does open up backwards, which is better for you guys because you are backwards, but the camera would hit it. So let's roll this thing around and see what's inside. And here we have a nice HP Envy logo on the back of the box, which you guys can't see, and then the Envy is inside of this black felt right here. And right underneath that, inside the Envy, we have a package here, which I'm assuming has some software related items in it. It has some setup instructions here, and then underneath that we have a power adapter, and it is a USB Type-C power. Let's see if I have enough cable to actually plug this in from where it has to reach. All right, of note, the very first thing that we can say about the HP is that it does have a decent amount of cable from the power adapter. I would say at least around 10 feet. So here is the HP Envy, and this is what it looks like on the top. And flipping it over, not much to see. Apparently, if you want to get this thing opened up and do some RAM upgrades or something like that, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. They don't have an actual place to open it up, and I don't know if the battery is even replaceable. We would have to read our manual for that. But there is no battery place for you to actually just eject a battery on the back of this, as you can see. Now let's get this thing opened up and check out and now let's take a look at the ports on the HP. So on the side here, you can see it does have one USB Type A, it has an HDMI, and it has two USB Type Cs, and on this side another Type A USB port and a headphone jack. Now they have done away with the card readers on these now. There is no card reader inside of the HP, and we do have the laptop open now, and you can see it has Radeon graphics. It has a nice sticker here to show you that it has a Ryzen and Radeon graphics. It is called the Poly Studio. This is a touchscreen laptop, by the way. So I'm gonna go ahead and plug in the laptop and power it on now. And on the side of the laptop, we do have a white power indicator indicating that this is charging. And next, we'll go ahead and power this laptop on. And to make our life easier, we are gonna go ahead and plug in a USB Type A mouse to the side. It'll be much easier for us to do our setup on the laptop if we do have a regular mouse rather than the touchpad mouse. So let's go ahead and power this guy on. First, we have to find the power button. It is right here. It did light up here, indicating that we do have power to the laptop. We finally have an HP. That took about 25 to 30 seconds to actually power on, which is interesting. Now you can see Windows booting up here. Now this laptop does come with Windows 11, supposedly. We're gonna take a look at that as well and see what updates it needs for Windows 11, if any. I'm sure there's going to be a round or two of updates. And here we are at the initial Windows 11 setup screen, asking us what country we are in, and we are in the United States. We'll hit next there. We are in Windows. No, we want to skip a secondary keyboard layout. We're going to go ahead and connect to my network, but we are going to stop you guys down while we do that. Here we are connected to my Wi-Fi now, the Starbase. It's looking for updates now. So they did find some updates. It is going to go ahead and install those. We won't bore you guys with that. We'll stop down while it does the initial update procedure. We're back and we have our EULA in front of us we're just going to accept. And it just did rename the computer, and so now it is proceeding to restart. Okay, we can go ahead and do location-based services, find my device, and give advertising data and all that. We're going to turn off advertising data. And I did skip a couple of the things, but we don't want to do any of this stuff. Okay, so it is updating the software now. We'll get back to you guys when it is done. Okay, we did just put the PIN in to sign in, not the actual password. So the computer is now in the setup mode here again.
It says it might take a few minutes, so we're going to leave it right there while we check on dinner. All right, we are all signed into the desktop of the machine now, and we are going to, first things first, remove a lot of the bloatware, including the dumb McAfee that comes with this, because it is worthless. We got dinner. Prime rib from Cody's Roadhouse. So the first thing we're going to get rid of is this ridiculous McAfee. We're going to put AVG on there because McAfee is terrible. And we have to restart, and it wants to do more updates. Let us get AVG now and Chrome. And AVG is installing. While that goes, we can go ahead and get Google Chrome. Microsoft will try to convince you not to get Chrome. I'm going to go ahead and set up Google Chrome. And AVG is done setting up. And it's going to run a smart scan. I'm impressed with this laptop so far. I just made Chrome the default browser. Now we're going to download, WinRAR. And this prime rib is absolutely fire. We don't want to launch it at this point. Now let's go back into add remove programs and see if there's anything else we can clean up. Just anything I see that she will not use, I can disable. The Clamp Video Editor, uninstall. Dropbox Promotion, uninstall. Don't need it, uninstall. OneDrive, uninstall. Teams Personal, Whiteboard, uninstall. Movies and TV, uninstall. Office, Omen Gaming Hub, uninstall. Outlook, uninstall. People, uninstall. Power Automate, uninstall. Solitaire I'll leave in there for her. Voice Recorder I'll leave in. Weather I'll leave in. Xbox Live, uninstall. And there, my friends, is how you clean this up immediately. Okay, we did install Driver Booster Pro, and now we are going to go ahead and scan the PC for driver updates while Microsoft Office is installing in the background. So we have 28 outdated device driver. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't just install all those. I'm not going to use the official drivers. It is downloading the drivers now. And this thing is installing us drivers right now. While this happens, we are going to take a little break and throw away a bunch of food that we need to throw away. Guys are out here doing stump grinding, which is insane. Alright guys, once again I'm an absolute idiot. I did a whole entire project without my wireless mic on and didn't check the first clip. And always check your very first clip, the first 5 seconds or so. And I can tell I have dust in my throat right now because I'm about to choke. So this is a upgrade for the Office that has 6.5 inch in-ceiling speakers in it. And what we are going to be doing today is we are going to be upgrading those to the 8-inch pile PDIC, I believe it's R81. I don't have it right in front of me, but yeah, those are right here. They're a 2-way in-ceiling speaker. And here I am unboxing the PDIC R81 and trying to get all this ready to be installed in the office ceiling. And so once again, I will be voiceovering this whole clip because I'm an idiot and I don't know how to do anything right with microphones or video production quality at all. Here's me rotating the clips toward the inside, but before you rotate the clips to the inside, make sure you keep one clip rotated towards the outside away from the voice coil and push down on it so you can pop the grills out easily. You don't even have to use the little grill tool that they provide you. So I took all this time doing this rotating of the pegs, and then of course forgot to take the grill off, as I just said. And this whole project is going to involve removing the existing, and here's the template that I saved from last time. This is removing the existing 6.5 inch in-ceiling speakers, which I've already done one. Here you see me moving the camera into the office, but you can see here I took one out last night and I needed a test speaker and I don't have any, and that's hilarious, but I really don't. So I took one of these guys out, and then when I did that I decided why not upgrade the office to the 8-inch in-ceiling, which is the last room besides my bedroom. My bedroom's still running the 6.5 for the center channel, and that will be next to upgrade. It makes an absolute disastrous mess when you do it, though I hate doing it. And here is the 6.5 inch hole cut about 10 years ago for the 6.5 inch in-ceiling speakers. And this is me getting my act together and my tools together so that I can get up on the stool and trace the 8-inch hole compared to the 6.5 inch hole, which is nearly an inch bigger. And here I am pointing out that the AC needs to be off when you start cutting, because if you don't turn it off and turn off all your fans, your dust will blow everywhere and you will be miserable in life and you will hate yourself and everyone around you. Here I am marking the new hole. And I think that I actually blew this one because part of it didn't mark, so I realized that when I took this down, and I actually put the template right back up there, tried to line it right back up, and I started the process again. And here I am marking it for a second time and making sure that I'm actually making marks, and make sure you don't slip with your pen, otherwise you'll be repainting your ceiling. If you're like me, you have flat ceilings and nothing comes off of them. When they get dirty, they're dirty. Stuffing the wire up in the ceiling to get ready to cut and make a complete mess out of everything here. And I am ready to cut. I already have a sheet down below the cutting area, and here I am up on the stool about to destroy my arm muscles for a solid minute or 2 or 3 or 4. And there has to be an easier way, but if you use a tool it gets so dusty. Like, I've used a Dremel before. I've used a jigsaw, which makes marks on the ceiling pretty bad. I've used a Dremel, works great, but creates dust everywhere. And I have used a Hole Pro, which works pretty good, except when it catches. Sometimes when you're actually drilling, a Hole Pro will catch, and when it does, it will like fly off the track and like make a big gash in your ceiling, and I've had that happen plenty of times. So Hole Pros are hit and miss for me. But I have cut plenty of speaker holes with them. You can't do that here because you have to have a center for your arbor to go through. If you already have a hole, you can't use a Hole Pro or a hole saw. You will be cutting it manually, my friend. Here I am about 50% done. What I don't know at this point until later is that this speaker is the hole is a little bit too small, and I didn't see it until after I screwed the speaker in, and it came back later and noticed one side was not flush, and I had to pull the speaker completely out and trim some more. This is me about 75% done. It's been what, a couple of minutes maybe. My arm is getting absolutely destroyed, tired. I already worked out today. That's me taking a break right there. And here I go, trying to switch hands to the left hand. Sometimes if you just go full speed, it helps because, you know, you don't feel it for a second and then you're almost done. Make sure when you're doing this, you cut on the outside of your line. Doesn't even matter if you're like 1/8 of an inch on the outside, because there's plenty of the bezel to cover any mistakes. And I did not cut this one wide enough, as you will see later, or you won't see because I didn't record me repairing it because I was so ill. And that's me where my cutting was not straight. My blade was not straight up and down. I was cutting on an angle, so there was a lot of drywall hanging over. When you get done, look for that and trim it off if you do have that issue like I did. And this is me just extending it, but I didn't do it enough, because you'll see here in a minute that the speaker is off and actually did not record that, so you won't see it. But yeah, one side was not pulled up all the way to the ceiling, and I tried to push it up and it just was not having it. So I had to pull the speaker out, trim a little bit on that whole entire side, and then put it back in. This is me having a panic attack because I couldn't find the wire, and I found it. And now this is me grabbing the speaker here, getting ready to get up on the ladder, not understanding that I could have put the drill in my pocket. I did that later and had a epiphany of sorts. And so I am going to get the speaker here, and you will see me ascend the stool here momentarily. I don't know if I left the planet or what. I do notice a pulsation over the video. That's odd. But here I am, about to climb on the ladder and try to install the 8-inch PDI-CR 81 speaker. And of course, I am right in the way of the camera as usual. Again, video production, not my thing. Even though I was a professional doing it in one lifetime. Alright, here's me connecting the old speaker wires to the Pyle 8-inch in-ceiling speaker. And then, you know, these new PDI-CR 81s are good, and they have upgraded binding posts, and they can actually hold the speaker. You can hang the speaker from the wires. The binding posts are so good. Now here it appears to be in. This is me having a panic attack trying to get the drill and almost pulling a muscle. But in reality here, the speaker is not flush mounted at all. There's one side that is going to be a problem. It even sort of made a bubble in the ceiling, but as soon as I relieved the pressure, the bubble went away. But you might be able to see that here momentarily. This is me putting the third screw in. Yeah, when I sucked up one of those sides, it made a bubble. I think it's this side here. Because basically the drywall on top of there is broken. You can't really see it in the picture here. It might be this one. Yeah, I think it was that one. But I didn't see it here. I went ahead and put the grill on at this point, because I thought, but you can kind of see that there's a gap. I didn't see it from that angle, but it was on the opposite side of where I was. And here's me putting the grill in thinking I was done, and boy was I wrong. Grill went straight in, no problems whatsoever. And here I am thinking that side is all done, and I'm so happy and life is good, and actually could not be further from the truth. And I'm repositioning here. Notice the other 6.5 is not out of the ceiling, so I have to get set up here to take that out. Alright, here's me again getting set up to do the second speaker up here. This one here is still in the ceiling, so I have to remove it first. So they will provide you with a little pin tool that goes through the grill. It has a little loop for you to put your finger in, and that's how you pull off the old in-ceiling speaker grill. Notice here you just put that through the speaker grill and just pop it right off. Now there's 4 screws here, so you take your drill and go counterclockwise, and the little feet inside the attic will turn away from the drywall and allow you to drop your speaker right out of the hole. Sometimes it goes better than other times. If you go too far, your screw will just fall right out of the clip, which is fine if you're not reinstalling these speakers, who cares? Now these old 6.5-inch in-ceiling speakers the binding posts are terrible. The only thing you can do with them is stick them through the tiny holes, or you have to use the spade connectors, which I did not do, but they won't hold hardly any gauge wire through that hole. You can get a tiny amount through one of the holes and a little bit more through the positive hole. The negative hole is tiny. So this is me prepping the wire, but I still have to stuff the wire in the ceiling and draw the new template and get that cut. And honestly, I did a way better job on this one than I did the first one. Even though once I put this speaker in, you'll see that one side is not pulled all the way up. It pulled right up with the screw, no problem. Like I said, better to cut larger, because you have probably a 1/2 inch of leeway on your bezels. This is me prepping to cut and destroy my arm muscles once again. Here I'm making a concerted effort to cut on the outside of my trace line, because I have learned, because I have installed probably 50 of these in my lifetime. Every time I don't cut outside the line, I'm up there trimming and making adjustments, and it's just stupid when you can just cut a tiny bit more off. And you never see it. You're not going to see it at all. Don't do like I did and buy the tiniest, cheapest speakers you can buy. Go ahead and buy something mid-range. Get 8-inch, get something decent quality. The first time, at least get something 8-inch so that when you upgrade, you don't have to cut another hole. Like I was saying before, you can use tools all day long to do this, but automated tools make an absolute mess, and the only way to really keep that mess down is to put plastic up and like a tent around you, or it goes everywhere. Or get a vacuum cleaner and someone to hold the vacuum cleaner up next to where you're cutting, and that will suck up all the dust as you cut. I am a one-man band though. Sorry about the fan being in the way, of course I didn't notice that either. Just like I didn't notice there was no audio recording, fellows and ladies. But I'm almost done here with the cut, as you can see. It's about to fall down momentarily. Almost there. Here I am just kind of finishing off that last little bezel cut here. And then making sure that I don't have any angle cuts with drywall hanging over at the top. If you cut on an angle, the speaker won't go in. Here's my wire ready to go. And just me making a few little adjustments here. Making sure that I don't have any issues when I go ahead and put the speaker in. And I think at this point I'm trying to decide where to put my drill, and so I am getting my tools ready to put the speaker in the Pyle 8-inch PDI-Z R81. I think I'm aligning the clips down here, as you guys can't see. And I am getting my drill ready and putting it a little bit higher this time on my desk, because the desk is right next to where I was going, so that gives me the opportunity to grab the drill a little bit easier. And going for the wire to clip. Here I am clipping the wires into the clips with one hand, which is skill. Once I get those wires in there, I make sure all the clips are rotated towards the voice coil. And put the speaker up into the hole. And grab the drill real quick from behind me as I hold it up with one hand here. And make sure that it's flush. I grab the drill with the other hand and start the screwing process. And there's one, and what I didn't realize right here is that that particular side is actually protruding. It's not all the way up in the ceiling. Didn't see that till afterwards. And here I am doing the third screw. My arms are on fire. And I think I realized at this point that there was a big gap. On the far side there, towards the slider, I believe there was a gap there. Alright, so this is a look at the finished product. Here are the 8-inch in-ceiling speakers installed. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Yes, I made a couple of mistakes. I corrected them after. You would think after all that many installs, I would know how to do it, but apparently I don't. But hey, it came out great, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Supercar Street Racing here. Have a good day. What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing here. About to try to get these grills off, paint them matte black. So I hear the first thing we do is take off these 4 Torx screws. I'm going to get my screwdriver ready and do that now. Got my trusty Black & Decker cheap screwdriver out right here. Take those out. Notice right here, this thing's peeling pretty bad. The paint on it, I don't know what that's from. Number 2. Number 3. And number 4. Got that out. Pretty easy first step. Now I heard from what I saw on these tutorials that now we should be able to pull this back and get to this grill. You just kind of pull it back enough where you can get in there. Once you get one out, you get the other one out. I'm going to work on that right now. Okay, so to get these clips out, you just push down on them. It's hard to explain, but they're like, you can push your screwdriver down. It's really easy, and then they go through the slot. It just took me a minute to figure out how to get it off of there. There's the grill. And then once you have the first one off, you have access to the second one to reach in and undo the other ones. So go ahead and take off both grills like that, and we'll be right back. Got both grills off the car here, as you can see, ugly chrome. And just got back from getting downpipes done, so there's the stock N55 335i catalytic converter, but here's the most important part, Plastidip. So we're going to set up a little makeshift paint booth out here with this box. Just a normal, you know, whatever box. We're going to throw these out here in the sun. They'll dry really fast. Throw this box right here. If you want to pre-heat the Plastidip can, you can do that as well. It helps the Plastidip flow better. Always make sure you spray a little bit out before you start spraying your object, because it has a tendency to splatter on the first spray. So take your beautiful chrome BMW grills, and I highly advise putting plastic around this because it will get on your driveway. So I'm going to grab some right now. One thing also, notice that these grills are dirty. Make sure you get something and wipe the grills down completely. I'm just going to use Windex. Beware of this plastic also flying up and getting onto your freshly painted grill. So put stuff around the plastic here to keep it held down. I'm going to start the cleaning process now. Got the grills all nice and polished with Windex here, and the next step is going to be paint. This stuff is shook up really good. Get the cap off real quick. So make sure when you do this, spray a little bit out first. Your first coat's going to be light. There's a lot of coverage though. You gotta go from every side. It's gonna take quite a bit of time for these grills to make sure that you get everything. Just keep the first coat nice and light, but get everything all the way around. I'm thinking this is gonna take 4 or 5 coats. You got to go from every direction. Make sure you don't get any runs also. Drying time about 10 minutes between coats, maybe 15. That's first coat. So anytime you have the opportunity and you have pieces out of your car, you always want to take the time to clean. These are places that you can't normally get to. So for example, inside here, I'm going to take this. Well, there's my Armor All. So this is medium shine. And I am going to clean this up really nice. All in here. Spray that all down really good. Grab yourself a towel. Notice all that wax and stuff that you could never get to is gone. And if you do like to wax your car, you can take this opportunity to wax inside this area that you will never be able to get to otherwise. Look how nice and shiny that Armor All. Look at that. Would you look at it? Just look at it. Now that looks 1000% better. So I'm a stickler about keeping the car clean, even though it is dirty today. I'm going to wipe it down in a bit when I get done with all these projects that I'm doing. But do you see how nice that looks in there now? And up here around the Alright, that's much better. Much better. Nice and clean in there. Yep, take your wax if you have some, or detail spray at least, and go in these little areas that you can't ever get to. Get out all the old wax and stuff. Okay, we are ready for the second coat. Remember to spray out a little bit to the side before you start. Maybe concentrate on those areas that the first coat didn't get. Second coat can be slightly heavier. Remember to get this from all sides. You've got a lot of ground to cover here. Go all the way around it. And when you do, make sure you get all inside those fins. Sorry about the music blasting in the background, folks. So there is coat number 2. Alright, these have probably 4 coats on them. They look pretty good. Give you a good close-up look. I think they're good to go. I don't see any spots. Oh, maybe, yeah, I do actually. These need more. I'm gonna put another coat on. Timer just went off. These have been baking in the sun for about 20 minutes, and no, that's nice. There's a leaf on top. That's what happens when you go underneath a tree. But thank goodness those look to be dry. I'm going to install them now. They should just clip right back in. Got the grill right here. This thing should just clip right back in. Just like that. That's the first grill. Wow, that looks so good. And here's the second grill. Back in there. Good to go. Look at that, guys. That is such a big difference. I'm going to get these 3 screws installed now. 4 screws. Screw number 1. 2. All this stuff is difficult with one hand. 3. 4. Got my trusty Black & Decker. Always have Torx on hand for BMW. There you have it, sir. There is the matte black Plastidip grill, ready to rock. Looks so good, so much better than stock. Now the only thing left on the car are these side markers, which I ordered, these reflectors, which I ordered, and these trims, which can be plasti dipped if you really want to. So there you have it, how to convert your grill to matte black with plasti dip on your 335i.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We took a little vacation from you guys and went down to see the 8U Fort Caroline Regionals. There's another video about that, but meanwhile, it is raining in Florida today. Thunderstorming once again, as it does every weekend, and today we're going to take a look at what's inside this absolutely huge box because it will not fit in the car. So let's get this opened up and check it out on Supercar Street Racing. Wow. Woo! It's absolutely scared me to death. All right, we're back here after unboxing this massive box from T-Sportline and all the messy, I guess, cardboard shredded stuffing that's inside of this. Some still left in here. I do not want to do anything with this box yet because if it doesn't fit, then I don't know how this will go back. This is a very expensive part. So let's go ahead and unveil the goodness that is inside with one hand, if possible. Guys, wow, what a piece. Here we have the T-Sportline matte carbon fiber front apron for the Tesla Model S, the 2023 version. It fits. Plaid and non, I believe. They're all the same. And this was a very expensive $1,300 apron, which I got for free shipping, with free shipping for 4th of July. This is ready to be put on the Model S Plaid. And basically there is a video online about how to do this, which I am going to insert at the end of this video from T-Sportline. And basically what happens here, right here, and right now is you take off this 3M tape here, and they also recommend that you use some of the plastic repair stuff that comes with dual. So it comes with like 2 tubes, and when it mixes, the catalytic whatever reaction causes it to bond to this front apron from T-Sportline. And so, yeah, this was about I believe $1,300, but it will go nicely with the stock matte rear spoiler that comes with the Model S Plaid, and it will go nicely with the carbon fiber mirror caps, which are currently installed. And when the camera cover carbon fiber caps come in, it will match that as well. So what we need to do right here and right now is test fit this guy onto the front of the Model S Plaid. So let's get that going now. We just took a quick second to get this carbon fiber front apron test fit on the Model S Plaid, and that's what it looks like right here and right now. So that is the way it will go on. They will also put the plastic stuff on it, and hopefully it looks better than this once it's on there. There is kind of a gap, but hopefully that resolves itself with the 3M tape, because it does not fit
perfect, but it's pretty good on there. And that's what it'll look like. It actually looks really good if you take a step back. And there is the T-Sport line carbon fiber front apron for the Model S Plaid. Notice the gap right here that we're going to see if we can get that resolved. I don't know how. Maybe it's just not on all the way. But I don't want to force it because it is not officially on for good yet. So that is going to wrap up this portion of the video. The next video will be the reveal of the front carbon fiber matte apron from T-Sport line. Thanks for watching, guys. Make sure to buy everything through our links down at the bottom. Even products you're not getting that specific product, click our links anyway. We get a commission from that and it helps fund the channel. We'll see you guys next time. Please like, please subscribe. Peace out.
Hi Tesla fans, I'm Ellie with T-Sport Line. Today I want to show you how to install our gloss carbon fiber front lower apron for a brand new Model S. We refer to these Model S as version 2.0. These are cars that were delivered after 2016 and onward. As you can see over here, this is our carbon fiber front lower lip apron. This piece is quite easy to install, however it does require 2 people and professional installation. When the part arrives to you from us, it will already have 3M double-sided automotive tape applied. As soon as you get it, I would recommend that the installers do a test fit first on the bumper to make sure that they're comfortable on how it goes on, because once we apply the adhesive, you have a very short time frame and very small amount of margin of error during the installation. So right now I'm going to show you how we test fit.
All right, we got the guys out here getting ready to put the forms up. They want to be famous on YouTube. And what they're doing out here is leveling these two areas. Right here by the sunroom will be up on the, almost to the foundation of the house. And then it's going to step down right here to another concrete that's going to extend all the way out and then go all the way to the end of the house here. You can see here they're working on leveling this part out and clearing it out so that they can form it up. And they are spreading what's there in order to level out this area. So they're using the existing topsoil and mulch to make a base for the concrete. It's already looking crazy and it's just amazing looking, and we'll get back to you guys with an update as soon as we have one. A little update from this side over here as well. Concrete will run all the way up to this area here where the pavers start, and then go all the way up to the front of the gate, and then there's going to be a pad at that gate in front of the gate as well. And it looks like they are going to form completely today, so we're stoked about that. Alright, so they are out here forming, getting everything ready on both sides. You could see the form for the step-up patio, and then this is happening on this side. Looks like they've been kind of raking and leveling things out over here. And that's what is happening right now. That's all I got for now. Hey guys, stepping outside into the very hot day and taking a look at what's going on outside. And we have the forms complete here, and I have to cut that wood and trim it so that it fits back into this location here. But basically we are going to be pouring concrete in there. See how it's split level to match the foundation of the house. I have to do something with this ugly area over here. I haven't decided yet. And concrete all the way back there. And then when they get to the well pump right there, they will go around it and leave a little section there where I can put rocks down. And I'll do lava rocks there, kind of like what I have right here. And then over here, I think they went to lunch right now. And over here they are still in the process of trying to form this up. But this side will be pretty simple, except for over here where they have some work to do. But yeah, that's where we are so far, guys.
A weird fire picture.
We're just throwing the pool, you'll wake right up.
Oh!
You will wake right up.
You're not though, Trish.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get.
Alright guys, welcome to part 2 of the bedroom makeover with a 65-inch 4K home theater system. And the first step is going to be painting this place, and I am going to be painting the ceiling as well. It really needs it. First step though is I'm going to paint this upper trim, and then I can tape that off and come back and paint the ceiling afterwards. But I got to get all these lights down and get these speakers like at least dropped down and uninstalled. So you have to use a tiny little screwdriver to get into the mesh, and then there is 4 screws here on the outside that have the little tabs. We're going to take those off now, and then I'll get back with you guys. All right guys, I got the speakers a little bit off the ceiling. Kind of decided I might just paint the edges, because They're kind of off-white and ugly, and I think paint will actually look good on there. I might just paint them instead of removing them and painting underneath. I mean, I'm still going to paint under, but I'll probably also paint the little rings. I started taking the guitar holders off the wall. I totally forgot how much work this is going to be. Got to deal with the curtains as well. These guys are held in with drywall inserts. So it's just like that. And we will be back. Okay, we had a bad spot behind the door where the tape was coming off the drywall. It's always been bulged out. I scraped that off. I'm going to attempt to fix it with just putty, but a lot of times that will just crack eventually. So for now, I'm going to try that. If that doesn't work, it's going to have to be retaped. And now I'm going to pop out the lights. And that's enough, just down enough to paint around so they can be popped right back in. Boy, it's blinding staring into those things. So I've always had an issue with these lights since I got them. They flicker pretty bad when you turn down the brightness. So I'll get a small brush and work inside of these so I don't have to pop them all the way off. They're out enough now where I can get to them. Other thing about this ceiling is this was from when they scraped the popcorn ceiling, and this ceiling scratches very easily. Just a fingerprint on it will scratch it. And I don't have the paint, so I've been using a much better paint. It is a Valspar Ultra White flat paint. And I didn't use the ceiling paint on purpose because one day they'll discontinue that and I won't be able to get it. So I'm using just regular paint for the ceiling. So I got all the wall plates out except for behind the bed. That's a whole separate painting project. I still got to take off the curtains, but I'm not ready to paint the walls yet. Walls will be after I get the TV mount done because I've got to put a hole right there. Now, technically I could cut my speaker holes now because I have a template for it that I created and saved. Actually don't know what I did with that when I came out of the attic. Hopefully it's around, but I do have a template that I made out of cardboard. But that's the issue where the drywall was coming up, and it's slightly coming up there, but I don't know if I'm going to scrape that and try to mud it because it always cracks afterwards. But I'm going to repair that spot, and let's see if we can locate. I'm going to turn off this so we don't get copyright strike. Okay, so I think I decided that I am going to just paint the trim without taping off the wall, and just then when the trim is completely dry, because it's the hard paint that won't peel off, I hope, I will tape the trim and then paint the wall. Alright guys, so I couldn't find my small putty knife, which is a bummer. It would get in that little crack there, so I'm just going to have to try to use the large knife and come in from a different angle and fill this hole right up. I hate using this big knife for this. I just don't have any. This probably isn't going to work, actually. Maybe. in a spot that you can't really see it much. Is the only good part about this. And I left it like this for years. I mean, ever since I've owned the house, honestly. And so really any putty on this back part of the door doesn't matter because you can't see it. You can kind of see like where the tape is on the wall as well. So I'll try to fix that if I can. I am not good at this, by the way. I always do a bad job doing putty. It never looks right. So, doing the best I can with my limited skills here. And I'm making a complete mess in the process. Already, this does not look good. I think this putty is like half. There we go. Like I said, this is behind the wall, behind the door, I mean. You can't really see it, but still. I wish I was better at this stuff. Still an area back there that doesn't look good. Wow, it's just getting worse. Can't even tell which side is the knife is for smoothing. Irritated at this thing. There's one little spot in there without mud on it, and I keep trying to hit that spot, and it just, that's gonna make a mess when I sand it. Still one little spot there. Maybe I can use my trim tool. It's thin. And it is right here. It's got a thin little edge on it. Thinking maybe I can get that in there. Worked pretty good. Works okay, actually. Not great. It's good for getting in that little area, but there's still this part at the bottom that just does not want to fill up very well. I think I gotta start lower. Man. Yeah. This looks like absolute hot garbage. So this wall. So I'm just going to leave it like that because I'm making it worse. And then I'll just try to sand it down, and maybe it needs another coat. Maybe not. Not sure. Looks like crap though. I'm not proud of myself. Okay guys. Thought I was ready, but I can't find my saw. But I'm going to go ahead and mark. I did some measurements over there, and I'm trying to match this side with that side. Hopefully this template works, or I am in big trouble. That is the hole. Thus it's very close to the trim. It actually might be too close to the trim. Didn't even think about the lip. Not sure how big the lip is. I kind of want it right up against there. Yep, I might have to move that over just a touch, recut it. Let's see how big. I don't have any speakers to measure the lip with. But if the lip is too big, it'll hit the trim piece. We'll have a problem. No, it's not out far enough. Well, I was going to measure on this guy, but it's not down enough. Oh, that's going to be close. That is going to be real close. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do any more of this until the speakers get here, because I just don't know. I want to make sure I got the right template, and also that the lip is going to not hit my trim up there. I don't want to have to like route out the trim or anything crazy like that just to get it to fit. I mean, I will if I have to. I'll Dremel the trim out, but I don't want to. I kind of want it tucked right on the trim. So I'm going to wait till the speakers get here. Unfortunately, that's going to be next week. So no painting either, because I want to paint after I cut the holes. We got another issue with tape right here. I was just thinking about maybe I can get the exact dimensions offline, but that still won't tell me how wide the lip is. But we do have an issue right here with tape. Or it's actually just paint. Yep, it's just paint peeling up. Thought it was a tape line. But there's like an air bubble in the paint. It goes all the way up to the top. So there's only one way to fix that, and that's to sand it, fill it, sand it. Get a lot of that loose stuff off. Put a layer of mud on that. That's all we can do. Alright, I sanded that down and put some mud in there. It kind of looks like the bubble came right back, but that's so weird. I'm going to let it dry all the way overnight and then sand it tomorrow probably. Guys, I started the super fun process of taping the floor. I totally forgot. I've got to tape my floor off before I paint the trim, and I want to knock out this trim here and the trim around the ceiling at the same time, and so I have to tape the entire floor, so let's get busy doing that. Amazon truck just arrived. I was so happy and excited, and this is the first part of the TV replacement. This is the wall mount. If I can get it unstuck here. And this was on special on Prime Day for, I think, $27, $26, a good deal. And this is the wall mount. And I have not seen it before. Let's get some lights going in here. All right, so yeah, this is the wall mount. Wall mount troubleshooting manual for your wall mount. Okay. Looks like it's in two pieces and then you put it together. These are the arms, the VESA arms, and then behind there looks to be the plate that must go together in two different pieces and then bolts up. So we will actually assemble this later, and then once we have the TV, we will have to figure out how high up the arms need to go. And then do some measuring to figure out where the bottom of the TV is going to end up so that we have enough room for our dresser and the receiver. It's my least favorite time ever. Painting time, first of many on this job. So the first thing we have here is our Valspar Signature trim paint. It is pure ultra white semi-gloss. And I've already shaken and stirred it a bunch of times. Just remember, when you do this paint for the first time, have some paper towels so after you pour it, you can wipe the paint off of the rim here. The more paint that gets on the rim, the harder it's going to be to open and close your work can in the future. So as soon as you pour, have your paper towels ready and a trash can nearby, and just go ahead and wipe the rim off. I got paint on me already, so I wore my paint clothes. So I need to pour enough in here to do the door and all the trim, and that includes around the window. So I'm going to pour towards the back so I don't get paint all over the front of this. Oh, that's not looking good. It's coming out in clumps. I have never seen paint come out like that. It is like almost dry, I think. I have never seen paint look like that coming out of the thing. I'm going to use it and then return it, obviously. But I have not seen paint look weird like this before. It's like it's either not stirred up or it's dry. There's clumps in it. It's weird. Really strange. But I am like mixing it up inside this. I don't think I have the paint stirrer either. It's got these big clumps in it. So strange. See how it comes out on the walls, but it's got chunks in it. I don't know what that is. Shaken and stirred a bunch, but wow, it looks terrible. I gotta find something to serve this with, I guess. I don't know. The only thing I could find was a PVC pipe, but this looks absolutely terrible. I have never seen paint look like this right in the bucket. I'm gonna mix it up really good use a bunch of it and then return it and just tell them it was like clumps. It's just got like big chunks in it. I do not understand that at all. Not really mixing out of it. I've never seen paint do this before. I mean, maybe it'll just paint right out of it. I'm not sure. But there's either bubbles or clumps in the paint. Look at it on the edge of on the end of the stick. It's like it's dry. This sucks. Alright guys, a little update. I got the first coat of paint on the trim, all around the trim there, the trim on the floor, around the windows, and the back of this door. And so now I'm just about to put another coat on this top trim because it looks like it's going to need a second coat, unfortunately. So I'm going to work my way around and do that now, guys. Looking good. Alright guys, got the vent removed from the ceiling. And I'm cleaning it now so that we can paint it white. Got a nice coat of paint on this guy. It's gonna look good once it gets back on the ceiling. One coat saw that guy moves. But yeah, that's all done. Alright guys, another room update for you here. Today, I actually painted this shiplap wall, which I created myself years ago. I repainted that today. And I decided that I was going to move to gloss instead, semi-gloss instead of matte, because it gets marked up because the bed goes right up against the wall with no headboard. So it kind of makes sense for that guy to be gloss instead of satin or matte, and it actually looks pretty good in gloss, matches the trim now. And also I put a third coat around the trim up top because you could still kind of see through it, which is amazing. That's 3 coats of gloss white that's on there now. So almost 4 actually in some places. But yeah, so that's a little update here. Holding off on the ceiling because I am going to wait until I cut the holes for the speakers up front and in the rear. And I don't want to cut those until I have the speaker so I can measure the lip, because my hole here is pretty dang close to the trim there. So I just want to make double sure I don't have to move over just a tiny bit. I don't want to get caught with having to extend the hole and have some drywall showing. So that's an update here. I also laid out the TV. Now I have to let this paint over here dry completely all day, push the bed up against the wall and see if I can actually see over the dresser and the amplifier when the dresser is all the way up against the wall and the bed is all the way up against that wall. If I can't, then the TV's got to go up more. So that's a good clue that we're going to have to raise it up. And I'm still worried about this whole hanging the TV situation, but we'll get through it, man. We'll get through it. All right, guys, welcome back. Guess what just happened? I was on Facebook Marketplace for the last couple of days, and I scored the subwoofer for the bedroom right here. Hopefully it fits. I didn't even check, but this is my third PSW10 Polk Audio sub. Now I have 3 of them, and it blew my mind. I went to this dude's house and he had like stacks and stacks of equipment. He probably had 20 subwoofers. He had literally shelves full of equipment. I could have gotten any subwoofer I wanted. I love the PSW10. It's like my favorite subwoofer. It hits low, hits hard for the price. I paid $60 for this. Look how good that thing is, man. It's in good condition. So this is actually the best condition one that I have. The other ones are kind of iffy here and there, like the grill rattles and things like that. So PSW10 scored for the bedroom surround sound system. We got something in the mail today. Whoop, 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 whoop. Air horns. Wah, 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 wah. Okay, I don't know what this is, so let's just try to open it with one hand. I got so super excited I stopped the video, but let's see what's in here. Oh yeah! Oh, I'm so stoked! So stoked! So hyped. Wah, wah, wah. Look at this goodness. Ah, this is the best ever. Look at this goodness. This is so cool. This bad boy is a triple gang home theater plate. Guys, look at it. So sick. So I'm supposed to get the actual other, supposed to get the triple gang low voltage. Let me see if that got delivered. Guys, I went to the mailbox. Look at all this goodness. 3 packages. So exciting. Okay, let's see what's in here. Where is I already lost. My scissors are gone. What could this be? This is a this is a replacement battery for my Eufy door lock. My battery would not charge all the way. So this is a brand new battery too, like the one that wouldn't charge. So they sent me this one. Let's get this one on the charger. See if it'll charge. All right. It's red, so it's charging. The other one would go green and then it just wouldn't be charged. All right, we got 2 more to open, guys. Let me put you down for a second. Okay, what's in this box? All right, box. What's in this package? Aha! Dude! Everything's got a freaking... Okay, there's my knife. Everything's got so much packaging. I've got one hand to do this with. Just don't want to go get my tripod. Aha! Triple gang, low voltage, wall plate for this guy. That's exactly what it's going to do. This goes into the wall. These 3 guys go into this, and then this plate goes on top. It's going to be so sick. Look at that, guys. Triple gang home theater. What's in here, though? Yes. Wiring nuts. I've been needing these wiring nuts. Got all kinds of wiring nuts. Yeah, so we got all the goodness today. We got 2 more hoses, 1 for each side of the house. And we have 2 hose reels coming that go mount to the house. And I'll show you guys those when they get here. But yeah, I already have 2 of these and I really like them, so I bought 2 more. And man, what a day. We got so much stuff. Feels like Christmas in here. Okay, so I didn't record the work because it's boring. But all I did was put that plate up against the wall, make sure it was level, and then I traced it and cut it with my drywall saw. It's pretty flexible, so you can bend it a little bit to get it in. Now that it's in, these tabs just catch the drywall from the back, and that's it. The thing is mounted. So not going to do anything with it yet until the wires are pulled down through the wall, but that is a go now, so that I can go ahead and I don't want to wire my receptacle up yet because I got to drop the wire from the TV, and if I put the box in, I won't be able to grab that wire right here. So HDMI and power got to go from this box up to the TV, and I don't know where the TV is going to mount yet. So this part is pretty good. It looks pretty level. This might be, you know, a little bit lower, but it doesn't really matter. It's behind a dresser, and it's pretty close. And once the plates get over the top, you never even know. But man, this came out so good. All right, so there is a stud right there, and we need to get a subwoofer cable through there. So I got my amazing bit right here, went in this hole, and hopefully it didn't go through the drywall on the other side. I guess I better go check that. But that's where we're feeding the subwoofer cable through, and we might have to fish it, but we're going just about, I don't know, just right on the other side of that before the next stud. So before 24 inches, we'll pull the subwoofer cable through and put a wall plate there for that. Let's go see if we destroyed the drywall. We may have went through the other side. That'd be a bummer. Kind of felt it, wouldn't it? Aha! No holes. We did good, guys. We are ready to feed our subwoofer cable through there and then cut our box. So I have this subwoofer cable laying around from a car audio project. It's plenty long enough. Actually, it's way too long. Let me see if I can find another one. All right, I found this stereo pair here, and I pulled it apart, and that is going to be what's going through the wall for the sub cable. So now I am going to get my template for my box, but first I got to find where the stud is. We don't want to go 24 inches past that, or we'll hit a stud again. So we're going to go right on this side of the stud. So let me grab my stud finder and we'll go from there. All right, so I measured halfway up of that box, got my halfway point here, got my template. I traced out my, it's actually old work, it says new work, it's an old work box. I traced out and leveled out my template so that square is level. Now I'm going to cut my box and actually have a spare old work box here. So I'm going to use that instead of a low voltage one. It's fine. I'll put the subwoofer cable through that. I'm going to go ahead and cut this and I'll get back to you guys. Got my box cut. Now we just got to see how good it fits. My template's pretty dang good. Looks like it fits good. And if it's a little off, you can just widen the box. But that is going to be level. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that out and feed my subwoofer cable through. I want to show you guys how close we were to that stud. We were literally maybe 1/4 of an inch. And my subwoofer cable should be in here. I can't put you in there, but let's see if it's in there. There's the subwoofer cable. So that's kind of tricky sometimes with the stud there, but if you drill on an angle from the next hole, you can get through the stud without going through the other side of the drywall. And we got our sub cable here, so now all we got to do is put our sub cable through. We got to like push one of these tabs in on this box. So we'll find the top. Doesn't matter which way is the top. Actually, we can come through the bottom. It really doesn't matter. And you just kind of like, hard to do with one hand. It's impossible to do with one hand. Just end up stabbing myself. Yeah, let me get this punched out. There we have it. We have our subwoofer cable ran. The other side of it goes to my wall plate, and then from the wall plate up to the receiver up here. So I haven't decided yet if the receiver is going to be able to be on the dresser. If it's not, of course, this is a waste of time because the receiver might be right over here with the subwoofer. So we have it anyway, just in case. And I don't have a subwoofer plate to put on this. I got to order one right now. I had ordered one, but I canceled it because I didn't think I was going to use it. But now you have to actually tighten these screws down, and this box will pull up against the drywall. Once it's level, though, so you get your level out, and then your screwdriver, and that's what you do. What's going on, guys? Long time no update. So it is Monday, and come to a decision. And you guys are going to think I'm crazy, but that decision's coming up right now. All right, guys, it is now Friday morning. I decided to finally finish this video. So I have come to a decision regarding this vehicle, and that is I have sold it. I know. What the fuck? I am selling this car after putting a little bit of money into it and a little bit of time. And there is a reason for this. Because there is such a small aftermarket available for this vehicle, I decided that I no longer want to deal with it. It is becoming a problem getting basic parts for this car. Not repair parts, but anything aftermarket. It is a very, very expensive car to maintain, which I'm not that worried about that part, but I can't work on the car myself. There's no room in the engine bay. I did research this vehicle before I bought it, and I did feel that there was an aftermarket for it, but now that I'm actually trying to get things done, there is absolutely little to no aftermarket available, and the stuff that is available
is 10 times the cost of what it should be, because they just don't sell very many parts. So what's coming next? Well, I will give you a clue, and that is that I did own one in the past. So if you know me or know anything about me, you'll already know what's coming. Stay tuned. More info coming very soon. And maybe some clues. We got the Jaguar socks, we got a freaking dishwasher that's brand new, we got a Tesla hat, and we got the peel satisfaction. That peel hat on a dishwasher that's brand new is so good. And you got the Tesla hat here, you got the dishwasher, you got the Tesla hat, and you got the dishwasher, and the peel hat is so good. Welcome back, guys. Some time has passed since I just recorded, and now it's time to mount the solenoid. And so we can see here that we have the solenoid ready. However, one of the holes doesn't line up, and it does not come with a mounting adapter, so we have to fix that. What we need to do right here, right now, is we can either just live with one bolt, or we can go ahead and tap a second one. I think we will tap a second one. So I'm kind of lining it up as best I can here to be straight. And it does kind of hang off a little bit that way, but that is fine. So all we need to do right here and right now is get a drill bit that's big enough to go through that hole. And that will work right there. Go ahead and make a mark. Well, it moved a little bit, actually, so I think I'm going to go ahead and bolt this down. I'm going to find a bolt that will work. All right, I dug around through the drawer, and I found some screws that will fit, so I'm going to go ahead and tighten down one side. Oh, that one does not fit. It is just too big. Maybe it'll go on anyway. This one will not. Might have to drill that out. Let's see if I can get that driven through there.
Alright, just to recap, the solenoid holes don't match the actual cart. So we had to drill out this side to fit a bolt that I had, and then this other side, the holes don't line up at all, so that's where we are now. The solenoid is done and looking toasty. So let's move on to the next step. Okay, so now let's put our run tow switch back in, and honestly I don't remember which. I think it was that way, pretty sure, for run tow. Doesn't matter, we'll make our own label. And I took off the rubber coating from it. And so there is our run tow switch reinstalled. And now we need to move on to the mounting the controller plate. Alright, we're getting all the existing bolts out. None of these are used anymore. These are ridiculously tight. Should have got the drill out for these guys. Might still do that. This is crazy. These guys are like in there. Man, those things are freaking tight. I should have taken them out first. Now we got places that aren't painted. Or I might just tighten them down. Got to see what it needs for the plate here. Alright, we'll be right back. I'm going to figure this out. Alright, we're going to go ahead and put the controller plate on, and it's basically just these tapered screws. And it can really only go one way. There's a screw hole there, a screw hole there, and a screw hole there, and none of the other ones line up. Has to be them. Let's go ahead and tighten those down. And that is that. The controller plate is mounted. Alright guys, so now it's time to install the actual controller. And you do install it this way. I had it reversed. It actually goes like this. And on the side of this plate, there is a threaded hole on each side. And those fit right there with a lock washer and a nut. Lock washer and a regular washer, not a nut. So you just go straight through the plate like this. Washer first, lock washer second. And there are 4 of them. Washer first, onto the bolt, lock washer second. So lock washer will be the bottom thing that goes on. Just like that. And I don't believe I have a wrench small enough for this. I might have to get... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I do. Okay. Probably be easier with power tools, but at this point, I'm just like, whatever. Will my wrench go on there? Barely.
Snug that up nice and tight. It's aluminum, don't strip it. Once it's tight, give it a quarter turn. Remember, there's a lot of vibrating going on. That's tight. This one has plenty of room for a wrench. That one's just way loose. Don't strip it out, guys. You might have a wasted aluminum plate if you do. 1/4 turn after it's tight. That thing's not going anywhere. Controller's done. Alright, the next thing we need to do now is connect the battery plus to the solenoid. And if you notice, from Golf Carts Modified, they did pre-drill this wire for us so we know which way it goes. So that's what we're going to do next. Alright, we're ready to attach our battery plus. Now this is a 5/16 here. So I got my 5/16 ratchet wrench. I went ahead and undid it. Just remember, there's more things that got to go here. So, you know, you can just put this. This is just a mock-up for now. So if you put it on there, don't tighten it up all the way. Just run it down like that. And then here you have your other side, which is a 10mm, which I've already loosened with this 10mm ratchet wrench. This side can be tightened down. Just like this. Don't over tighten it. And that is the B plus connected. Just a reminder here, the B minus goes to the battery pack. So that is the next connection that will be made from here. And then all these other wires are for that and from the WVU down to the motor, which you can actually do now. The long ones go to the WVU. They're actually all the same, I believe. Let's see. We should have some long ones and some short ones. We do, okay. They're all the same? Oh, they are all the same, so you can't mess these up. They are all the same length from now on, so it doesn't matter which ones you use, but you will have WV, UR, and B minus. WV, UR, B minus, so we have 5 cables left, sheathed nicely like the Navitas colors. Yeah, so you can do that now or later. Alright guys, here are the cables. One of them is drilled. It is not the ones for the motor to the controller. That one is from the controller to the battery. So that's actually, that is from battery to solenoid. So don't use the one that's drilled out. But for these, you need a 1/2" wrench, which I have here. And you want to basically get your boots out, these boots, and you want to feed the solid end through first, like this. And it might help to, like, if you really have issues here, put a little WD-40 on them to slide, but these are going right on. And basically, it's going to go like that. So you take off your nut here, and take off the washer and the lock washer. Put your
eyelet over, put everything back on, and the torque specs is 7.5 foot-pounds, which I am not going to do. I will figure it out. Do have a torque wrench. Not tight. Guess I could break my torque wrench out, huh? Make sure they're straight before you put your 7.5 on it. And then you run your boot down like this and around the wire. Now also, if you want to, now is a good time to do WVU. So W here, W is already here, but W on the other end, and let's do that now. Despite my label maker being a piece of crap, I have labeled all the wires and installed all of the cables, and the foot-pound rating is 7.5 foot-pounds, which I will do in a few minutes with my socket and my torque wrench. That part is done. This motor is ready to be installed on the cart. Alright, I got my zip ties here. We've got some nice green zip ties to match. So I'm going to go ahead and dress up these cables with the few green zip ties that I have.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. It's so good to have you back. And we have a brand new sponsor today. Linkind provided us with their TV light strip. And I cannot wait to get this thing installed on the TV in this room right here and remove the standard light strip that's on it right now. This is the Linkind TV light strip right here, and the videos on how to install it we will provide you as well at the end of this video. But stay tuned today as we get this thing out of the box and get it installed on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, directly in front of you right now on Supercar Street Racing, you have the Linkind Smart TV Light Strip with HDMI sync box. This thing works with an app called AI Dot. It is compatible with most smart home systems. This has TV sync, music sync, and preset colors, and can also sync to other Linkind devices or AI Dot devices. You can see right here, this one is up to a 90-inch TV, and on the side here, it does show you the model number, shows you what's included in the box. So it works with things like a TV stick, a cable box, and things like that. And on the back, it shows you once again how it does TV sync, music sync, and preset colors. Delay-free performance here, and it does use both Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. It does not use a camera like the Gobi stuff does, so it provides more privacy. It's saying that is a more secure model. Now let's go ahead and get this thing directly out of the box now and see what's inside. We're going to go ahead and unbox the Linkind TV Light Smart Strip with HDMI sync box. Let's see what's inside the box. All right, the first thing inside of the box is the HDMI controller. We can pull that right out and take a look here. It's inside of a little package here. It does say Linkind. It's got a power button on the top and a mode button and a left and right button, and it looks like maybe a reset button there. It's got a DC input on the side for the power. It has a bottom and a top connector for the light strip and an in and out for HDMI, and there is the actual restart button right there. And next up in the box is the power adapter here, and this whole part just does come out like so. Here's the power adapter. It does use the standard pin and hole thing, and it is a wide rectangle brick right there if you're wondering what size it is. This does not use USB power. After that, I am very surprised, and I was wondering, they do provide you with an HDMI cable, which is awesome. Very cool, free HDMI cable along with this. There are some cable management included as well. Looks like we got some power strips, some LED strip clips, and looks like some corner channel things, which are kind of cool. I've never seen those before. I'll be curious to see how those work, and if they do work good, use them again in the future. Corners are always tough with an LED strip, you know, because they don't bend very well. And inside the box here, we have looks like an LED strip in packaging here. There should be two. And that's all that was included with the Linkind LED strip. Now let's go ahead and see if we can get this thing installed on the TV that is literally right behind me. Okay, we're directly behind the television right now that we are going to use, and I forgot this TV does not have an existing LED strip on it at all because we changed TVs out before and I did not put it back on. Now this should be interesting. We are going to be using our Fire TV stick right here to connect to the sync box. The Linkind Smart TV strip does come with 4 corner adapters here. You are supposed to install these 1.2 inches from the outside of the TV. These guys have a sticky 3M back on them, so we're going to start right down here with this bottom corner. This is the second one. They just stick right on like that. Here is the third one. Just guessing, really, more than anything. And the fourth one will be at the very bottom here. Today's sponsor is M-Mobile with their OBD2 diagnostic scanner. Now this diagnostic scanner right here allows you to plug into your standard OBD2 port on any car and get valuable diagnostic data through an app and it does use Bluetooth connectivity as well. Now this thing's pretty cool because it allows you to check the performance on your car as well. You can create a digital dashboard and put that in your car. Let's say if you have a tablet or extra phone, you can arrange a digital dashboard and check out everything about your car in real time. And it just uses an app. You go ahead and download their app. You connect to the app with Bluetooth from your phone to this OBD2 scanner right here. It has a nice power indicator on the front and a link light to let you know that it is linked up with your phone. We want to thank M-Mobile for becoming a sponsor of Supercar Street Racing, and it will have its own separate video about the scanner. But please support the channel by buying through our official links down in the description. As you can see right here, this is the M-Mobile OBD2 scanner from Amazon. There will be a link in the description for that. Please buy it there. Okay, the next step is to install the top strip. Basically, it's just telling you to make sure that the strip you install here goes to the top of the actual TV. They give you a generous amount of extra cable on this, so I'm gonna go ahead and unroll a little bit of this. And it is the kind that has a coating on top of it, like a waterproof style coating. Not that this is waterproof, it does not indicate that it is. Now to do this, you simply go like this and your little plug can exit out of the bottom. And these are very good at holding in the strip. I can see already these are designed to kind of go around the strip. And then you peel off your 3M tape and just follow the back. We're just going to continue up the side of the TV like this. Turning the corner is going to be a little tricky on any of these because they don't really bend that well, but there's how you do it. You just kind of have to turn. Just like that. You just kind of force it in there like that, and that allows you to start your next run. But this guy is just going to end right here, wherever there's a cut point. Looks like it's going to be right here where the gold is. That's where you cut. I'm going to be cutting right here. Okay, where we have our overlap right here, because our next cut point is right here, we're going to go ahead and cut right here on the copper and route that around the channel and then start our bottom run. I'm going to come out the same place I did with the connector right here. This one does run around the little hump. And I'm turning the corner again, which is the difficult part. But I did get it. If you pull on it too hard before you got enough sticky on there, it will pop out. You now take the Linkind box and you connect your top LED to where it says top on the side of the box. You connect your bottom to where it says bottom. You apply power with their power brick. Okay, let's go ahead and apply power to our box. It did come on that time and the strips are on. Well, let's try to feed it HDMI. I'm gonna put our HDMI box in the input, and that is definitely going to block the output, isn't it? Oh, maybe not. I'm going to power this with the television, my USB Fire Stick. So here's our HDMI cable for output, and it is 100% blocked. If we use this dongle here that came with the Fire Stick, yes, this will work. So this just places the Fire Stick enough where you can now get your HDMI adapter in. So we're going to go from the output there to the input of HDMI input 8 on the television right here. Okay, for the next section of this, we're going to try moving over to the app. Let's do that now. Okay, we're right here in front of the phone now. We have our AI dot open. We're gonna add a device and see if it can find us. Let's see if we see it under lighting and control. Smart TV light strip. It is blinking. Please turn on Bluetooth. Bluetooth is on. Okay, it did find the strip there. We're gonna go next step. We're gonna go ahead and connect it to Wi-Fi, which you guys can't watch. And now it's trying to connect. It did work. Assign to room, bedroom. You push done here. That's perfect. Okay, it is upgrading the firmware right now. It's at 100%. Upgrade complete. Okay, we are back on the Linkind smart TV strip now, and right now it is set to TV sync, and you can control the sensitivity here in the app by going to sensitivity. You can do schedules and routines here, but you can also change the mode to music. You can change it to some of the presets, just color. Like there's some presets like Christmas here, which you can see. Let's get the lights off in here. That is one called Christmas. This is one called Romance. And if we go back to TV sync, you will see it does just follow what is on the television here. And you can see it change when the TV changes, which is cool. But you can see here it is responding to the light conditions from the television, and it's not using a camera. So it basically prevents you from having to use an actual camera. And you can see it closely following the background now on the television. I'm going to put the app on music. I pushed play. And there you have it. It is following the music. Music sync, there's roll, there's energy. This is very cool and lively. And I can change the sensitivity as well. And now remember, this is also controllable via your smart home. Let's take it back on TV sync. And guys, that was a look at the Linkind TV Smart Light Strip. Very cool product. Took me about 15 minutes to install. Now let's throw it back to Brad and take a look at this online. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this comprehensive look at the Linkind TV light strip with HDMI sync box. This thing is pretty awesome. It allows you to just put this on any television that uses an HDMI input, and you can put your device onto the box, and this thing has algorithms that involve scanning all of the content and then producing a very cool effect on the LED strips. Now this is compatible with up to a 90-inch TV. This guy uses the app AI Dot, which is available on the App Store, and it is compatible with most smart home systems. You can see right here it does give you an immersive visual experience, unmatched visual precision with an HDMI 2 sync box. This thing has preset scene mode so you can enjoy an immersive viewing atmosphere for any occasion. Also does music syncing, so that's pretty cool. You can allow it to sync to your favorite music. Even like if you have a video up on TV, this thing can sync to the music. This thing is also able to sync up with other AI Dot devices so that it gives you a full immersive space in whatever room you're trying to put this in. We encourage you to go ahead and order through our affiliate links for Supercar Street Racing. Go ahead and support the channel and support Linkind for being a generous sponsor. And that is going to do it for today. Make sure you pick this up and put in the comment how you like the Linkind TV sync box.
Guys, we're back with another batch of On Goodness here on Supercar Street Racing. And today we're going to be taking a look at the Cloud Stratus. So stay with us. Right here in front of me, and right now in front of me also, is the On Cloud Stratus in the color Fossil, which is this color here, and Midnight, which is actually black. We got them in size 9 for male, and we're going to be opening these up today and seeing how they look, checking them out, all the details, try them on, walk around, let you know how I feel about them. And that's all coming up right now. And right here in front of me, we have the Cloud Stratus in Fossil and Midnight. You can see right here on the label indicating Fossil and Midnight. And the old but reliable but familiar On box, looking so fly. And of course, On boxes are always recycled. And themed, just like all the other On products, there's a nice cloud on the outside of this recycled packaging. Now this was ordered directly from On, from their factory. So this was part of last year's models. Again, I believe I got them for about $100. I think they were 20% off of normal. So let's take a look and see what's inside of this box next. The On freshness keeps rolling here on Supercar Street Racing with these amazing On shoes that were ordered at a discount, the Cloud Stratus. Let's open them up now and get a closer look at what is inside. And as always, the packaging does indicate that it is 100% recycled cardboard. It has a message right here letting you know. And inside the box with recycled tissue paper here protecting the On shoes. And here you see Fossil and Midnight On Cloud Stratus shoes, looking great, if I must say. So let's get these things out of the box, take a look at them in detail, and see what they're literally all about. And once again, sitting in front of me is the Cloud Stratus from On in Fossil and Midnight, which is very cool. It's kind of a bluish color, the Fossil, or a bluish gray color, and Midnight of course being the black. And let's take a look at the detail of these shoes. Now on the tongue here, you see that it says On Cloud Stratus with the On chicken logo, like I like to call it. To me, it looks like a chicken pointing a beak in the air, but it actually is the word On, and I guess it's supposed to be a person. But yes, right here on the tongue, they've got the On Cloud Stratus logo, which looks pretty cool. It is in blue and kind of a reflective silverish white right there, as you can see. We do have some darker gray laces, which kind of accent very nicely and contrast the white here on the side. And then up front, where the laces hit the front, you've got this blue lace material right here that the laces actually go through. And then here you've got the softer gray material up front. And all On shoes are shipped stock with these inner condoms to protect the shoe shape. In shipping, I have removed that so I can feel the softness of the material, and yes, it's pretty soft right here on this grayer part, and I guess that's what you would call the Fossil color there. Even though there's some other tones on here, like looking at the side, we have the On chicken logo again in a reflective pattern here, reflective material. So I guess when you're walking, you'd be able to see these at night. And then right above here where the laces go through, there is a light blue patch of material and then a white patch of material here where the laces go through, with some nice contrast to the gray here. And on the side, we see the Cloud Tech logo down here, which is this, I guess, this mesh thing here that the shoe is on the bottom of the sole. And they do have these kind of springy looking holes on the side. And the Midnight material flows around from the back to the side there, if you can see that. The back of the On has the O right here in black. You can barely see it there, but it has the O from the On logo. And then below that it says Helion.
in the white section, which I'm not sure what that exactly means, but it's right here on the back, and then they have this notch cut out in the back as well, and that rounds out the back of the On Cloud Stratus. Now here's a good look at the bottom of the On Cloud Stratus, and you can see under here it says Speedboard right there, and has the On Chicken logo again on the bottom, and the bottom of the shoe is a black and white, looking pretty good if I must say so myself. But the key to the On shoe is always going to be how it fits. And so far, On is one of my favorite shoes I have ever purchased, and I haven't really had one that wasn't a great fit and great comfort level. So in order to test out these shoes and see what the comfort level is, what I usually do is go take them for a little walk, try them on, let you know how I feel about them, and then we go online. We'll take a look at the On website and show you how to order the Cloud Stratus if they have your size left, because these are last year's model, so they are at a deep discount. All right, let's get these things tried on and get a walk around going in them. We are out here in the Supercar Street Racing living room with the On Cloud Stratus in Fossil and Midnight, and they are down here right now, and you can see I already have my PFG boat shoes on. I'll be taking these off, putting on the Cloud Stratus, and giving them a test drive. And I just want to remind you that I have pretty bad bunions, so I'm pretty self-conscious about even showing my feet, but in order to make a good review, we need to do this. So first things first, inside of the shoe, there is also this nice cardboard dime for free, no charge. Let's get these Cloud Stratuses on my feet. I wear them unlaced, actually leave them just like they come from the factory, and I wear them unlaced. And already they are pretty comfortable. They're not as comfortable as the last ones that I reviewed, but they are comfortable. And I definitely do feel, I usually buy extra wide shoes because of the bunion problem, but I don't feel any problems here because this cloth feels pretty flexible, so it allows this part where I have issues to kind of just flex out. I have put on the On Cloud Stratus, and I am ready to get up and walk around in them. They fit a little tighter than the last ones I had, no big deal. They are incredibly comfortable though. Let's go out here and take them for a walk down the block. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing closet with the On shoe collection here, and guys, it is time to round off the On shoe collection, but first we have to make room for the last pair to round off this 3-shelf collection. So let's take these flip-flops and move them elsewhere. They can sit there, and the On Cloud Stratus can go right up here. And you can see the On shoe collection has been complete with 9 pairs of shoes there. And then once again over here we still have a bunch of our Puma shoes and also some flip-flops, or Puma if you like to call them that. And now let's take this thing out to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. Talk with Brad online about how to get your pair of Cloud Stratus shoes from On.
We're here once again in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, bringing you high quality 4K videos. I'm Brad, you're on Supercar Street Racing as usual, and today we have the On Cloud Stratus.
that we just purchased directly from On, and we're taking a look at it right here and right now on the onrunning.com website. So it's on-running.com. Now there will be a link in the description to these as well on Amazon, but if you go directly to the On website, you can purchase your own On Stratus shoes. Now right here we see the On Stratus are reduced by 40% right now. So you got to get on there and get your On Stratus ordered. And they're actually Cloud Stratus. I call them Stratus. They are Cloud Stratus shoes. And if you look right here, they have quite a few left. Let's see. So my size is 9. So they do have my color here. They're calling this white and black, but it looks like a little bit of an off-white. If we go to Fossil Midnight, they do have my color available in that. So if you go to the On website and you go to shop, and you go to last season on men, last season, pick any of these shoes that are up on the screen right now, and then when you get into the actual shoe like the Cloud Stratus, if your size is grayed out here for that color, you won't be able to order that shoe. So for example, we have the Fossil and Midnight, and let's see if that's even available. So that's this one here. There are still plenty of sizes available in Fossil and Midnight. These are kind of fly. These are Frost and Niagara. Plenty of size. And these are actually $100 right now. So they're 40% off of their normal cost. So it's a great time to go buy some used freaking On Cloud Stratus shoes right now. Here is the Lake and Fire, or actually Lake and Flare. These are white black. These are just all black. These are kind of cool, man. These are white and creek. I like that color combination a lot. And then we go to Fossil and Midnight, which I already showed you. So guys, I just want to thank you once again for being here at Supercar Street Racing. It means everything to us. Please like, subscribe, click the bell icon. And when you buy something from Amazon, please click through any of my video links. You don't have to buy what's in the link, but if you click through one of my links, I still get a little bit of credit, and it helps keep the channel growing, and it helps keep Supercar Street Racing on the map, which is very important right now. We've been growing this year. We want to see that growth continue, and we really appreciate you guys so much. And before we go, let's just check out one more picture of the Cloud Stratus. And you know from my video I have good 4K close-up pictures, but there's the color that I got. Looks really good. These shoes are so awesome. They're really stylish, super comfortable, and I just love them. So guys, we got to get out of here. I just ordered 20 more pairs of shoes, and I got to go pick them up at UPS. All right, guys, Supercar Street Racing here. It is Wednesday. My neighbor's cutting the grass. That's Rich over there. So we are going to be prepping the car to receive the instrument cluster again, which is on the UPS truck. So sorry about the noise. We're gonna hop in the car here and pull this instrument cluster out and not scratch up the dash anymore. So the instrument cluster is really just sitting in there kind of halfway, and I'm going to be pulling this out now and then retaping all the surfaces so that we're ready to put the new cluster in when it gets back. All right, got the old cluster out. Actually going to show you guys what I did. So when you install your cluster, absolutely must tape up your steering wheel and your top of your steering wheel cover, because mine got all scratched up, and tape up this part here because this cluster is so difficult to install. You are going to mess up your interior like I did if you don't have everything well taped. Now you notice back there the foil tape over the duct. So that is because even after I cut the duct work, the thing would not fit, so I had to trim more and more ductwork off to get the cluster to fit. So we have the cluster out now.
I'm going to go grab the interface adapter. So here is the adapter. Amazon, stop the station on Audio Echo Dot. Yeah, I don't want a copyright infringement. I'll be right back. All right, so I got the adapter here that comes with the cluster. It goes on the end of the only cable that goes to your instrument cluster, your stock one. So I'm going to put that on now. Here are the 3 connectors that go to the back of the cluster. There's the adapter wire. There is the one of them is for the control pad, and the other one is for the camera, the rear backup camera, and then we have the USB 90-degree USB adapter. Now I'm actually going to do something that I've been wanting to do for a while. I'm going to attempt to put my what do you call it, GPS, external GPS antenna onto my nav, because it doesn't work half the time with the splitter that goes to the factory nav. So I'm going to see if I can do that and put that right there. We're about to find out. Okay, so I got the navigation system pulled out, and that is absolutely not happening today. I forgot that the actual GPS wire is down here behind the navigation brain, and the wiring in there to get that out is absolutely insane. It is stuffed in there so tight that I'm worried that I won't get it back in. It took everything I had last time to get this thing working, so I'm not going to do that today. I don't have time to do that. It's going to take me an hour or so to get that done. So for now, we're prepped and waiting for the instrument cluster to get here. Got the package. I used the UPS app to stalk the driver, who was like at least probably an hour away from the house, but there it is. I used to follow my package app, and that thing worked great, and I drove a block with no instrument cluster to get my package there. So the guys were freaking out when they got it, because I cut the brackets off, and they're like, wow, we've never seen one with brackets cut off. Do you want us to fix that? And I'm like, no dude, it won't fit with the brackets. So we got this guy in front of me doing 5 miles an hour now. We'll be back. All right, got the cluster unboxed. It's exactly how I sent it to them, with the brackets cut off, because they're ridiculous. It did come back with a new screen. They didn't charge me. I don't know why, but they probably will eventually. They said that it ships with a screen protector here from the factory that you take off, and then this is another screen protector that they provide that I guess, I don't know which side is the actual screen protector on this thing. You peel something off and then it goes on, but I'm even scared to take that off before I install it so I don't scratch the thing. But I'm gonna work on getting this screen protector installed if I can figure out how, and then I'll update you guys. All right, so there's no instructions whatsoever for the screensaver. It's already scratched up. It came scratched up. I'm gonna try it at least until I get it on the car, in case I do something stupid. However, I mean, the one that came on there was better. I don't know why they just don't leave this on there as like the main screensaver. You don't have to peel it off. But anyway, I had to tape it on with shipping tape. It just doesn't stick. I tried water, I tried everything, and now it's got creases in it and stuff. I'm sure it's gonna look like crap and I'm gonna end up ripping it out, but that's what I got so far. I'm already frustrated. Got the cluster installed. It's took me every bit of my strength possible to get it in there, and it's not perfect. And there's a gap here, you can see. I'm gonna have to fill that in. I think I'm gonna use like caulk right there, black, right in that gap right there to kind of fill in that huge opening, but that's the best it would go. I could not get it to go in any further. So now I'm doing the setup. So you use the push in, it pops the menu up. I'm gonna go down to see what firmware. I've already set the device to let's see. I set it to miles, and temperature I didn't set yet. Okay, it is on Fahrenheit, so then you hit back again. I'm trying to see what firmware this is on. Okay, let's see what vehicle units is on. Okay, let's go to Imperial. All right, that's good.
Okay, that's all of those. I thought the firmware was in here, but I guess, oh wait, here we go. About, okay, it's on 2.0.2, and my phone shows that 2.0.2 is the newest firmware. Be right back, I'm gonna check on some other things. Okay, like I said, I am on the highest level firmware available. There might be a test firmware that they send me if I'm still having issues with high battery drain. But you can see here, I've got the got this set up from my default display. It shows horsepower and torque, which is absolutely cool. I've got the shift lights turned on. I don't know what that does. I kind of want to play with it. I've got the digital speedometer there and right there, and I just love this thing. It's so cool. It doesn't fit very well, and it's still kind of off. It's kind of just a tiny bit, like a 1/4 millionth of an inch down on one side, but it is in the dash. It's not going anywhere. It is like squished in there. It's so close, so tight. Lucky you got it in this far, honestly. But I will give you guys another update after I hear back from ID4 Motion, because I just emailed them about a new firmware file. But for right now, maybe I'll take a drive and show you guys how it looks. Yeah, I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna take a little drive. All right, got the cluster all in there and cleaned, adjusted the brightness. It's gonna look weird on this camera, I'm sure. I'm also trying to hold this while I drive. So first of all, let's see if the backup camera works. I did enable that. Now remember, the backup camera comes on both on the instrument cluster and on my Android unit. So let's see what happens. Okay, the picture is rolling on it, which is interesting because it was doing that the first time I set it up, and then it didn't do it for a while. Yep, the picture's rolling, so I don't know what's up with that. It stopped. You can't see it because it's so bright, but you can see it kind of there. It's really bright. So let's go ahead and reverse. And of course you can't see the gear because we are actually covering it with the camera. So we're going for a little drive here. Let me close my garage. Let's see what happens when I switch to gear. So first impressions, I mean, I've seen it before, but it was scratched. First impressions, it's plenty bright enough. Absolutely can see this during the day. It's probably washed out with the camera phone. Need to invest in some better camera equipment, but there you go. You can turn on and off the M Sport logo. So now what I do is I go and I see on my nav how fast I'm really going because I have GPS. All right, so it is 2 miles an hour fast, 3 miles an hour fast. So there is an adjustment for that. I'll show you guys. I'm gonna put this a little bit closer. Wish I had direct video from this thing. I just don't have that capability. So there is the instrument cluster. Now, of course, you can change the appearance of it. I'm gonna pull over and do that now. So if we go to hold the button down, now I've got the keypad, but it's inside the dash. Go to appearance and themes. And let's go to default and change that to analog. So there's the analog default. I changed the LED color to blue. I like that for the speed. This is probably ridiculously hard to see, I'm sure. It's so bright. The exposure is probably crazy. Let's see if I can change that real quick. Okay, yeah, I was able to change the exposure. That looks a lot better for you guys. So there's a good shot of the cluster in normal mode. So you can have a default and then you can have it switch to a different skin when you go into sport mode. Let's go back into sport. Let's go Actually, let's go into the appearance and change the default again. So you hold down this button, you go to appearance and themes, default. So there's classic analog. I'll just go through these a little bit. This one's kind of cool. Let's leave it there for now, because I want you guys to be able to see it. Actually, let's go down back to sport now that we have the brightness fixed. This is Blaze. So that's with the exposure turned all the way down. It's still really bright, so sorry about that. So yeah, that's a good look at how these themes look. I absolutely love this cluster. It's such a cool thing. So we are pulling back into the garage now. So it'll be a little bit darker, less glare on the thing here shortly. And then I'll step through a couple of the other themes for you. There we go. So that looks a lot better. So let's go through these themes real quick. So we hold down this stock button, the BC button. We go to appearance, themes. Default changes it when you're not in sport mode. There's a sport default that changes when you go into sport. So that is classic analog, modern analog, classic orange, modern orange, bright blaze, fierce blaze, and that is it. And so I didn't buy everything. I don't have race mode, which I really want, and they promised it to me 10 or 15 times and never gave it to me. But yeah, that is the ID4. Oh, I love that. I love those LEDs right here. I mean, did you ever think you'd see a 335i, a 2011 335i with Android here, and then this kick-ass digital display, even though it took me about 3 or 4 months to get everything straight. I hope you guys like this video, and I hope you buy one. And I don't have a click-through link for this. I can supply the link to the website, but I get nothing if you buy it, unfortunately. So buy it anyway. Let me know if you love it. Let me know if you hate it. I'll update you guys if they change the firmware, do any improvements. Till then, love you guys. Peace out.
Guys, I wanted to take a minute and thank our sponsors for today's video. Now, we have 2 sponsors on the side, besides from the main sponsor that provided for the actual video. But today we are also sponsored by Enviroscent here. And Enviroscent was so kind to send us one of their safe scents. And they did send us lemon leaf and thyme. And you can see right here, it's pretty cool. So this is the thing that plugs into the wall. They give you this with the package. You take the scent out of this thing. They give you a little can for it. And then this just slides directly into the Enviroscent. It does have arrows to show you which way, and it should just slide right in like that. And then it just plugs right into the wall. It gives you 45 days of freshness. Now, Enviroscent is safe for you and your pets. Everything in the Enviroscent is liquid-free and non-toxic. And this is made for medium-sized spaces and guaranteed not to overwhelm your home with scent. So if you're planet conscious, this is perfect for you, because that is the approach that Enviroscent does take with all their products. Right here on the front page, you can see they have 5 different scents available, and this one is the lemon, leaf, and thyme. We're gonna go ahead and plug that in Supercar Street Racing Compound and see how it smells. Now, they did include a card, and it does have 6 different scents that you can choose from: pineapple coconut, sea salt aloe, lavender tea and honey, spring water lotus, rainwater bamboo, lemon leaf and thyme, and pineapple and coconut. And please be sure to buy from the link in the description and leave them a nice review on Amazon. Tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you. We'd also like to welcome The Good Stuff Rug Tape to the channel as a sponsor. Now, this stuff is double-sided, heavy duty, and it is completely residue free when you use it. This roll here is 2 inches wide by 10 yards. And checking out here on the Amazon page, you can get 10 yards, 30 yards, or 100 yards, all by 2 inches. So it's a well-known fact that a lot of people are injured every year because their rugs do slip out from underneath them. It says right here, over 40,000 people are injured because of that. So this stuff is super easy to install and reposition. It's got an easy tear backing and a no-slip rub gripper tape. You can effortlessly tear it to any desired length. And on any type of carpet or rug, this stuff is designed to last. This stuff is highly rated and highly trusted by all the customers, so you can trust it too. I'm going to leave a link down in the description for the Extreme Strength Rug Tape. Please support our sponsor by going down in the description and buying yours there. All right, I thought I'd do a cold start video for Ricer Miata, tribute to Ricer Miata. We just got off the phone talking about the BMW 335i. There's mine right there. Here's the SL. So I figured I'll hang the camera out the door here, cold start this thing and rev it a little bit. Here we go. All right, we'll hold it out the door here. Thing sounds fucking mean. All right, Ricer Miata. There you go, Chris.
All right, is that gator still out there? John, where you going, buddy?
Get some more shrimp, man.
Hot!
Day 64 of the keto diet, and I am at 144.6. I was at 169. So I have lost 25 pounds on the keto diet in 64. Okay, so I don't know what happened. These two came over and then this happened.
Oh my God! What?
What did you do?
I don't know.
What is all this?
What? Crazy.
Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and today we've got something special. We're coming from the Supercar Street Racing garage out here to bring you more carbon fiber products for the 2023 Tesla Model S, and you can use this on both a Plaid or a regular Model S, and we've got it. It's special and it's right here, and I'm super hyped to share it with you guys today on the channel. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and right here and right now, we're out in the Supercar Street Racing garage bringing you some more carbon fiber fun from RPM Tesla. Now, RPM Tesla makes a lot of aftermarket accessories for the Teslas, and one of the things I love about them is they have a lot of aftermarket carbon fiber. The great thing about having a Tesla is there's so many companies out there that can provide you with aftermarket accessories, but you gotta trust a company like RPM Tesla who've been doing it for a long time now, and I have a bunch of their products and they're all very high quality and they always fit perfectly, so that's why I went with them again. One thing that's really cool about the Tesla Model S Plaid is it has a lot of dry looking matte carbon fiber. I love that, it's my favorite thing.
Enhancing the look of your Tesla Model S is pretty easy. You can do a lot of things to the outside like wheel and tires, but one of the things I really love is adding more carbon fiber to the outside of the car. And with this next accessory, we're going to be able to take that one step further. Okay, right in front of me, we do have a product here from RPM Tesla that we're going to be opening today and showcasing on Supercar Street Racing. So let's go ahead and get it opened. Right here in this box that I struggled to open, it was taped so well, is the charging port covers for the 2023 Model S. They will fit both the Plaid and the regular Model S. I believe these guys were about $130. I will link them in the description. Here is my order form. 2023 Model S charging port overlay, dry, real molded carbon fiber. And they also included a aftermarket accessories brochure, which is very cool. So we'll be taking a look at that as well. They have all kinds of accessories for the Plaid and the regular Model S. And then inside of the box here are the overlays. And there is a QR code here to watch the installation video, which we will put up on the screen now.
So let's take a look at the passenger side, what we already have installed, on the driver's side. So over here on your charging port, you can see that when you touch your charging port, it still opens like normal, especially when you have the door unlocked. These are our awesome taillights. These are the Knight Rider lights. So these are great. They're already smoked, and they have a great boot up sequence. But let's take a look at this. So you see we've installed it on here now. This is an older version with a lightning bolt, but it fits great. It doesn't interfere with the opening and closing of the charging port. It wraps all the way around the edge. And now we're going to proceed with the installation. Let's go over here. We'll do this real quick. What we need, of course, is a clean vehicle. And when you do the passenger side, you can't open and close it. So we're going to remove all the tape, but we're going to clean it first. Now, all of our cars in our showroom have a ceramic coating on them. The ceramic coating needs to be removed, just like wax or anything like that. So we're going to really clean this until we hear that squeaky clean. All right, so we're done with that. And again, we're not going to give you adhesive promoter. We don't think it's needed. We also think that adhesive promoter is great on paint, on plastic. It can damage it in the long run. So just make sure you've got it really clean, no oil, no grease on here. Feel it with your finger. It should be rough. It shouldn't be smooth. And if you cleaned it with alcohol and removed everything, it'll look just like that and feel like that. So here's how we install it. I'm going to switch. And again, we're going to hold that same angle. So we got our before photo. Now, you just put it right on like this. Put it right on the top. Look how you can remove it if you don't like where you put it. But hook the back of it over the edge like this and go all the way up to the top. There. And we're on strong. And we're on here. And it's fitting perfect. So you're just going to peel and stick. And if for some reason you need to move it, I'm going to switch with you again. If you have to move it, you can still raise it up and move it. Okay, again, it's made out of 2x2 twill carbon fiber. It matches the spoilers perfect. It's wrapping around the car. Notice the direction and the flow. So airflow is going around the car. Same thing on this side. The direction is going around the car, just like our spoilers and all of our other products, like our new diffuser coming out soon for the Model Y. And again, this fits the 3 and the Y. So let's keep applying pressure. And if you hear ticking sounds like that, it means it's not sitting flat. So you got to keep pressing and pressing until the pressure-sensitive adhesive double-sided tape is fully grabbing. So please just keep pushing. Push, push, push. There. It's almost perfect now because it's not resisting. Now when you do the driver's side, it'll be open. So just support it underneath and apply pressure. Now, normally you should put some tape on here to hold it down if you're going to drive the car immediately. It takes 72 hours for the tape to fully bond.
So that was a look at how to install the 2023 Model S charging port overlays. Let's go ahead and get them out of the packaging. They are packaged with a little plastic thing around them. Then there's some protective, like styrofoam-ish light cloth over the charging port overlays. Here's a good look at the Tesla charging port overlays for the Model S, and you can see on the back here, they do have 3M tape all around it, just like they do their other products, and all you have to do is peel off this 3M tape after you wipe down your charging port and stick this directly on, and it should fit perfectly. Now, these did come in a protective styrofoam sealed envelope type thing, which is like a, it's just like a soft styrofoam cloth, and they were protected very well with that, and they came out looking very awesome. Now that we've seen the product and what it's going to do for the car, we're going to go ahead and take a walk around the Model S and check out all the other carbon fiber. Out in front of the Tesla Model S Plaid, and we see at the very bottom of the bumper here, we have the carbon fiber bumper cover there, and we also up front where the Tesla logo is have the V carbon fiber overlay. We're out here next to the Model S again, and we are on the side, and you can see right here we have the turn signal / camera cover overlays here, which were a major improvement to the way the side of the Model S looks. In my opinion, the Model S does not have enough carbon on the outside, and these camera covers here made a big difference in the aesthetic and the look of the Model S Plaid. They match perfectly with the factory rear little lip that is dry matte carbon fiber and added a very nice look to the side of the car. What do you think? These are the Tesla Model S carbon fiber mirror covers and add a very cool look to the side of the car. It's such a large amount of carbon that it makes the car look better and more expensive, of course, because it is real molded dry matte carbon fiber. It also matches the weave of the factory carbon fiber from Tesla perfectly, which adds a great touch to the car and just overall makes the car seem a lot more sporty, and I love the way it looks on the outside of the mirrors here on the Model S. These are the Tesla Model S door handle covers, and they are also in dry matte carbon fiber, and they are inexpensive, and basically they just press directly on to the outside of the car door handles, and they add yet another nice touch to the side of the car. They really stand out up against the satin wrap here on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. So those are the door handle covers. There will be links to all of this in the description of the video. We're at the back of the Model S, and you can see here the factory rear lip from Tesla is matte look carbon fiber. So all of the other carbon fiber that's been added to the car is specifically matched with this weave of the factory Tesla carbon fiber. So everything looks like it comes from the Tesla factory. Moving inside of the Model S, we have the charging port overlay carbon fiber, which we will put a picture of up on the screen right now, but it sits right there over where you charge your phones, right in the center of the console there, and adds yet another good look to the inside of the car. And it's pretty inexpensive, around $120 or $130, I believe. There will be a link in the description also to the charging port overlay carbon fiber. Okay, we are out here in the back of the Model S Plaid, and we are ready to go ahead and prep to install. So what you need to do first is clean your charging port completely. So we have Windex and we have a soft cloth here, and we're just gonna go ahead and clean this and get this port nice. And the car is dusty, and you can see like a little baby scratch in the wrap there that just became apparent when I wiped it off. And it is now ready for the application of the charging port overlay.
Got it!
Okay, you are going to notice here on the back the 3M tape that you peel off. Go ahead and peel all that off.
Yeah.
Okay, we're now ready to install our charging port overlay, and you simply move this right over the top, and there will feel like a hook action, So it'll feel like it hooks on it when it's in the right spot, which that feels pretty close, and then you just simply push down on it, and it did open up for me. I forgot to lock it. Just remember, once it's on there all the way, it's gonna be very difficult to take off. But it is in there now, and we will close the charging port door so you can see it. And that's gonna do it for this side. There is a little bit of 3M tape that got caught underneath this that I have to get out. And I'm gonna go ahead and go do the other side. There is no room to shoot over there. We just successfully updated the Model S with the charging port overlay, and it came out very nice. So we are done with this project for the carbon fiber. We're gonna throw it to the studio now, and Brad's gonna show you inside the 4K production studio how you can get these for your Tesla. Back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio again with Brad. And today we've got the special carbon fiber for the Model S. Now, right here on the screen, you can see the 2023 Plus Model S charging port overlay sitting, looking so fresh and so fly. You need this for your car. Now, you can pick up your carbon fiber from either one of those companies, except the camera cover can only come from T-Sportline. They don't have the updated version over at RPM Tesla. But you can see here, you can go to the links in the description and you can order your Model S or other Tesla carbon fiber accessories for your car. And there's a whole lot of them available here. And I think there's some interesting ones like the carbon fiber yoke steering wheel cover. I do like that. It is matte carbon fiber and it is on one of these pages. And they also have a few other things that I like the carbon fiber rear splitter. And one day I might get that. It does require some drilling to put on, so I'm not sure if I'm really happy about drilling into my $100,000 plus car, but it still looks cool and enhances the look of the car, so I'm kind of down to try it out. Guys, please like and subscribe and hit that bell icon. It helps me out so greatly. And buy all of your products through our Amazon links when there is one. Even if it's not the product you want, in the link in the description, click that link and buy anything you want. And it gives me $1 or $2 and helps support the channel. And the channel is growing subscribers every day and more views every day. But we got to get out of here. We got to go pick up a carbon fiber complete replacement for my car. Check out this dude. Oh man. Dude ruined my short hawkage.
Okay. Fred's here! Fred's here!
Look at you!
Yay!
Corgi Christmas. Korg deer. Rain Korg. What are you looking at? We need the other camera. Let's rotate. And that is Chris Rudnick's booth. There's a lot of action going on here. There's Motion Auto. There's everybody else in the world is here. And I was going to say hi to Chris, but it's really busy, so probably leave him alone for now and go walk around and check out some of the car show. Nice looking GTR and Evo.
That guy has so much money because he's shitting it out.
Cool GTR. And we were just walking around checking out all the goodness here.
And then I saw that one.
We'll wait till I start drifting off on that.
And I guess we can go back into the back. They're not restricting access to there's Samet and Chris.
And Matt. Doing photo ops. Not going to bother them. But we will go back here, check out the rest. Trevor's drift car.
When you get to shops, you're just gonna have to work everyone.
There's the MagnaFlow booth. Here's Colette's car, the rotary. And then that is that's the rotary, no, is that the rotary Supra? Yeah. That's Adam in the Supra. Right there. Doing a little bit of texting and tuning. Adam and Colette. And of course, Vargas for RX-7 tuning specialist. Rotary Vargas.
And at the end of this video, or at the end of this blurb, I'm going to show you another good reason why you should have readily available.
All right, he wanted me to record for some reason.
Is this going to hurt your feelings if we destroy these speakers that we took out of your car?
Not at all.
All right, here we go.
Are we going to hook them up
To me, everybody should have a strong magnet in some capacity.
Right.
To do one very important thing.
Crush
and that's to
speakers.
check if you have stainless steel or non-stainless steel screws, nuts, and bolts.
Okay.
So, way to check if stainless steel is not. I'll show you now. If you want to make sure that if you're using stuff for the outside, stuff that's going to be weathered.
Okay.
For example.
So like on the cart, you would want stainless. So
Okay.
that's steel. That's galvanized.
Oh,
This
there's a
is
little bit in there. Oh, it looked like it was stainless. Hold tight. This is definitely stainless. Well,
no.
It's a strong magnet, but this is. Stand by. True stainless. There you go, right there.
So
stainless is not. So if you ever want to test to see whether or not you're using real stainless, get a magnet.
Yeah,
and
so
that's the test.
So we can make one out of that speaker.
Yep, that's what we'll do.
Cool. Very good.
All right, so we're gonna tear it apart. And at the end of this video, or at the end of this blurb, I'm going to show you another good reason why you should have a magnet readily available. So I think we could probably just crush this thing off. Let's see if this works.
The basket.
It's coming.
There it goes. Maybe.
It's right there.
That's tough. Get your pry bar and frickin'. So we're gonna separate this real quick to have a magnet for me. These cheap Scosche speakers that came with the golf cart. And there it is. That's the basket separated from the magnet. And there's the voice coil inside. Copper wound around something. Ceramic. That's money. This is the toughest. Scosche, you're overbuilding your speakers, bro. Oh, it's going crazy. That's almost there.
Close.
That's close. We'll get it out of there. Never knew Scosche made speakers. They only make radio adapter kits for cars and wiring harnesses. Boy, this is actually a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. Boom. Whenever you're ready to test that sub, we'll bring it over.
All right, now I'll show you the other reason why you want to have a magnet.
Okay. So when you drop your tools down into your battery tray.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can magnetize your screwdriver.
All right, so right now, this thing should not be magnetized. So.
And then.
Oh, I magnetized that one before. All right. So, here we go. Does not stick. But
Right.
if you rub this across this a few times, it should, in
There we
theory,
go.
stick.
Look at this hack. This
So-
is sick.
Yeah. All right. There
This
you go,
is getting
bud.
its own video.
All right. That's our tip
There you
of the
go, bud.
day.
And now we have a
No.
magnet for our
and
house.
I keep mine right on my device, is where I just keep mine at.
Good
So,
idea.
yeah.
I'll do the same. All right.
Let's get one thing straight, actor. I don't trust you. And if you betray us, I'll rip your fucking balls off and stuff them up your ass so that the next time you shit, you'll shit all over your balls. Got it? Next time you pull a stunt like that, I'll drill 2 holes through your dick so that when you pee, it shoots out in all different directions. You got it?
Ah, look how pretty. That sweet couple.
Yeah. So there's my dolly. It's not.
Looks like he's checking the AC. Air conditioner's on. He's fixing the idle.
There's nobody going down. Well, it's actually
Oh yeah, we might have to get in the trunk.
like I said, that's where I shine.
I figure we'll probably be climbing in there in a minute. All right, maybe you should get in the trunk.
Right? I got you.
I'm not big enough, man. This plus 5 gallons of fuel.
Yeah. Every bit counts.
Back in the trunk again, my buddy.
Sure.
I forgot your name.
Michael.
Michael, the Titan. We're in the trunk. Because it's spinning. Even with the tire pressure down. It'll spin. Here we go. All the way in. Loud as hell. Eat ear muffs. That was fun. Oh, sweet. 2,000 horsepower. Perfect. Will it make a boost now?
Maybe 28 now.
And still maxed out on the G-Cycle?
Yeah, it's maxed. Yeah, we're maxed now. Well, we got another 2. It's not bad.
Yeah. It's not great, but...
I mean, I honestly don't think that turbo is going to make any more than that. I've never run that turbo with those small housings. I think
So you think it's a small exhaust housing?
I think it's the compressor housing mostly, but turbine housing too.
Would it make 743?
Yeah. You get it to make a little more, but it's not going to make a ton.
Yeah.
Just changing those housings, I think you'll pick up probably 100 horsepower.
Yeah. Okay.
You try to force it to make boost, then you're just back pressure just going up.
Yeah.
It's not good for anything.
Okay. It'll probably make more on the street, huh?
Yeah. If I could run it in 5th gear, probably too. I don't really like to do that.
Might as well. I got the gearing for it.
It's different.
411.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, do it one more time. Hey, you think you can get in the back so I can video it? All right. Thanks, man. I wonder if you guys can fit. You think that's too much, mister?
Yeah, I think that's gonna be
Just one person?
just one person.
All right, he said just one.
One person?
Yeah.
Especially now with this here.
Okay. Thanks, man. What's that? A what? Yeah, fully works. It's running the factory ECU and AEM, and they're tied together, kind of a hybrid thing, because they don't make an AEM for this car, so there's no plug and play like for the IS. So people just kind of fake it. It's got a Honda AEM. No. VVTI is off, right? It's on. Oh, it's on? Oh, it's on. Okay. Good question. I have that same question as how it's working with the Honda AEM, but I guess I don't know. I have no idea. Or maybe it's the program itself and not the actual hardware. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's got the V160, the super 6-speed transmission, built suspension, everything's done, and the motor's built top and bottom end. So I mean, it can handle every bit of this turbo. Turbo needs a bigger exhaust housing, I guess. Here we go. I saw the 31 on the boost gauge when you were running it. I was looking at it pretty close. They made some power. That time I can tell.
It's fired though. It probably needs new plugs.
Really?
Yeah.
So that had to be like close to 800. It had to be. Because it made 743 with 3 less pounds of boost. So, oh no, 754. I thought it'd be close to 800 for sure. Oh, 777. 788. There you go, 791. Man, if we could just get it up there like 8 more pounds,
thing would make 900 easy.
8 more pounds?
Yeah, is that okay?
Ain't gonna happen. Yeah, you got a gap plug on. It's firing.
Do we need to do that right now, or can we do it right now?
I mean, I can get it done.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Okay, yeah, we might as well. I mean, they're new. I say new. They've been on the dyno now twice, but.
You know what they gapped them to?
I don't. What is this? 1080p digital camera. $1080p digital camera, huh? Huh. Let's take a look at this thing. Alright, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing office right here in front of artificial intelligence generating stuff for us, and we have the Jackinor digital camera 2024 upgraded 1080p 44 megapixel digital camera, kids digital point shoot camera with 16x zoom. Oh, it just goes on forever, but this is a 1080p camera here that they have provided to me at no charge to review for you guys. And the only fair way to do that is to set the GoPro up at the same video resolution and use the built-in mic from the GoPro. Let's turn this on to film us at the same time. Should be recording us now, so let's see if it can see us right here. And now we are in apples to apples comparison. You guys are looking at me. I just washed my hair, so it's an absolute mess, but this is the camera right here. Now, the camera does shoot, I believe, it doesn't actually say, but I think it's 30 frames per second at full HD 1080p. It does come with a memory card. I believe it's a 32-bit, as according to the ad on Amazon says. And it also does still pictures as well, so we will be comparing the two. And if we look right here on the back, it is recording right now, and the little light is flashing. I did charge the camera for about 30 minutes before we went ahead and got this out. And then also, the menu system is pretty simple on the camera. We will go through it once we stop down on this video, but I wanted to put kind of a side-by-side comparison of the GoPro to this. To make it completely, hopefully in the shot, it's a very narrow field of view. To make this fair, I have the GoPro set at 1080p, 30 frames per second, which is not what I usually shoot at. And I will publish the video in 1080p as well, just to make sure that it is a fair fight. I'm also not using the wireless mic, I'm using the actual GoPro mic on the Media Mod kit. As you can see right here, it's the same video, we're recording at the exact same time. Now, going through the manual here, I will put a picture up on the screen now of the manual. It is not very conclusive on a lot of the settings, but it is pretty easy to figure out. Basically, there is a mode button on the back. It is labeled number 5 here on the instruction manual, and that's where you basically go from telling it to shoot video to shooting still pictures. And we do have it set on the highest setting right now of 1080p. And then the video settings are just one thing, but you can also set the still picture to 44, 42, 36, or 24 megapixel. And on the video, you can go 1080p, 720p, or 480p. It does come with a 32 gigabyte SD card. It can take single or continuous photos, or it has a timer to do that. Now, this only has an electronic zoom. This does not have a manual zoom. So if you want to manual zoom, you cannot do this. It will always be electronic, meaning it is blowing up the electronic picture when you are going ahead and zooming on it. It does have a lithium-ion battery that is rechargeable, and that is what we are running on right now. So it does have a warning on the box that it is normal for the camera to get hot when it is running. So be aware, it will get hot, especially on video and using
the 30 frame per second at 1080p video mode.
Now, taking a look inside the box, the camera did come in this nice case right here. Nice soft case, as you guys can see right here. We'll put it on both videos for you guys to compare. And dipping further inside the box, we would find a plug here. So a regular charger for a USB Type A. We have a nice cleaning cloth for your camera here. I'll put it right in front of that one so you can see it. We have a USB Type A to USB Type C cable right here as well. We have a USB Type A to USB C cable right here for charging the camera. We have a nice strap that goes right onto the side of the camera here. We have an empty SD card holder because the SD card is physically inside of the camera right now, guys. And then we have this other strap that's a lot bigger, I guess, to put it around your neck. And that is all that came with the camera. And now it is time to put the camera side by side and shoot some video in different lighting conditions so you can compare the video and the audio from the GoPro to the new SD card digital camera. Okay, we are side by side on the new digital camera with the GoPro, and we are going to compare this footage. We're going to walk around the house into different areas and just show you typical video from different lighting conditions so you can decide for yourself which camera has the better quality. Now, already notice that the frame on the digital camera, the new one, is a lot more narrow. It doesn't have quite a wide field of view. Look, on the GoPro, I have it set to normal, linear. So this is how it looks in my bathroom with just the lighting from the LED mirrors. Now let's step into the dark area of the bathroom and see which one has better low light or more high performance low light conditions. And that's a good look at how that looks there. And then moving over to my well lit closet, this is how it looks all the way up into the light, directly into the light. On the right, it does feel like it's a little bit more bluish in color on the new digital camera compared to the old GoPro. And I'm watching the frame rate on the right hand side feel like it's not doing 30 frames per second, but we're going to find out if it can't keep up with the GoPro. Lighting from our skylights until we turn on the big lights. And you can see right here the lights did come on, and let's compare the detail in the carpet here, which has little lines on it, and the detail in Shamar Bridges' NFL motorbike here. We're going to move on outside of the Supercar Street Racing house now. Now it has been raining for a solid week in Jacksonville, maybe more than that, and it is very difficult to get some time outside, but we are finally able to come outside and compare pictures on the old GoPro to the new digital camera here, which costs a fraction of the price. Let's take it down to the dock here and see if we can get this alligator. And here he comes. Let's telephoto on him. Now the battery keeps coming out. The battery compartment keeps opening. Let's telephoto on him. All right, here comes another one. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that guy. Here comes another alligator headed this way. That's how it looks zoomed in on the new digital camera. Let's go ahead and widen out. It looks like it's having trouble keeping up with the frame rate, but not sure. And of course, the GoPro will beat that. Here is the pool. You can definitely see a difference in the lens. How wide the lens shoot, how narrow the new digital camera is. And let's check the colors out on this plant. Nice reddish, purplish colors on the plant. How do they look? All right, let's take some pictures with both of these and compare those next. It's Friday night edit at Supercar Street Racing. Brad here, and you can see right behind me the 24/7 Supercar Street Racing jukebox, looking so fresh and so fly right behind me. And right here we have this digital camera. It's a 44 megapixel 1080p camera that we were provided by the manufacturer to go ahead and check out today. And I have it right here in front of me. A few things about this camera is you could see the quality is not amazing at 1080p. It does skip frames, and the quality is not super good, and the audio is just okay. So is it worth $45? I'm not sure. I'll let you guys decide when you look at the video and the audio side by side with the GoPro, which costs 10 times as much. But right here we have the camera, and here's a good look at it. I did notice that the battery compartment tends to open up like by itself. Sometimes it's really easy to get out. And here is a look at the screen right here behind it. You can see it says welcome coming up on the screen right now when you power it on. It does do stills, it does do video, and I did just show you how that looks right up against the super expensive GoPro. So this thing has 4.9 stars right now out of 90 ratings. And I would say that if you need a cheap camera, especially for kids, this is perfect for you. I actually am going to give this to my friend's son for his birthday, and he will probably love it and make a bunch of videos and pictures on it. And it does come with a little case and a USB Type-C cord to go ahead and either upload it or to charge it. So guys, we're not going to hang around here all night. It's Friday night. We've been working all week really hard, but please like and subscribe and buy all your products through the affiliate links down below. Please like and subscribe and comment, guys. We really appreciate everything that you guys do for our channel. This video is a beast to edit with these two cameras. I hope you enjoyed it. I got to get out of here. It's Friday night. I got to go eat a ribeye. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, back from a vacation in sunny Southern California to see some friends, and we have the Christopher Knight Home Cape Coral Outdoor Mesh Lounge chairs in dark gray here, which we are going to unbox and assemble right here in this lovely office. So the first thing is, while I get my tripod set up here, we're going to get this thing unboxed. It says, do not cut open with a sharp knife tool. I wonder why. Oh, because they don't want you cutting the mesh on the chair. So let's not cut it open with a sharp knife tool, but let's use sharp scissors. Hope you guys are having a great Monday. The lights in the office are not working. I must have messed them up when I went in the attic. But I am going to be very careful when doing exactly what it says not to do. It says don't do this. I'm sure it's because they don't want you cutting the mesh on the chair. But don't go so deep in there that you get it. And let's see what these guys have for us. This is very well packed, and I'm not sure how it actually opens. So I don't know if the whole top comes off or what, or if it opens just on one side. Apparently it might. Oops. Yeah, it might open. I need both sides cut. Yeah, it does. Do not cut open with a sharp knife. The wrench, discharge string is attached to a hardware pouch containing all necessary hardware for assembly. What wrench string? There is no wrench string. So I heard a lot of things online about how these are difficult to put together. Your best bet for installing these types of things is to keep all the boot bolts really loose when you do it, because sometimes they will not line up if you don't do that. I've put together plenty of these things, and it almost caused me and my ex-girlfriend to break up prematurely, or we actually broke up. Okay, so there is a little string here on the side, and it goes inside the box, and supposedly it is connected to the the bolts and nuts and all the hardware you need. Wonderful, like extra taped. This thing is hard to open, dude. Okay, yep. So there is a, it's gonna take up some room to assemble, I'll tell you that right now. Here's the bag with the hardware. They kind of strap it there so you know you actually got it. I guess some people maybe lost the hardware in transit. And we have some styrofoam goodness to get rid of, and some cardboard to burn. Dude, I would hate to have to return these. I would just drop it at the UPS store and be like, sorry. Okay, looking further into this box now to see what we have. Here we've got some wonderful bubble wrap here. And it looks like they're mostly assembled. That's great. They've been labeled with letters. And we're gonna have to move this back a little bit so you guys can get a better view. And I'm gonna stop down and get my microphone as well.
right, so I got a bit. Not sure if I'm going to be able to use this or not because it may not afford the space for this. So a lot of people said they had to use a hammer, a mallet to get the legs to line up. We're going to find out. All right, guys, here is the finished product out on the pool deck. And as you can see, these things look freaking awesome. I love the modern look and feel to them. They were easy to put together, although I made a mistake on this one, and it was totally my fault. I stripped out one of the bolts, but I got a self-tapping screw and put it in there to fix that part. But yeah, so these are all done. I'm going to take some B-roll glamour shots. I hope you guys enjoyed the video and that you are enjoying all the content that I am putting out and working so hard for. If you could please subscribe and like, I'd appreciate it. Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, we just got the matching table put together. It took another week for that to get here. But as you can see, it does look like it matches the chairs pretty well. We'll go ahead and take that outside, put it with the chairs. Got the table outside with the chairs. One thing I wanted to notice, with you guys, is that these chairs do hold water on the top. This fabric does not allow the water to seep through. We'll see how that's going to hold up in the future, but for now, it's not a problem. But I do see eventually that these things probably will end up rusting at some point. But yeah, so that's going to wrap this up. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll see you on the next one. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing, early in the morning, it's cold, freezing, and here is the Club Car Precedent. Can't talk this morning, still half asleep, but we are actually going to be plastic dipping this guy today, and that's going to take some prep first, and I haven't decided whether I'm going to spray the trim while it's on the cart. That means if the cart was ever taken apart, the trim would peel off the dip, which may not be great for a lot of things, but if I
I do the trim separately, I have a ton more taping and all that, so I'm thinking of just spraying the whole thing and just not worrying about it. I'm not going to take the back off either, just try to spray underneath there as best I can. But I do have some taping off to do on the taillights, or either remove them, one or the other. So probably removing them is the best bet. It only looks like there's a couple of screws there. Looks like they're actually held in with like wood screws, but yeah, I'm gonna get busy on that and prepping right now, and that's what's happening on the channel today. All right, guys, welcome back. As you can see, we got the badge removed, we got the tail light removed, and now we're going to be deglossing the cart with this. This helps the paint stick. Let's do this.
Okay, we got the entire body deglossed and prepped. Now we got to tape off some key areas because this stuff will go everywhere. Alright, we are back inside, and always remember to warm up your Plastidip cans. We are actually going to be using Rust-Oleum Peel Coat, which is more or less the same thing. I'm doing some hot water here, and while I give these about 5 minutes to warm up in the water, I will take a break. Alright guys, we are out here, and we have our Rust-Oleum Peel Coat ready to go here. We're going to start putting on the first coat, and yes, we have warmed up our cans because it is probably, if I had to guess in the garage, it's probably in the 60s, maybe upper 50s at the coldest, but I've had the heat on in here for about 3 hours, and I've got a fan blowing on the garage from the inside the house, and the heat is on in the house. So I brought the temperature up quite a bit in here to try to get this golf cart warmer. This stuff doesn't like cold or humidity, so this is perfect because there's no humidity. Remember, when you start spraying, always spray off to the side to clear the nozzle, and every time you spray, turn the can upside down and spray once every time you take a break, or the nozzle will get clogged and you'll get like a splurt will come out and it'll mess up your job. So remember, first coat is always light.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and black out these taillights with Plastidip. Welcome back, guys, and it is time for the last coat. And remember, your last coat is when you peel your tape. The Plastidip has to be wet when you peel your tape, or it will peel up your actual dip. So you peel immediately after you put your last coat. We do have a few issues here where the Plastidip didn't stick, and I see a hair in it, which is driving me crazy, but I can't get it out of there now without peeling up the dip. So here I go. I'm going to put the last coat on and peel the tape at the same time. Alright guys, welcome back, and I have totally finished the murdered out Plastidip golf cart, and it is about a 7 on a scale of 10. I do see some striping in the Plastidip. You can see there, not sure why that happened. Didn't have great results with the Duplicolor Plastidip. I have better results with the original Plastidip stuff, but for now, It's good. If I ever want to take the real Plastidip and do another coat here, I could try that. And I got the taillights all murdered out as well, and it looks awesome. And I did get the windshield back installed, so here is a look. I went ahead and dressed the seats, and I dressed the tires. The dash is not fully in yet. The mat is on order, so that'll be here within 2 or 3 days. And this is the murdered out Batmobile cart. And I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you want to try it yourself, I did prep the cart completely, but there are some troubling spots that didn't stick. I don't know why, but it's probably best to sand very lightly the entire cart. I did not do that. I used deglosser instead, and I have mixed results with the deglosser. But overall, the cart is completely black now. There's no white anything, there's no brown anything, and wow, what a transformation. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I will see you guys soon. Spooky Halloween with some spooky Halloween alligators in the fog, looking spooky and so spookaged that they're just spooky. All right, welcome back to the channel. Today we got Dukes of Duval here, and then behind the camera, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Wayne.
Wayne is behind the camera doing all the videography today, and we got this brand new to us golf cart we're going to be working on. So Joe, tell us a little bit about what you found here.
Well, obviously the first thing I recognized that the batteries were bad. They were about 7 to 8 years old, which is a pretty decent lifespan for a set of Trojan batteries.
Right.
It's typically what you get out of them, but they start to fall off about 5-6 years. So to get that long a lifespan out of them is pretty good. So I knew that was the first thing we need to replace. But this is 36 volts, so you got to get 6 volt batteries times 6, and we knew that we needed to replace them. So just had a guy come over, drop them off. A lot of guys will do delivery service, so just called them up. They came right over, helped me just remove the batteries. Typically they'll help you kind of reinstall the batteries, but in this case, once we removed the first battery, which I kind of knew was going to happen, it was going to be ugly underneath. So
we're going to have to show you guys the clean. It's on. We're going to have to show you guys the cleanup here. That's coming up in a minute. But let's talk a little bit about what this is right after this. All right, we're back once again with this.
Oh, it's a 2001, I believe, 36 volt Easy Go that I scored from a neighbor that just moved away. He unfortunately went to a community that doesn't allow golf carts.
Okay.
Which I almost told him that he needs to not move there, but he's dead set.
He's going anyway, or his wife's going to go without him.
And he made me a deal that I couldn't refuse, but I knew that there was going to be some problems with it, including the batteries, which is going to be the main thing.
Okay.
My hopes are it's just the batteries that are the issue. Some of the cables for the batteries are corroded and pretty bad, so I'm going to have to replace those. I have extras.
Awesome.
But for the most part, most of these golf carts, especially Club Car and Easy Go, they're pretty indestructible. Like, you can't kill them. Like, the only thing you're replacing on them most times are batteries, tires, and sometimes some of the brake parts, but we will see.
What I really like about the golf carts is in general is that there's so much room to work on them usually. The problem is with the batteries, there's not a lot of room, and when you get down in the battery compartment, it's pretty cramped up. And what you guys are going to see here in a minute is probably going to blow your mind. It might be the thumbnail. The amount of acid in the tray here for the batteries is insane. So what we need to do today is get that battery acid washed out. We're going to make it inert. We're going to clean up the engine bay, call it engine bay, battery bay. We're going to paint this thing and then get it ready for these brand new Trojan 6 volt batteries. Now, I don't even know if they do a lot of the same golf carts today with the 6 volt batteries. Do they still even do these?
No, I think it's pretty much 48,
they've done away with that.
48 volt is pretty much, I mean, you might be able to find some, but they're 48 volt now.
And you're going to see also that the lead acid, the traditional lead acid battery is also kind of going to the wayside for lithium now. So a lot more manufacturers are offering less lead acid and more lithium because of the low maintenance, the long life, the output's better, the shelf life is better. Everything about them seems to be better. They're sealed. There's no acid in them at all. So
Let's take a look at the battery tray though now and show these guys exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and before we say that, a couple things. One, I like most people are kind of on the brink of wanting to get lithium, but the price just still isn't right for me.
Right.
So for this cart and the price that I pay for these batteries, it just made sense to continue to go with a flooded battery. I think that probably the next set of batteries I put into a golf cart will probably be a lithium battery. A little bit of work sometimes to make that conversion. So in this particular case, I didn't want to like pour my heart and soul into doing that. I just wanted to replace them. The other thing I would say about this particular golf cart, which is made by E-Z-GO versus Club Car, is that they're made with regular metal in a lot of their parts. To me, it does rust, and it's kind of a turnoff. So I'm a Club Car guy. My main golf cart is a Club Car, and so what you'll see is the effects of having lead acid flooded batteries with the overflow of the acid that happens and trickles over onto the metal, which causes some pretty good corrosion and other issues. So we'll see that in just a second.
And I think like in the future, we might be able to convert this guy over here, this golf cart, to lithium. And when we do, I think we need to do a frame off restoration on this thing and like paint it and do all the stuff.
That seems aggressive. This car's in great shape. We'll just do a simple lithium change out on it. So yeah, let's get it done.
All right, let's get it going. Dukes of Duval here with his new golf cart. And you guys need to see this is what happens. So when you put water in these things, the water boils over as the battery makes voltage.
As it's charging. And with that, some of the acid releases simultaneously.
And so look at this. So this stuff right here, I guarantee you don't want to mess with it. I had it on my garage floor. It soaked into the carpet, and then it got into my clothes, and it burned my actual skin from my clothes.
Yep.
It'll put blisters on your body.
Yeah, so earlier when I was taking the batteries out or getting ready to start, this sits on top to hold it down if you want to point it down here.
Sure.
And the second that I went to just kind of mess with it, it completely came off. So this took these bolts, these hanger bolts or whatever you want to call them, and completely corroded them to nothing.
So did you order hanger bolts already, or do we have to?
Nope,
okay, cool.
Already ordered these.
Okay, great.
Keep this because the plastic doesn't go bad, so we'll reuse this. And then, so the plan is to go through this thing and completely get all this off of here.
Okay.
And then we're going to neutralize the acid, and then we're going to come back and we're going to probably sand it down a little bit, and then we're going to spray paint it.
Okay.
Hopefully get a good coat on it, and hopefully see if we can prolong the time that this battery bay has, because over time it'll eventually get so bad that a lot of people have to come in here, cut this out, and replace the whole one, and that's just a pain. So,
all right. So what's our first step? We need to roll this thing outside somewhere where we can get this stuff out.
Yep, exactly.
Are we just going to spray it out with a spray?
Just going to spray it
for
out
now. Okay, cool. All right, let's do it.
Yep.
All right, so we're getting suited up here for surgery and inspection of the battery cavity. So we're getting our gloves on here because this stuff is very toxic to your skin and to your respiratory system. You really kind of want to wear also breathing protection. But what we're going to do right here,
that's only for people that were born after 2000.
Right. If you're born before 2000, you're good.
You don't need any of that.
You're a lot stronger in the lung area.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do right now is brush all this stuff off and then sweep it up and put it in a bag and dispose of it properly because it's battery acid.
Yep.
And if you see, it's going to come right off, but when it does come off, we're going to also be able to see that the frame is corroded. And that stuff
might need to get something else to scrape.
I'm thinking, we're going to need a scraper as well. I didn't bring one. Do you have one?
I got everything.
All right, cool.
All right, so we kind of knocked off the top layer of this. Pretty thick stuff, pretty nasty. We've got quite the pile of acid debris down here, and now we're going to go back with this stainless steel brush and go ahead and this wire brush, I should say, and try to knock some more of it off.
Let's do it. I'm getting away unless you got a mask.
That's good enough. Okay.
All right, we're back out here in Dukes of Duval Garage, and we have a whole bag full of goodies here that I brought over to work on the golf cart.
More importantly, look at all of this corrosion.
So this is what he knocked off of the, and it's hard to imagine that came out of
the battery
tray, right?
Easy go. You got to figure this out.
So we're going to send this to all the small children in the neighborhood. That cleaned right up, so that will be put in a plastic bag and be inert now. And then we brought over some stuff. We got some baking soda to make the acid inert. So we'll put that with water, mix it up with water. I bought a spray bottle to put that in. And some black paint. It's engine paint. So we're gonna knock all the rust and acid, inert that thing, and then spray it black.
So, Brad, do you want to? I can pull my spray nozzle out. We'll just spray it. I mean, spray nozzle, my air nozzle out. We'll spray that out.
This is a family channel. You can't pull your spray nozzle out.
This isn't OnlyFans. All right, so now we kind of got it. The top layer, we grinded it down pretty good. I think from this point, we're just going to blow it out with the air chuck, and then from there. We'll see if there's any other bigger spots that need to be addressed, but after that, then we'll neutralize it, which hopefully will be pretty quick, and then let it dry, and then we'll paint it.
Sounds good to me. Let's get to work. All right, we're going to take our spray bottle that I brought over.
Already prepped and ready? Full?
It's not full. We got to fill it up with some baking soda and some water. Now the trick is we need a little funnel to get the baking soda in there.
Yep.
And then we'll put some water in it.
Do you know what the ratio is here? Or?
Yep, I got to check my phone, so we'll be right back.
Need what, 16 ounces maybe?
Probably.
27 fluid ounces.
Okay.
So you do the math on that.
I don't know how to do math. But I went to public school.
We'll just put in what we think.
Do a lot.
Yeah,
that's the best bet. It's going to come out in clumps. You don't have a real funnel?
I'm sure I do somewhere. But this is good because we just throw it away when we're done.
True. All right, so we're just pouring the baking soda right now, and we're going to just pour a generous amount in there because, you know, it's so much per pound, and we have a small 27 ounce spray bottle. And we're going to make sure we got enough we might have filled up the hole.
Yeah.
And then we're just going to put some water in there, shake it up.
Again?
Something per pound, I don't remember.
Oh,
that's plenty.
Okay, that's
the whole box, so I guess we're good.
No, it's not the whole box. All right.
Yeah. And now we'll fill this up with water.
I'll be back.
All right, so Joe just filled this up with water.
Yeah, look at this.
And
look at this.
Watch this, because this is what baking soda does to battery acid. It instantly starts neutralizing the acid, and this is why you do this when you change your batteries.
Wow.
Check out It's almost like peroxide going on your skin or
Now,
whatever.
here's the thing.
Look at that. Look at that go.
My spray nozzle's clogging up here.
Oh my goodness, your nozzle's clogged. Look at this.
Yeah, there it goes. Breaking.
Whoa, that's working good, I almost said. This is killing it, dude. Yeah. Hi, we're back out here with Dukes of Duval, and Wayne is also joining us, and Carter. And so we've let this thing sit. Yes, and you. And we've let this thing sit for a minute, and look at this. Where are the... Yeah, we need the lights. All right, Joe, look at this.
Yeah, pretty impressive that it's eating up a lot of the rust.
Carter, look at this. Look at
That's
this.
so cool. That's nasty.
Now watch, he's going to just knock the... Yeah.
It's really easy.
Right? So look at all that come off, and that's after 2 applications of baking soda and water. It's taken all the rust off, all the acid off.
Back up.
You guys already know this is going to be perfect when we get done. So the next step here is we're going to get the air compressor out again. And this isn't a regular air compressor. Look at this thing, man.
I mean, it's not
a beast.
It does a trick.
We're going to blow this off now. Try to get it dry enough to paint.
Oh, that's ready to paint.
All right, guys, we are back out here in the garage, Dukes of Duval's house, and we have prepped this as best as possible. Now we're just going to spray and pray.
Yep.
Oh! And we're about to paint this. Oh! What? All right, all the nonsense just happened, and then we are about to spray this guy with paint. So I think we're just going to pray and spray.
Yeah. I was just going to say, they make a product, and we're not trying to do all this, called Osfo, and I believe that it will turn it's a product that will turn rusty metal to galvanized by just painting it on or spraying it on or whatever.
Really? That's kind of sick.
It actually is pretty sick, but we're not going to do all that. I would call this the aerosol overhaul.
All right, so where are we going to paint this? We can't paint it on your driveway because we'll just paint your entire driveway.
We're not. I'm going to find some cardboard or grass.
Grass will just grow back, so maybe we just pull it right over there?
Yep.
All right,
this is not a major cleanup.
So, what kind of paint is that, by the way?
2 times Ultra Cover Paint and Primer Rust-Oleum.
So it's flat black, so I think it's going to look good.
Yeah, listen, nobody's going to be in here looking anyway, so it's just to stop the corrosion, right?
Right.
All right, here we go.
Yo! That's going to actually turn out good. All right, so we got this thing drying. It's ready to go. This stuff dries in 5 minutes. So we're going for round 2 right now.
second coat of paint will be the final coat. And then I actually have to go have some fun.
Yeah, so we'll pick up on this tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You want to finish tomorrow? Yeah, we're not ripping this thing tonight. What do you think about this whole story?
She's my CEO, and I believe everything she says.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today is an exciting day because we have a new sponsor. Imalaza has sent us one of their smart irrigation controllers for you guys to go ahead and check out. And today we're going to be removing the old Wise controller and putting in the Imalaza controller on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're so happy to have you back on Supercar Street Racing today, and we have a new sponsor in Imalaza. They have gone ahead and sent us their smart irrigation controller, which is sitting so fresh next to me on my right here. And we're gonna get that installed and remove the old Wise sprinkler controller that we're not exactly super happy with. We're gonna do all that on the channel today and show you guys this thing, and let's get started now. The first thing we need to do in the step on this process is to go ahead and unbox. Let's go ahead and go inside the Supercar Street Racing kitchen and get this brand new Imalaza smart irrigation controller unboxed. All right, we are right here in front of the Imalaza ET Master Smart Sprinkler Controller. This morning on Supercar Street Racing, and our first effort of the day is going to be getting this Imalaza ET Master directly out of the box and unboxing it. But first, we're gonna take a look at the front and see what is actually on the box itself. You can see right here, it does say it has real-time evapotranspiration master technology, and it is the pioneer of intelligent watering decision model. The smart and simple way to water your yard is for hassle-free watering and a healthy lawn. You can see right there. And then down below that, it works with existing weather stations. It is synchronized 24/7, 365 a year with these weather stations. And it does say it has a ultra-stable network connection. We'll see if that is the case. And over-the-air technology gives you nice updates to keep your device fresh and updated with the latest software. Now down at the bottom, it does say, see this on almost everything now, that it only is compatible with 2.4 gigahertz networks, and these days, even if your network has more than 2.4, like if you have 5 or whatever, you can still use the 2.4 portion of your network for devices like this, and most smart home devices also require the 2.4 gigahertz networks. Now on the side of the box, it just does say Imalaza. It has their logo on the side. And on the top, it just says real-time intelligent ET Master, water smarter, not harder, which is kind of a tongue twister. Now back on the back of the box, it has some of the technologies there. Imalaza Watering Duration Expert. It lets you set up your parameters for your garden's different areas, such as your plant types and your sprinkler type. The Watering Duration Expert automatically generates scientifically precise watering durations that meets different plant needs in different seasons. So we'll see how that works with the different types of plants that we have. Now it has a Weather Genius feature. Now what that means is it does sample weather from your area and then adjust the watering based on that. And then the ET Master continuously monitors the natural evaporation of water and the amount of water consumed by plant transpiration in your garden based on latitude and longitude. So it does know your location and kind of can figure out apparently what your needs are for your specific area for watering. And on the side of the box here, it indicates that it is compatible with rain sensors, and I think it said that it was compatible with the closed type of sensor, master valve, well pump or start delay, minimize water hammer, and then optimal weather station and a water usage report from the Imalaza smart sprinkler controller, which decided to go back up against the wall right there on its own. Okay, now that we've taken a really good look at the outside of the box of the Imalaza, we're gonna go ahead and unbox it now. And that simply just means opening the lid here and checking out what is inside of the box. And it looks like on top, we have the actual sprinkler controller chilling right here, looking so fly, with this cool Imalaza design on it, which is kind of like mimicking the logo here on the front of the box. And I think this thing probably just comes straight out of the box. So it separates into two pieces here. That's probably for easier installation. And apparently here is the connectors on the Imalaza, and they are clearly labeled on the top here, as you can see. And then it has some buttons here. It looks like a play, almost like a play button, play pause, and fast forward and rewind buttons. Pretty interesting there. And on the back of the box, it just says Imalaza again, smart sprinkler controller, and a place to hang it up right here. And on the front of the box, I do see a reset button right there and a barcode of some kind here, a QR code at the top, and all the connectors right there at the bottom, which you will need a small screwdriver to access. Underneath that, there is an instruction booklet here, and it does show you the wiring diagram. Looks like M is the master valve pump, 1 through 8 are your zones, S1 and S2 are rain sensors, and then your common connector is the common for all of the zone common for your zone valves. Now they give you cool little wire labels here. I already have some on my Wise sprinkler controller, but I have not figured out the wiring yet on that. We will do that out in the garage momentarily. Don't return. It says if you have questions, go ahead and scan that QR code there, and another one of the same thing. And then here's the manual for the Imalaza, and I have not opened that yet, but we will take a look at that next. And there should be a power adapter at the bottom. There is, and some anchors to put into the wall if you need those. We are going on a pegboard. We will be able to screw it directly into the pegboard. Now, a brief look at the manual here. It shows you what you'll need to actually install the controller. You're gonna need a screwdriver, possibly a hammer, a drill, and a drill bit, and then of course you need the transformer. It says to test your old controller that it is working properly before you change this out. It wants you to take a picture of your wiring. That's pretty smart because you may need that in the future. And then it says to remove your old controller, but it says make sure you turn off the power first. And then it has some instructions here for installing your new controller, and it does say using your previous photo to go ahead and wire your new controller up. Now it says right here if you want to wire up a rain sensor, it does work with a closed rain sensor, a normally closed rain sensor, and it shows you how to go ahead and wire that on the next page. And there is such a thing as a wireless rain sensor. Shows you how to wire it up if you do have a pump. I don't have one anymore. How to download the app and add the new controller to it, and the ways to do it in iOS. And Android comes up next in the list here. And then there is a Wi-Fi indicator here and some instructional videos you can go ahead and scan the QR code and get to. And some network troubleshooting if you do have problems, and then a FAQ on the last few pages. And that is pretty much everything that's inside of the box. Now we need to get outside to the garage and go ahead and take a look at what we currently have out in the garage. Now that we've unboxed the Imalaza Smart Irrigation Controller, there's a next step that needs to be done. We need to get this Wise sprinkler controller off the wall. We did that earlier today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the process of removing the Wise controller right now. All right, we are out here in the SCSR garage, the ultimate compound garage, and we are looking at our sprinkler controller here. We have the Wise sprinkler controller sitting there. that has been doing its job for a long time, but to be honest with you, it doesn't do a great job of watering, especially when you have it on a rain program. It does sometimes not water for a very long time. And so today we are going to be removing this and putting in a new Imalaza sprinkler controller where we are hopefully going to improve our watering experience. Now it's a little bit tricky to put this in because there is a wire that has to run down through the bottom here and out of the... Now this is the Wyze sprinkler controller. You can see right here, it just connects to the wall just by this little, it just has a little clip that it goes into like that. The back of the sprinkler controller is right there. You can see the wiring is labeled. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture of that before I disconnect it so I can get it redone if I have to. Okay, looking at the back of the Wyze sprinkler controller, there is a 3, a 2, a yellow, and a white, and there is maybe a little bit of slack, that much slack. So that's all we have to work with right there. Let's go ahead and get a good picture of this while we can. Okay, we went ahead and took a look at the back, and this is very clear now. Very, very easy to understand. The white wire is the common wire right here. You see a C on there. The yellow wire is zone 1, the blue wire is zone 2, and the green wire is zone 3, and that is specifically labeled on these tiny little labels right here. Now there is not much slack here, so I can't pull this out very far. I don't know if this is compatible with the new sprinkler, so let's go ahead and compare power. If it's compatible, we will reuse the power. Okay, the current power adapter is 24 volts AC out. And I think that that is exactly what the controller uses, 24 volts AC. Let's go ahead and see if it is labeled as such. Output 24 volts AC, 1000 milliamp hours. I don't think it'll be a problem. We can go ahead and try it though ahead of time by taking our controller out and plugging it in and seeing if it does boot. All right, and it is firing up, no problem. And it does have some lights on in front of it. So this current power situation looks like it is going to work. So let's go ahead and disconnect the existing wiring and go ahead and rewire it. And you can see here, this is much easier than they give you for the new controller. The new controller has screws. This just has a little thing that you press down and the wire pops you right out of the thing. So green was zone 3, that fell off. Go ahead and rewire, relabel zone 3. Blue is zone 2. There's zone 3, labeled. Zone 2 is blue. So I don't have a master valve apparently because there's not enough wires for that. And yellow is zone 1. Make sure that when you put these on, you pinch onto the wire or they just fall off like these other ones did. And then this is the common. So we'll take the C on the common, just like that. My labels are wired. That is power there. We're gonna need our drill now. Take the Wyze out, which it actually broke. You can see here it's broken. Gonna have to break out the black paint to patch up the wall here. Now let's see how we are going to mount our new unit. Well, look at that. It covers up the existing almost. I'm gonna do it just like that actually. And look, it also has a place here for you to just run a screw straight through. You don't have to hang it. So this will be easy. And then I'll be able to just come straight up with my wires right to here. This is gonna work out really good. Go ahead and run the screw in right there. The wiring is just gonna go just like that. Common 1, 2, and 3 right over there. Now wiring. So the power will go there. We'll need our tiny screwdriver for this. I'm gonna go grab it. we did get the Imalaza controller up on the wall. Now the next step in the process is to go ahead and download the app and get this controller added to the app. And to do that, we have to download that from the App Store and then go ahead and create our own Imalaza account. Let's go ahead and get that done now. We're at the next step of our process here, and that is going to be to download the Imalaza app. So we have to go online in order to do that. So let's go ahead and get our double view going here of the phone and the GoPro. Guys, today on Supercar Street Racing, we have a new sponsor, and we want to thank the Beard Club for sending us this beard grooming kit for you guys to check out. There will be a link down in the description so you can order your own, but check out this cool beardclub.com kit, and inside of the kit right here, you can see we do have beard growing vitamins right here, and these are supposed to help your beard grow stronger. We have a nice grooming brush right here as well. And this is some beard growth oil to put on your beard. This is vitamin growth spray for your beard right here in this little spray. This is some nice beard shampoo for you right here to use on your beard. And then we do have this Beard Club Derma roller here for you to use on your beard as well. All this stuff is included in the Beard Club kit here, and we would love for you guys to go ahead and check it out. And we want to thank the Beard Club for being a new sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. There will be a link in the description. Go ahead and grab yours today and let me know what you think about the Beard Club kit. Okay, we are recording on both the phone and the GoPro now, and we are going to go ahead and get this app downloaded here. So we are in the Play Store. Let's go ahead and search for Imalaza. Imalaza is right here. Let's install it. It is going ahead and downloading the app right now. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the Imalaza app. We have to create an account. We are going to be putting my name in. Okay, we have already signed up for Imalaza, as you can see here. We're gonna go ahead and click Add Controller. You gotta use Bluetooth, allow Imalaza to access your location, but we need to plug in this guy first. And it asked me if I would allow it to use Bluetooth. I said yes. It found our controller right here. I'm gonna click it. It wants my Wi-Fi. You guys can't see this. All right, it went ahead and connected that time. Let's name it. SCSR. Let's do irrigation. It is solid blue now. It wants me to put my address in. We'll skip this part for you guys. All right, so it does have my neighborhood on here now, as you guys can see. It is flashing, kind of pulsing blue. It is pulsing blue, flashing, controller activated. And you can see on the screen here, a kind of look at my address, set up zones. Now it wants us to move outside for this next part. And we need to go outside to do this part. So let's go ahead and move outside. Yum. I went ahead and set the picture here, and let's see a quick run on this to see if it actually works. We're gonna do a 5-minute run. Let's see. There is a play button, and there it goes. Our watering on zone 1. Zone 1 does work. It is cold, so we're not watering much right now. Let's go ahead and stop the zone. Let's move on over here to zone 2, get a picture, add a photo. All right, let's go ahead and do a quick run on zone 2. All we have to do is hit the play button, and there is zone 2. And we have a problem with this head right here. So we might have to call the irrigation company on that one, but zone 2 is working. Let's go ahead and stop down zone 2 and go backyard to zone 3. All right, here we go in the backyard with zone 3. Let's go ahead and open it up. Let's get our picture sorted, add a photo with camera, zone 3 for 5 minutes. Let's hit play. Let's see if all of our valves work. Looks like they're all working. That one has a little issue, but we're gonna call Millennium Irrigation before summer and get a tune-up. So that is all 3 zones functioning properly. Let's go ahead and stop this one. All right, now that we went ahead and configured all of our zones, we need to go back into the Imalaza Smart app and show you guys exactly how that works and look at some of the smart options and some of the scheduling options on the app and go ahead and configure those for you. Let's go ahead and sit down with the phone and get that checked out. All right, we're on the front page of the app right here where it does show our weather, and you can set up a schedule by going down to schedules and hitting the plus sign. And now it says let's create an optimized watering schedule for your yard. If you hit next here, it says that you can choose between a new grass schedule and a fixed schedule, or an ET Smart schedule. It is pre-selected on fixed schedule. If we go down to ET Smart schedule, let's see what it wants us to do from here and how it knows what to do for us. We're going to turn on all of our zones and hit next. Now it wants to water everything for 21 minutes per zone due to the fact that we are in a climate that is dry. Let's go ahead and put Smart Cycle and Soak. And what this does is helps prevent runoff by breaking up your watering time. So we've got an option here to skip rain. We got an option here to skip freezing, and we've got a wind skip also. Let's go ahead and select all those. So here is the issue here. It is wintertime in Florida, and right now it is very cold, and so I don't know if it will compensate for the cold weather or not. I have to ask the manufacturer that question. For now, I'm just gonna set up 2 days. It's gonna start on the 31st and end never. It's gonna end before sunrise, and this is going to be winter. And that's as easy as pie to go ahead and set up a watering schedule. You can see there, we have our watering schedule active, and it is going to start on the 31st. I encourage you to look at this heavily for your area and customize it if you need to. I will hit the manufacturer up about the recommended days and the fact that it is winter time in Florida. So that's going to do it from inside the app. I hope you enjoyed that part of it. And once again, if you have questions, please put them in the comments section. All right, guys, that is going to do it for today for Supercar Street Racing. We are so happy that you guys have tuned in today. The channel is really growing immensely. We have a lot of subscribers coming in now, but we need those video views up and we need your support. Please make sure to like and subscribe and check out some of the older videos where you have time. And we want to thank Imalaza today for being a new sponsor on the channel. You can go ahead and find a link to this in the description down below. You can order one for yourself, and let me know if you guys have any questions that you want me to ask the manufacturer. I'll go ahead and ask them for you and get an answer as soon as possible. But meanwhile, please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. We need that more than anything. We need your support as a viewer, and we need you to go ahead and buy all your products through our product links down below. Thank you once again, Imalaza, for this awesome smart sprinkler controller.
Resistance is futile. The line must be drawn here.
1734673214746 Charlie 32789777 Tango 732 Victor 731178888 732476789764376 lock.
Oh, yes! I hate this! It is revolting! More? Please.
Judging by the pollution content of the atmosphere, I believe we have arrived at the latter half of the 20th century.
All right, guys, we are live and we are here for a particular reason. And all of a sudden yesterday, this
Creator Music Beta showed up, and I think I chose to participate in it. I don't know what it is at all. I have no clue, but check this out. This is brand new. Creator Music Beta showing up on the channel. And then all of a sudden, if we look here on the content, we have under this, okay, so this guy was added yesterday. This guy was added about 10 minutes ago, and look now, and we have this license added. And when you click review, it shows you like the audio track and how it didn't affect anything. License global does not expire. Add tracks if they're not in there. They want you to add this to complete the licensing. What is this and why is it a thing? It's like, okay, so the way that creators get music for their channel is they either purchase music through a service that has licensing for music, or you actually can go here. If you go to, well, now I don't see the audio library anymore. So the audio library is gone. I don't know what happened to the music library. It's only available now on my other channel, which did not subscribe to this. And now I wish I hadn't clicked this because the music is gone. If we go to my other channel, if I can find it somewhere, if we go to the brand new channel, check out the Incredible Universe channel where it says audio library, and we go into audio library here, and here is our standard YouTube audio library. But if we go back to Supercar Street Racing here, we've got this Creator Music Beta. They want you to revenue share where there's free music out there. I get it. People have to make money off of their creations, but you make no money off YouTube anyway. YouTube is not a money-making platform unless you have millions of views. Now we have this revenue sharing thing that I don't even understand. That I guess you go in here and you click 0, and this is free music. I mean, I don't know what to think about this new creator music thing that popped up. I wish I didn't click the link there to participate in it. It came up. Now it wants to give me $15 for free when all I want to do is use free music on all my videos. There's only 15 free here. I'm so confused. Let's see, my library. I literally don't understand this. Now, thank goodness I have almost the entire YouTube music library downloaded already. I have a music folder here somewhere, and I think we can go like this, and we can see that I have, I don't know, 336 free songs downloaded already here. So I don't have to deal with whatever this is about, and I don't have to figure out what this is. But as a creator, you have to be concerned about this, the disappearing of the audio library. But let's go back to Incredible Universe where it's still available again. Here's the standard audio. This is what I want in my channel. I want the standard audio library. I don't want to buy music as much as they want to force you to. And I don't want a revenue share. If that's the case, I'll create my own music. I don't want to do this. Creator Music Beta. Revenue sharing tracks they want you to add to your music. Where's the free stuff? It all says 0, but yet I'm not getting it. I'm not getting the point here, what this price is. It's telling me let's see. I can say buy license. I mean, I don't even know what this sounds like, but let's listen. This shouldn't kill our stream because it's free. Let's add to library, see what happens. Okay, so now my library, I have this song, it was 0. Buy license. I'm not buying this. This is a revenue sharing. I'm not doing this. So I don't understand this. I think it warrants, watch this. Very dissatisfied. Okay, so just like music is not, music doesn't, other. How about some free music? I want the free library back. Now, as a creator, you have to be concerned about this. Look at this. Okay, so look, okay. Creator music on the left here. All right. Okay. So go back to, let's go back to the Incredible Universe. Why is this audio library here? And on Supercar Street Racing, we have accidentally signed up for creator music. Let's see if we can get rid of that. Let's see. No permissions, no community, demographics. There's no way to disable creator music beta. Let's go back and Google this. Disable YouTube creator music beta. No, it's all creator music. It's all creator studio. And here's the fact about this. So this is going to take over. This is going to take over where the audio library was, guys. Look at this. This music situation on YouTube is literally out of control, and you can't really do anything music-wise on YouTube. Forget about using any commercial tracks. If you do, you won't get to monetize your video. Even though a guy like me, let's be honest, what do I make? $100 a month on YouTube. They want me to share my $100 of revenue with some music creators that make millions of dollars a year on their music already. So here's the fact on this. I'm going to drop this in the description of the live stream. And this is just blowing my mind that this has come to this. And I got a lot of reading to do to understand what this is about. And let's go back to Incredible Universe, which is a new channel, which I just launched here. And you can see here, this guy still has the audio library. But the funny thing is, even though I have a channel that has 3,000 subscribers, I had to literally start over with the Incredible Universe. And I have 1,165 subscribers in about 5 days, which is absolutely amazing. I have some videos that are taking off here, but I still can't monetize until I have 4,000 watch hours. And if we look at the dashboard here, I have 30. So guys, check out the new channel. I wanted to get on here and rant about this stupid freaking creator music beta thing and hope that I don't get, you know, shut down in the process doing it and I lose my live stream. But yeah, this is the reality of what is happening with the YouTube, the music. How do we change that? I don't know, but at this point, I'm gonna stop the stream, guys. Please let me know in the comments what you know about this, and we'll see. Things are looking beautiful in Northeast Florida today. As you can see out here, we have this most amazing view available of the pond and the pool. And from the sunroom today, we've got this On4U 10-meter LED strip light for the closet where we made the charging station. We're going to take a look at this, unbox it, see what's up, and let you guys know, and do this whole entire project on the channel today. So hang out, let's chill, and let's go. Out in the SCSR sunroom. And today we've got this On4U 10-meter LED light strip. And this is for the closet where we installed the charging station. So that closet has no lights, but now that it has electricity, we can go ahead and put a nice light strip. And I contemplated doing a smart strip, but really, honestly, I don't think I would ever use that part. It really just needs a control panel, and inside of this box we have the On4U, the names are just hilarious, light strip, looking so hot and fresh, and inside of the box we have the power transformer, and I'm actually happy to see it has a pretty long wire here, because what we're going to do is plug it into the outlet in the closet, and then we are going to run that down the side of the wall and up and around, but we want it to be a full U-shaped pattern, and in order to do that we have to put the power control near the bottom, which is a bummer because we'll have to reach down, but what we'll do is we'll put it up a little bit on the wall, we'll put it up a little tiny bit so that we can actually reach that, but it'll be down around knee level. Or we can actually, yeah, I don't have an extension for this, I don't think. I might have one. I have a bunch of actually I might have an extension for this, which would be cool. We could actually put this up higher and then extend down and put the light strip on the bottom. But you also get these nice clips here and some extra 3M tape. And of course the light strip has on the back of it stickiness for your enjoyment to stick that directly to the wall, and we will get rid of this stupid sticker. But yeah, here's the light strip. You get the little clips and the screws, you get the power supply, and then this is a on-off type dimmer control that we will show you guys here momentarily. But I think I have an extension for this, which would allow us to put the power up higher and then run down to the power strip down at the bottom. I am an absolute wire hoarder. I have to force myself to throw away things, and I think that I see, it's actually really long though. Yeah, this is so long, oh my God. Yeah, that's exactly what we need, male to female this, but it is so freaking long, like there's absolutely no point in using that. So we're not gonna use that, that's like a 20-foot long extension cord. We'll have to figure something else out. Not that one. Inside the SCSR charging station closet now, and you can see right here and right now that it is very dark in here. We've got just our production lighting here lighting the way, but what we're going to be doing is down here, and of course the GoPro battery is already at 30%. Barely used it. We're going to be connecting power here, run over to this wall. We'll just clamp the power wires to the wall there, and then we're going to go up the side of this closet to the top, around, and then back down this wall here, and that will be our closet lighting system. So that is going to take a little bit of work here, and the first step is to get the power wire run and see what it's going to take to run power. We're just going to go straight over here. I hate to do it that way, but that's really the only choice we have. There's no other way to get power to it, so let's get rolling. We have our power transformer here, and unfortunately there's not really a great way to get the power over here unless we go through the wall. I mean, I guess technically we could punch into the wall here and punch out, but I don't think it's worth actually putting a hole in the wall for this because then it has to be repaired. So I think the best bet is power transformer below here. And then I think maybe just like, well, the problem is going to be no matter what we do, our control is going to have to be somewhere where we can get to it. So unfortunately, I think we're going to have to start about right here so we can at least touch the control. So let's go, yeah, I mean, it needs to at least be height of hand, so I think right here is fine. And then we'll just have to run the wire in the corner here. Unfortunately, I hate that, but I don't think there's any other way to do this. So let's go ahead and stick our wire there. And they did give us some 3N strips to do that with. They give you like these little squares, so you just stick those on and then you just pull off the backing like this. Sorry if it's a little dark, I don't have great lighting yet, I ordered it. So we're going to stick that right over here on the wall at a height where we can actually get to it when we're ready to work. It's not going to be ideal, but the result is going to be good when we're done. So what we're going to do here is go to the bottom of our reach and then just go ahead and stick this guy. And of course I stuck it crooked. And then we're going to actually run the LED strip from that, and my phone is going off. But you can see right here and right now, this is how we have the controller, and then this will come off of an LED strip and go just like this. And our LED strip is right here, so basically there's so much extra wire here now. But if we go ahead and put this on, we can test it. And there's our LED strip. So you can see right here and right now, I think what we're going to do is run this wire down the side like that. We're going to take this off. Got to get my scissors for that. And then we're just going to go down and start down here. Let me grab my scissors and we'll go from there. And the battery's almost down. Go for
Hey there. Subscribe to my channel. And also press this bell icon.
I wanted to show you guys the progress over here. So basically I mounted the controller right there, and the wiring is going to go behind it like this and just be hidden back there. And then of course we go up here. You weren't even on it, but there's the wiring on the side. We're going to go ahead and clamp this to the corner and then go all the way down to the bottom with that. See how it goes down to the bottom underneath, and then we will come up here and we need to go get a stool to finish this work. right, this is our nice, well-lit charging closet now compared to before. Check out the lighting on this, guys. We just have to clean up the wiring over here and tuck it behind here like that somehow. Maybe put a screw back there to hold it in somehow, and then we will clamp everything down to the wall and make it legit, and everything will be fine. Everything fine. Like that, maybe. Maybe not. But we will figure it out somehow. And there is the adjustable light, and that is full blast. As you can see right here, right now, I can finally see what I'm doing in this closet for the first time on Earth. Now let's take it to Supercar Street Racing 4K Production Studio and Brad to take a look at these lights online on Amazon. Let's go. Guys, we're out here again in the beautiful 4K production studio at Supercar Street Racing, and today we finished up our project to create a nice closet to store all of our equipment in, and we did order lights. They will be here tomorrow, and I'm super hyped about that. Real production lights to actually add to the value of the station. And right here on the screen we have a very simple $22 on-4U LED light strip, and you can see right here right now it is dimmable, 3000K, and you did see in the video what the actual color looks like. And they have 2,835 LEDs. They have an adjustable dimmer switch, as you can see right here, and there's not a whole lot to it. You literally just take off the 3M tape on the back and stick it to the wall, and then you provide it with 12 volts of power, and it just is basically an LED strip. Now it does have a 4.5 star review here, as you can see on Amazon. We will be providing you a link in the description to go ahead and purchase this LED strip or any other product that you see. Please click through my link to buy anything on Amazon. Even if it says LED strip, you can buy whatever you want, and it gives me a small credit so that I can continue to bring you quality videos on the channel. So yeah, this thing has 4.5 star reviews. I don't know why. I read some of the 1-star reviews and it was like it stopped working after a few days or whatever, but that's what returns are for. I know it sucks to have to take it down if you have to do a return, but hey, you got to take your chances sometimes. But yeah, please like and subscribe to the station, guys, and then we will see you again real soon on Supercar Street Racing, because guess what? I'm out. Happy Saturday morning, guys. Do I look tired? Because I barely slept. So it's Saturday morning, and the Cars and Coffee meet is today. I'm up early editing last night's video about car detailing. I hope you get to take a look at that. We'll get some video rolling out to the car show later, and then some video from the actual car show, so that's coming up next. Good morning again. We are over at Winn-Dixie here on Bay Meadows Road. We were hoping that some people would show up and roll over to Cars and Coffee with us. No one has shown up at this point. I am waiting for my friend Ben to roll in here any second. And then he and I are gonna at least head over there, and I think there's one other guy coming. But apparently everybody else met at another location, which I had no clue. So just waiting on Ben to get here right now. So here's Ben. We're the only two idiots here. What's up, fool? Car looks good.
Not bad. May have some streaks. I'm not sure.
You want to talk about this car a little bit? Tell me what it is?
Sure. It's a 991 Model 1. So it's the 2014 Carrera S.
Okay.
Convertible.
Right.
So 400 horsepower base, rear engine. So tons of traction. 0 to 60 in 3.9, quarter mile in 11.9, about 118. Top speed's around 192.
Very nice.
So pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're waiting for one guy. I guess everybody else met at the town center. I had no idea.
Fair enough.
But some guy's supposed to be here in a minute in his Mustang, if he doesn't crash first.
He's somewhere on 295 in pieces.
Yeah. That'll be after Cars and Coffee when he leaves.
On the way out.
Yep.
Call the paramedics on the way out.
Yep. Okay, guys, we showed up at the meet, taking a look at some of the cars here. Parked over there with the Mercedes right here. Pretty sweet. There are a lot of cars here. So me and Ben are checking everything out, but as you can see, there are some sick cars here. There's Ben enjoying a cigar, but where's the Hennessy Venom?
Where's that?
Where's the Hennessy Venom? That's us later today, this red and white one.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we're gonna get.
Oh, look at that.
Hell yeah. 50 something? Is it a 56, 57? No, 60. Pretty sick. Let's go look at this one.
Lambos are showing up.
Are they? Where are they parked? Oh yeah. Wanna go check it?
Yeah, okay. Think anybody's gonna have the door S?
Sickest thing ever.
Anywhere between basement money and help me finance the cheap.
So sweet. They smell like fresh paint. So we had a really good turnout today at Cars and Coffee. I would estimate probably around 500 or 600 cars showed up. A lot of really expensive cars, some cool stuff like the AMG GTS, and just some things that I've never seen before. Really cool. A lot of BMWs, a lot of Porsches, some Supras, some Mercedes, and it was just a great time. Please subscribe to my videos and like this one, and I'll see you soon. What's up, everybody? Got the Aor Day or R Day or whatever it's called phone tripod, because the last one broke because it was so crappy. The minute you tried to tighten up the little hinge that stops it from moving, it broke. So I'm trying not to show my address here, so bear with me while I open this package with one hand, because that's what this is actually for. So I can do this stuff for you guys without having to use one hand. So let's take a look at this guy right out of the package. Got the box within a box. Man, it is really hard to open these things with one hand, but that's literally what this is for. Alright, so, alright, well I guess that's going back now. So part of it fell on the floor right here. Looks like the part that you mount your phone to. Looks like we got a pretty hefty tripod, which a lot of people complain because this was heavy when you want to just do selfies and stuff, but like, dude, if you get a cheap one, it's not going to be light. I mean, you're going to have issues with that. I had it. Mine was like 3 ounces. It broke the second I tightened up that right there. It couldn't handle the weight of the phone, so it immediately broke when I tried to put the phone on it. And here's the phone interface. So that screws on right here to the end of this guy. And then once that's tight, so I do mostly landscape stuff. So now the phone should be able to go, I'm just breaking everything today. Should be able to go right here somehow. I don't know how you open up this guy right here, but that needs to open up because I have a larger phone. So let me check that out and see how you do that, and I'll be right back. All right, got the tripod connected. It's pretty heavy, like a good amount of weight on this guy. And so you can see now that I'll be able to do some videos with you guys. And maybe I could probably also extend this so I can get a little bit farther out. But this is the first time I'll actually have a tripod that I can, and it's tricky because you have to look over here. If you look at the camera, it looks like you're looking away from the screen. But so this feels solid. It actually has a good amount of weight on it. So I feel comfortable like putting that out there. And it looks like, so this is in, you know, the camera's flipped around to the mode where it sees me. And I think that this will be no problem like doing, you know, I like this thing a lot. So I'm going to flip it around now and do some other stuff and see if you guys like it. It's a habit. I look to the wrong side. The camera's right here. All right, so got the nice tripod now for the videos. So this is the packaging. Came with a remote Bluetooth starter button. Don't know how that works, but got some instructions here. All right, so step 1, pairing. Turn on the remote with the power switch located at the side. The blue LED light will flicker. All right, let's see. So we're supposed to turn this guy on. Let's see. Yep, okay, now what? Turn on your phone's Bluetooth settings and connect UB size. All right, let's try that. All right, got the remote paired. So now we have 2 settings here. We got an Android. So if you have iOS, you have a different button, which is hilarious. Like you have to have an entirely different button. Let's see if it works. So we should stop in 1, 2, 3, stop. Yeah, so stop. No, but stop. All right, so I'm recording again. Here's the remote. I'm going to try to stop it. Negative. Okay, so it says step 2. I'll probably miss something. Okay, step 2. Open your phone's camera app. Press the button associated with your phone's operating system. If your camera does not respond, it may not be compatible. So I guess it's not compatible. So I guess I can't do this. A lot of people. Okay, Samsung. Go to camera settings, volume keys function, and choose record video. Open the native camera. Click the iOS button, not Android, and start the video. Click again to stop. Let's see. Okay, so that did stop it. I'm going to stop it again and try to start it. Wow. Okay, so the so the iOS button works on Android. So please tell me how that even is a thing. So there's the remote and the iOS button. 3, 2, 1. Yep. So the iOS button works on Android, which is freaking hilarious. I love it. So we do have the new remote, which I will post a link to in the description. It comes with a nice little thing here. It is beefy. I love that. Like, I'm not mad at you if you're going to produce a good product. I'm mad at you when you produce a product that's supposed to work and does not. This guy works with an S20 Ultra, which is heavy. It's holding the phone perfectly. There's absolutely no issues with this. And dude, I'm not mad at you. Good job. I'm gonna have to give this a good review. So look, so I raise up, yeah, so I move it this way, no issues. It doesn't tilt, doesn't. And I'm literally holding this by the tripod, so I'm holding it by the legs. This is, okay, some people, I guess this would be annoying, like if you're doing selfie stuff. It's a little heavy. I'd say it's a couple of pounds. But dude, I mean, work on your biceps, whatever. So, oh, this is so much better. And I'll be able to set this thing up and actually, you know, shoot myself doing products and things like that. So I think maybe tomorrow I'll be able to do a nice new video. I've got one planned, so I'll probably shoot it with that. But there's the different tripods you can get. And so you can extend this guy pretty far, 62 inches. So you can do like, you can do selfie stick. I don't think I'll ever do that. I think the maximum I need is like maybe what it is right now. I don't really do a lot of selfie stuff, and I think if I do, I think I'll set it up like a tripod and just sit back and do like a nice presentation with it. So I'm going to put a link to the description, in the description for this guy, and I hope you guys try it if you're into using your camera for video. I mean, let's take it out here. Uh-oh. We might have a Karen showing up for Motorbike Boy. But yeah, this thing is awesome. That's what it looks like in Florida at 71 degrees. There's the Beamer. Nice. I'm stoked. Now today, I actually ordered a video card, finally. So I've got a video card coming for editing, which I'm really happy about because I've been struggling with my existing machine. I haven't really had a decent graphics card to do video editing, so I ordered a Quadro, and that should be here any minute. So I'm stoked about that and doing a video about that and getting that installed, and I will see you guys in the next video. Check out this tripod though, it's bomb. What's up everybody? Headed to get the wheels and tires put on right now at Visual Effects Body Shop. First I get to sit through the most terrible traffic in Orange Park. Did get out of work early today, which was cool. Won an award at my work meeting, so that was also awesome. Headed that way. Hit you guys up again when I get there. What's going on, guys? Just got back from the body shop that does the fender rolling. Ended up not having to roll the fenders. That's the good news. The wheels and tires look sick, and in about 5 seconds you're gonna see the reveal. Okay guys, I just got back from the body shop and it's time for the big reveal. What kind of wheels did I get? So, boom. These are the new wheels and tires. These are, sorry about the truck that just went by, guys. These are HRE FF01 in tarmac, which looks absolutely amazing on this car. It looks so great. I never imagined how good that would look with that 1-inch drop and the black badges and accents. Really came out nice. I mean, I even think the front could maybe be dropped another 1/2 inch or so, but wow, what a difference that makes. Looks great.
So these are the HRE FF01 in tarmac black. And they are, one second, I'll be right back with all the specs. All right, these are 20 by 9 in the front with a 25 offset. 20 by 10.5 in the back with a 35 offset. And the sizes are rear 305, 25, 20, I believe. Yeah, 305, 25, 20 there. Good shot of the new brakes as well. And the fronts are 255, 25, 20. The tires are Michelin Pilot Super Sports. So these are replacing all season radials that were on the car before. And I gotta say, wow. What a great looking car that turned out to be with those wheels. So the next thing that's coming is some interior modifications, and they are on the way here now. That will be my next video. I'm so glad you guys are sticking around to see the cool things going on with the car. Makes me happy when you guys click and view. So please subscribe, thumbs up, all that stuff. We'll see you guys. If you have any questions, post it in the comments. Absolutely. That did come out good, man. This is Supercar Street Racing, and this is the 2018 Mercedes GLA 250. And we're going to review it. Take a look at the front of the GLA 250. Check out this stylish silver grille that Mercedes added. Down here, it has fog lights. This is almost like the grills on the SL65 AMG. The front has a pretty aggressive stance, as you can see here. Take a look at the side of the GLA 250 from Mercedes. This is the 2018 model. Here are the wheels and tires they chose for this car. On top, we have a nice silver trim that runs the length of the car. And here's how it looks like from the other angle. This is the back of the all-new 2018 GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz. Have a look at that rear diffuser and these aggressive square exhaust tips. And this nice rear spoiler. On the tailgate, they've got this nice chrome accent strip here at the bottom. And then another accent strip here below the car emblem and the Mercedes logo. This one looks especially good with the nice dark tint on the rear. This 2018 GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz has their 2-liter, 4-cylinder, turbocharged engine. This engine makes the GLA 250 seem really quick. It's rated at a 0 to 60 time of 7.2 seconds, but I found driving it that it feels much quicker than 7.2 seconds. However, it does have a little bit of turbo lag. And especially when you have eco mode on and the car has to start up at every stoplight, it can be kind of noticeable. But overall, this vehicle makes some impressive performance numbers from its 2-liter turbocharged inline 4-cylinder. This GLA 250 is not the 4MATIC version, so it's only 2-wheel drive. And it does manage to break the tires free on occasion. It has that much torque. As a matter of fact, the engine feels much larger than it actually is. I found the power to be more than adequate for everyday driving. Moving to the inside of the GLA 250, on the door panels, we have the typical door controls. Here's the lock and unlock feature. Here's the seat controls, which on Mercedes looks like the actual seat, so it makes it much easier to figure out how to adjust the seats. Here's the bottom, here's the middle, here's the top. Here's the memory feature for the seats. And for the mirrors, it stores your personal preferences for any person who gets in the car, and there's 3 available choices here. Here's the window controls and the mirror controls and the rear hatch opening control. Here's a good look at the seats on the GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz. This leather reminds me a lot of the leather in BMWs. This particular vehicle has all black interior, which I think looks rather nice. The back seat of the GLA 250 is very roomy. You can see here there's plenty of room for 3 people to sit. And on this base model, there's not many controls back here. But right here, we do have a 12-volt outlet for your passengers in the back. Let's take a look at the inside of the GLA 250 from Mercedes-Benz. Taking a look at the actual instrumentation here, as you can see, we have a standard analog tachometer, an analog speedometer. Inside the speedometer, we have a standard fuel gauge, and inside the tachometer, we have a water temperature gauge. Right in the center of the dash, if we put the key in, you can see we have a nice LCD display, which currently shows the miles on the vehicle. And then it changes to the transmission selector. And when we start the car, it changes to the speedometer. Down here we have controls where we can toggle through a lot of the settings on the GLA.
That setting there is for your fuel range. Here's your eco display, a trip computer, and back to the speedometer. On the steering wheel, these are the controls for the center display. And here's your controls for your telephone and your audio system. On the side here, we've got controls for your windshield wipers. Here's your cruise control. And down here, we've got fog light controls, headlight controls, and your parking brake release. Over here to the right, here's the ignition switch. And this car has no button to start, just an ignition switch. Let's take a look at the infotainment display on this 2018 Mercedes GLA 250. One thing I don't like about this display is it looks like it's just tacked on. It really doesn't look like it was well thought out. It almost looks like somebody took an iPad or an Android pad and just literally tacked it to the dash. Starting here on this display, here's the vehicle settings. Here we can change the locator lighting, the interior lighting delay, the exterior lighting delay, the ambient light inside the vehicle, and our locator lighting. If we back up one, here's where we can change the dynamics on the car. Here we can adjust the drive dynamics, the climate control dynamics, Eco Start and Stop, which makes the car stop when you go to a stoplight or a stop sign, and the steering dynamics. I personally felt like Sport Mode was the best for all-around driving. And if we back out again, and one more time, we have settings for the telephone, the media, the radio, and the navigation. Now the navigation on this vehicle is on an SD card, which is right here. This vehicle does not have the SD card inserted, so when you select navigation, you'll see a slight pause, and then it's going to say there's no memory card inserted with the navigation software. If we back out again, we can take a look at the radio. So there's the radio. There's the volume control. And there's our selector. This vehicle does have Bluetooth streaming, so you can connect your device to here and stream Bluetooth audio. Here's your telephone controls. If we go down, we can change more options on the radio. If we back out, pressing the star button on the control gives us this menu. It has icons for everything you can select. If we go down here, we can take a look at the Mercedes apps. I've enabled the Mercedes apps function. It wants me to subscribe for a trial period, but I'm not going to do that. If we hit the back out again, and the star button, we're back at the icon menu. So there's a look at the infotainment system on the 2018 GLA 250 by Mercedes-Benz. Here's the control panel, separate from the rotary control. Down here we have your heated seats.
your eco mode, your hazards, and down here your climate control, which can be set to zoned or global. Let's take a look at the rear hatch in this GLA 250 by popping this. And the rear hatch just opened. Here in the back, we've got ample room for luggage. A couple of cargo nets here and here. Inside here, access to the lighting. Plenty of room for all your luggage in the back of this GLA 250. If we push this button, it closes itself. And it locks itself. Taking a ride in this GL 250 by Mercedes, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to push down on this gear selector here to put the vehicle in gear. And you can see right here on the display, it did change to drive 1. Now this car also has paddle shifters, which are pretty fun right here on the steering wheel. So as you can see right now, to go up into reverse, we have to press up on this. And here is the display. Here is the backup camera display. We're going to go ahead and shut this down so that we can not have all the noise. Buckle our seatbelt here for safety. And we're going to go for a ride in this all-new 2018 GLA 250. Here's our backup display working nicely. And it's warning me to check my surroundings and not hit anything. Now to get this car into drive, we have to push down on the stick. The car did go into drive. And you can see right here, we do now have the speedometer there. We can change our display. To the eco display if we want to. There's our range. Now the first thing you're going to notice here is that this vehicle is set to all sport. I actually prefer that setting better. To me, the vehicle just rides and performs great in the sport mode. It does have quite a bit of torque right off the bottom. Right off the bottom end, you can feel the acceleration. It feels really good. The one thing I will say about this car though is that it does have a moderate amount of turbo lag. Once that turbo spins up though, this does feel like a much bigger engine than just the 2-liter inline 4-cylinder engine. Checking out the brakes. Brakes feel very nice. They stop very well. We can move our display over here to vehicle. And if we wanted to, we could change the dynamics of the vehicle back into comfort mode from sport. Like I said, on sport setting, on the suspension, engine, it does ride very well. I don't see a need to put it on comfort at all. And the performance is so good on sport that I find it just awesome to leave it in that setting all the time. Now, I haven't done a very long road trip on it. I might change my mind once I get on the road and I'm riding for hours. But that's the acceleration. The car does have very nice mid-range acceleration. Very nice car to drive so far. Here we see the car is in eco mode, so it shut down when I put on the brakes. Accelerating from that start right there, we did spin the tires. It does have a great amount of low end torque, which causes that to happen. And remember, this vehicle is front wheel drive. This is not the 4MATIC. Taking a look here at the stop sign. The car did shut off. It is in automatic mode. I'm going to turn that off. Car did start back up. Accelerating from the stop sign. Feel a little bit of turbo lag there. But it is worth it, in my opinion, for the amount of power that this GLA 250 has after that initial turbo lag. Got the speedometer up right here. I'm going to show you guys 0 to 60 now. See if we get a little wheel spin in the process. We are spinning the tires. There is 60 miles per hour. So I will say that right off the line, there is quite a bit of a delay from the time you hit the accelerator pedal until you get that nice delivery of power. Next, we're going to take a look at the mid-range acceleration of this GLA 250. So we are at 40 miles per hour now. We're going to do a little 40 miles per hour to 70 miles per hour as soon as we round this turn. Just accelerating here with a slight amount of throttle feels very nice. It does respond very nicely to the mid-range throttle input, but right here around this turn we're going to go 40 to 70. Here we are at 40. And we're going to put it to the floor there. There's a little bit of delay. There is 70 miles per hour. 80 and 93. Braking from 93. Very good. There is a moderate amount of traffic here. We are going to turn around now. And I'm going to show you another acceleration run. Turning around. Start from 0, a slight roll, and there's, you see the delay there, and then the wheel spin. There's 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Cruising along at 38 miles per hour, this car feels very composed, very comfortable. I see no reason why you wouldn't want to take this car on any number of long road trips. And I just might do that this weekend. So as long as you keep this GLA 250 by Mercedes-Benz in the power band, it performs very well and there's very little turbo lag. However, if you let that turbo spin down, you will be waiting for it. Pulling back up in the driveway here. From a nice drive in this GLA 250. Final thoughts on this Mercedes GLA 250. This is the brand new model from Mercedes-Benz, the 2018 model. This is the non-4MATIC model, so this only has front-wheel drive. As you saw from the video earlier, this car does break traction quite easily in the dry with the amount of low-end torque that it has from this turbo inline 4-cylinder engine. My review of this car, I'm going to give it a 7 stars out of 10 rating. The reason it doesn't get higher, a couple of things. The turbocharged 4-cylinder engine has quite a bit of turbo lag. There's almost a 3-second delay from a dead stop if you hit the throttle full. If you let this vehicle get out of the turbo range, it is kind of laggy. So I give it that rating. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time with more reviews. So this is part 2 of the Avon review and install video. So yeah, so once again, recapping, the wiring nightmare, getting the wires back in here is ridiculous. I did not get the camera working, the rear view camera working, because I ran out of time and I didn't know whether I wanted to use the wireless receiver that I bought or just go for the wired unit. So I don't have a backup camera installed yet. I really want to get that working. It's sitting in a box at my house.
I paid extra for that, and I paid extra for the wireless backup camera. So it's got a transmitter that goes in the back and a receiver that goes here. But the cool thing is it fits in your factory BMW hood latch, so it looks just like your factory latch, and it's got a camera in it. So it's very, very cool. All right, now let's talk about how this unit works by shutting off the car. So let's turn the car off. So the car is completely off now, and the way this unit is supposed to work is that when you power your car on, it should power up the Android nav, or you can set it to power up the factory BMW nav. Well, mine does whatever it wants. So mine will power up the Android nav. At some point, it will power up the factory nav when it wants to. So let's see what it does now. So we turn on the power. Yep, there's a good example, which I'm going to send Ava in this video because they don't believe me. But it powered up the BMW navigation instead of the Android nav. And one time it'll fire up the Android nav. So what you do now to switch to the Android nav is you hold down this menu key for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, and it switches. Now what you didn't see is you didn't see the boot logo and everything for the Android. When you boot it up, it says BMW. It has a BMW splash screen that you can choose. And then it has the Android logo, and then it boots to this menu. Now this menu is changeable. You can change it to look like the brand new BMW NBT, and I believe the one right after NBT. I don't personally like that look. I like this screen. I don't care if it looks like BMW. I think the BMW one is very ugly. So as you can see here on the top level, and turn this light out so we get a better view, we have get that focus. We have our splash screen here, and we are in the Android nav. Now, this is what's interesting, is the iDrive control works. See how I can go through the menu? Now let's talk about a little bit of the things that we have here. We've got the music player, which is basically an MP3 player. We have Bluetooth, which is a Bluetooth interface for your phone. Now, the one thing is that the Bluetooth interface does not work with Torque, and that is one of my biggest complaints about this unit, is that you have to use Wi-Fi. I've tried a USB cable, it does not work. I've got the USB adapter for OBD2, it does not work with Torque. It will not connect. So here's my issue with this. Why would you have to use Wi-Fi when you want to connect this to a Wi-Fi hotspot and have internet all the time? Makes no sense. So they really need to get that fixed. It's my biggest complaint about this unit, besides the bugs, is that Bluetooth does not work with Torque. You have to use their Wi-Fi OBD2 adapter. Back to this. You have navigation. Now the interesting thing about navigation is that you can set it to whatever navigation you want, and I have it set to Waze. So Waze is awesome, just the best app ever. So if you hit nav, now I forgot to show you guys, this is a touchscreen. That's another thing. This is a touchscreen. So if we go to menu and we hit nav, it goes to nav. Now here's what's cool also. If you hit menu here, it goes back to the menu. If you hit nav here, it opens up your nav app, which is pretty damn cool. Let's go back to the menu though, and we can use the back arrow up here to do that as well. And here's a little Android app switching box, which means you can switch between the open apps. There's our Bluetooth is on and our Wi-Fi is turned on. Over here, some of my apps. I've got Gmail on, Malwarebytes, because I had some issues with malware. And so let's look at File Manager. File Manager's ES File Explorer is all it is. So you can work with your different file systems. By the way, this does have an SD card slot. This is going to end. We will move on to part 3 of the Avon video.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. You ready for another one?
Always.
This time, we're diving into the world of SpaceX.
All right, SpaceX.
Reusable rockets, astronauts to the ISS, that massive Starlink network, kind of big deal. But we're going beyond the headlines with this one.
Oh, yeah. What do we got?
Articles, sure, but also some pretty interesting Reddit threads, even a piece about their move from California to Texas.
Wow, a real mix. That's what I love about these deep dives. You get to see things from all these different angles, official news, hardcore tech analysis, and, you know, the raw passion of people who just love space.
Exactly. Yep. So, mission for today. Figure out what makes SpaceX tick. What's the secret sauce? What are the challenges? And what does it all mean for the future of space exploration, especially for you listening right now?
Let's do it.
Okay, first off, got to acknowledge that SpaceX has done some pretty amazing things. Reusable rockets like the Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, those have seriously slashed launch costs.
Yeah, no kidding.
Their Crew Dragon is basically a taxi service to the ISS now. And then there's Starlink, aiming for global internet coverage.
It's mind-blowing how they've changed everything. Like, before SpaceX, space was pretty much just for governments with tons of money. Reusability was a sci-fi dream, and launching anything cost a fortune.
Right. Now it's almost routine.
SpaceX really forced everyone to rethink the game. And, you know, it's crazy to think about their early days. We found some info about their early struggles. It was pretty intense. Multiple failed launches with their first rocket, the Falcon 1.
Oh, yeah, the Falcon 1.
And Elon Musk, I mean, he was putting in his own money just to keep the company afloat.
Talk about a gamble.
Seriously.
Thank goodness that Falcon 1 finally launched successfully in 2008. And then, boom, a huge contract from NASA for resupply missions. What a relief that must have been.
That NASA contract was a game changer. It gave them the breathing room to focus on the Falcon 9. And that became their workhorse, you know. With that success, everything just took off.
So what was the magic formula? How did they go from almost bankrupt to, you know, leading the space race?
There are a few key things. One that stands out is vertical integration. They build almost everything in-house. Engines, software, the whole deal. It's very different from those giant companies like Boeing who rely a lot on subcontractors.
That's a great point. I mean, imagine trying to bake a cake, but each ingredient comes from a different store across town. That's how a lot of traditional aerospace companies work. But SpaceX, it's like they have the whole bakery under one roof, so they can change the recipe quickly, avoid crazy markups from getting each ingredient separately.
Right. That in-house control gives them incredible speed and flexibility. If there's a problem, the engineer can just walk over and talk directly to the team building the part. It creates this culture of problem solving and rapid iteration.
And this amazing dedication, almost cult-like, we were reading on Reddit. People are working crazy hours because they believe in this mission. There's a story about how even the baristas felt like a crucial part of the team, keeping those engineers caffeinated.
There's a real sense of camaraderie, a shared purpose at SpaceX. It attracts people who want to push boundaries. It's not just a job, it's a mission. And speaking of pushing boundaries, that brings us to their design process. The fail fast, learn faster approach.
Yes, the famous SpaceX embrace of explosions. They're not afraid to launch prototypes, gather data, and adapt, even if it means watching a few rockets go boom.
Remember those early attempts to recover the Falcon 9 boosters? The first plan was using parachutes, and, well, as you can imagine, that didn't quite work out.
Yeah, I remember seeing those videos.
But instead of giving up, they studied each failure, gathered data, and finally perfected those booster landings we see today. That's the iterative process in action.
Pretty incredible. Okay, so we've got vertical integration, this iterative design. But what about, well, you know, Elon Musk? You can't talk about SpaceX without talking about him. His leadership, his ambition, it's woven into the company.
Right. Musk's drive to do the seemingly impossible, it's contagious. It's everywhere at SpaceX. He sets these huge goals and then empowers his team to go beyond what anyone thought was possible. His influence is undeniable.
And that drive, that's what fuels their ultimate goal, right? Making humanity a multi-planetary species focused on Mars. A pretty ambitious goal that has definitely caught the attention of, well, everyone. But even with someone like Musk at the helm, things haven't always been smooth sailing for SpaceX.
True. There's been plenty of criticism and controversy, which we should talk about. But before that, let's address something we know is on your mind. What does all this SpaceX stuff mean for you?
Great question, and we'll delve into that later in this deep dive. But first, we got to talk about Starlink. This massive satellite network is aiming to provide global internet, but it's caused quite a stir, especially among astronomers.
Yeah, the concern is light pollution. You got thousands of these Starlink satellites reflecting sunlight, and that can mess with astronomical observations. It's kind of like if someone were shining a flashlight in your eyes while you were trying to look at the stars.
Yikes. Not ideal. But SpaceX knows about this, right? Didn't they start adding visors to the satellites to cut down on that reflectivity? Are they doing anything else?
They've been tweaking the satellites' orbits and working on software to help astronomers, avoid them. But the debate is still going strong. Some astronomers say even with all that, Starlink could still really mess up sensitive observations, especially for those deep space objects.
It's a tough balance, isn't it? Expanding internet access versus protecting scientific discovery. Where do you fall on that?
It's a tough one for sure.
Yeah, it feels like one of those classic unintended consequences things. And that actually brings up another concern, space debris. I mean, the more we launch up there, the higher the risk of collisions, right? And then we just end up with this hazardous debris field around Earth.
Think of it like rush hour traffic, but in space. One wrong move and bam, you could set off this chain reaction of collisions, putting future missions at risk. We could even end up with a barrier, blocking us from even getting to space.
Okay, now that is scary. It's like we're building our own space junk obstacle course. But SpaceX says their Starlink satellites have systems to avoid collisions and can deorbit when they're done. Is that enough to, ease those worries?
It's a good start, but this isn't a simple problem. As more companies and countries launch stuff, we need some serious international cooperation, stricter rules to manage all that traffic up there. It's kind of like the Wild West in space right now. We need some, cosmic traffic laws or something.
Cosmic traffic laws, I love it. Okay, so we've got the light pollution issue, the space debris dilemma, and then there's the whole national security side of things.
Yeah.
Remember that article about SpaceX building a spy satellite network for a U.S. intelligence agency?
Right.
That gets complicated fast.
Yeah, it blurs the lines between private space companies and, government stuff, raises questions about who's really in control. Could this tech be used for military purposes? What happens to international cooperation in space?
It's like SpaceX has become this powerful tool in the global chess game. Makes you wonder how this is going to impact space exploration and our relationships with other countries out there. But let's shift gears a bit. Talk about some exciting stuff. What can we expect in the future?
Okay, back to the more optimistic side of things.
Right.
We've talked about Starship's potential, but it's not just about Mars. It could change how we travel here on Earth, too.
Oh, yeah, that whole point-to-point travel idea. Imagine hopping on a rocket for a quick trip to, Tokyo.
Right.
Sounds like something out of a movie.
SpaceX wants to make it real.
Yeah.
They're talking suborbital flights, New York to Tokyo in under an hour. That would revolutionize transportation.
What about space tourism? We've seen some of that already, but Starship could open it up to a lot more people.
Absolutely. Imagine orbital cruises, lunar vacations, honeymoons on Mars.
Honeymoons on Mars, that's a new one.
Okay, maybe Mars is a bit far off. But the point is, Starship could make space tourism way more affordable, way more accessible.
So are we talking about a future where people are commuting to space stations for work, maybe even living in orbital habitats? It sounds wild. But with SpaceX, who knows?
It's not as crazy as it sounds. We're already seeing more interest in space-based industries. Manufacturing in microgravity, mining asteroids, experiments you couldn't do on Earth. Starship could be the transportation system that makes it all happen.
It's a huge shift in how we think about things.
Yeah.
We're not just exploring space anymore. We're talking about living and working there.
Exactly. And there's the potential impact on Earth, too. A lot of space tech ends up being useful down here.
Right.
SpaceX's work on reusable rockets, those advanced materials, life support systems that could lead to breakthroughs in transportation, energy, medicine, all sorts of fields.
So they're reaching for the stars, but their innovations could have this ripple effect, making life better here on Earth. Pushing the boundaries in space pushes boundaries down here too.
Exactly. That's what makes SpaceX so fascinating. But we can't forget the ethical stuff, the environmental concerns that come with these big plans.
Right. We talked about Starlink, the space debris issue, but there's also the impact of space travel itself, Launching rockets uses a lot of resources, creates emissions. What's SpaceX doing about that?
They're looking into more sustainable fuels like methane. They think they could make that on Mars using stuff they find there. That would mean less hauling fuel from Earth. They're also working on minimizing their carbon footprint in how they manufacture and launch things.
So they're not just focused on getting to Mars, they're thinking about doing it sustainably. It's great that they're taking those steps, but it's still a really complicated issue.
Totally. As we go further into space, we need to be having these conversations about the challenges. And it's not just SpaceX, right? We need to think about the impact of all the countries and companies out there.
You're right. It's a much bigger picture. And that brings up another interesting point. The growing role of private companies in space exploration. It used to be mostly government agencies like NASA leading the way. Now you have companies like SpaceX taking charge. Do you think that's a good thing?
It's both good and, well, maybe not so good. On one hand, private companies bring a lot of innovation, efficiency. They're not stuck with the same bureaucracy as government agencies, and they have different motivations.
Right. It's like they've injected this entrepreneurial energy into the whole space race.
That's a good way to put it. But there's the flip side. Their involvement raises questions about commercializing space. Will it just become another place for profit-driven exploitation?
That's a valid concern. We need a serious conversation about the ethics of space exploration, making sure it benefits everyone, not just a select few.
Absolutely. And that conversation needs to include everyone. Governments, companies, scientists, ethicists, the public. Space belongs to all of us. We need to shape its future together.
Couldn't agree more. Well, we've covered a lot. The big picture, the controversies, potential benefits, ethical dilemmas. But I'm ready to geek out a bit now. Tell me about the tech that makes SpaceX so unique.
All right, let's dive in. You know, one of the things that sets them apart is their rocket engine design. Their Merlin engine, which powers the Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, it's a marvel of engineering, known for its reliability and efficiency.
And then there's the Raptor engine for Starship. That's a whole other beast. It's designed to run on methane, a fuel they could potentially produce on Mars itself, which is perfect for their long-term Mars colonization plans.
The Raptor is a full flow stage combustion engine, a much more efficient and complex design than traditional rocket engines. It's another example of SpaceX pushing the boundaries of what's possible, constantly iterating and refining their designs.
It's like they're applying software development principles to rocket science. Always testing, iterating, improving, just like software developers update their code.
That's a great analogy, and it's a huge reason for their success. That rapid iteration, combined with their vertical integration approach, means they innovate at a pace that's unheard of in aerospace. They're not afraid to experiment and learn from mistakes.
Oh, and let's not forget about their autonomous landing system. Seeing those Falcon 9 boosters land back on that drone ship with such accuracy, it's mind-blowing every time. It's like a sci-fi movie come to life.
It's an incredible feat of engineering. The booster has to navigate through the atmosphere, reignite its engines, and land upright on a platform that's moving at sea. It's this complex dance of software, sensors, control systems, all working together seamlessly.
It's a testament to their mastery of both hardware and software. They're pushing the boundaries on multiple fronts, constantly innovating, finding new solutions to really tough challenges. What else should we add to our SpaceX tech highlight reel?
Their use of 3D printing is definitely worth mentioning. They're printing entire rocket engine parts, which lets them create these complex designs that would be impossible to manufacture using traditional methods. This speeds up production, cuts costs, makes their rockets more competitive.
3D printing really is changing so many industries. It's fascinating to see how SpaceX is using it to revolutionize rocket manufacturing. What about heat shield technology? I remember reading about the challenges of protecting Starship during re-entry. Those heat shield tiles have to withstand insane temperatures.
Absolutely. Re-entering the Earth's atmosphere at those speeds creates incredible heat. SpaceX has had to come up with innovative heat shield materials and designs to protect Starship. It's another area where they're pushing the limits of material science.
It sounds like they're constantly pushing the envelope, innovating in so many areas, and that's what makes them so exciting to follow. They're not just building rockets, they're building the future of space exploration.
And that future is full of possibilities. They're talking about a world where space travel is normal, humans are on Mars permanently, and technologies developed for space improve life here on Earth.
It's an inspiring vision. There are definitely challenges and ethical things to consider, but it's thrilling to imagine what the future holds for SpaceX, for humanity's exploration of space.
So where were we? Oh yeah, the tech.
The tech, always my favorite part. What makes a SpaceX so special on that front?
Well, for starters, their engines. They've really mastered rocket engine design.
Engines, okay. Like what specifically?
Take the Merlin engine, for instance. It's what powers the Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. Super reliable, super efficient. It's a real workhorse.
I've heard of the Merlin, yeah. But what about the engine for Starship? The
Raptor.
Raptor, right. That's supposed to be a whole different ballgame.
Oh, absolutely. The Raptor's designed to run on methane. And get this. They think they can actually produce methane on Mars using resources they find there.
Whoa, wait, really? Produce it right there on Mars?
That's the plan. It would mean they don't have to haul all that fuel from Earth for the return trip. Game changer for long-term Mars missions.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's like they're not just planning to visit, but to actually live there.
Exactly. And the Raptor is just one example. They're pushing the boundaries with all sorts of tech, like 3D printing, for instance. It's revolutionized their manufacturing process.
3D printing, yeah. I remember reading they're printing entire rocket engine parts. Is that right?
That's right. Really complex components that would be way too difficult and expensive to make the old-fashioned way. 3D printing lets them build rockets faster, cheaper, all while keeping things top-notch quality.
So they're ahead of the game in cost and speed because of 3D printing. Pretty smart. Okay, what about those landings? You know, those Falcon 9 boosters landing back on the drone ship. It's mind-blowing every time. How do they do that?
It's pretty amazing. Think software, sensors, control systems, all working together perfectly. The booster has to fly through the atmosphere, fire up its engines again, and land perfectly on a platform that's actually moving in the ocean. It's like threading a needle while riding a roller coaster.
It's hard to even wrap your head around it.
Right. It really shows their mastery of hardware and software, both.
Yeah.
And they're not stopping there. They're always looking for new solutions, new ways to solve these really complex problems.
Always innovating. Okay, so we've got efficient engines, 3D printing, those incredible landings. Anything else we should add to our SpaceX tech list?
Well, heat shield technology is pretty crucial. You know, protecting Starship during reentry is a huge challenge. Those heat shield tiles have to handle some seriously intense heat.
Yeah, it's like falling through a furnace when that spacecraft comes back into the atmosphere.
Exactly. And SpaceX is coming up with innovative materials, designs, all to make sure Starship can survive those extreme temperatures, again, pushing the boundaries of material science.
So they're ahead of the curve on engines, manufacturing, landings, heat shields. What's the common thread here?
They're not afraid to push boundaries, to constantly innovate, and that's what makes them so exciting to watch. It's not just about building rockets, it's about building the future of space exploration.
A future where space travel is more common, more affordable, open to more people.
Exactly, and they're not stopping at just getting to space. They want to build a permanent human presence on Mars. It's a big, audacious goal that captures the imagination.
It makes you think about all the possibilities, doesn't it? It's what we might be able to achieve out there.
For sure. But it's also important to remember that this journey comes with responsibilities. We've talked about the environmental impacts, space debris, and national security concerns. These are things we need to think carefully about.
We have to be good stewards as we venture further into space.
Yeah.
Making sure what we do is sustainable benefits everyone.
Right. Space exploration is this amazing testament to human ingenuity, our desire to explore. And SpaceX, with their bold vision and dedication to innovation, they've sparked something, this excitement, this sense of what's possible. It's going to fuel humanity's quest to explore the cosmos for generations to come.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into SpaceX, we're left with a sense of wonder, of possibility. It's been an incredible journey exploring their work, their goals, their challenges, and who knows what the future holds. But one thing's for sure, SpaceX will be right there, pushing the boundaries, inspiring us all. Thanks for joining us on the deep dive.
Lithium Golf, 72 volt, let's kick it. All right, we got Joe here with the bone-in ribeye. What's the secret? You got 5 seconds.
Can't tell him. That's it. I can't tell him.
Look at that goodness right there. Bone-in ribeye. You guys don't know how to make it.
Pan.
What's up, everybody? It's Sunday afternoon. I totally lost track of time. It's a good look at the backyard back there and the pool and stuff. I'm just chilling out in the sunroom. And wanted to let you guys know that I got in text from the seller. We had some issues with the first transportation company. Their truck broke down before they even picked up my car. Wouldn't you know it? So we had to cancel the delivery with the first company. The seller did order a second transport company. I got some pictures yesterday afternoon of the car being loaded up on the transport and making its way to Jacksonville from Chesapeake, Virginia. So I did try to call the trucking company this morning. I got no answer and the voicemail was full. So I don't know when the car is coming, but it's supposed to be tomorrow or Tuesday is what they're looking for. But hopefully tomorrow. It's not that far. It's about an 8.5 hour drive, so I wouldn't see why they couldn't get the car here tomorrow. But that's what's going on. The first truck broke down before they even picked the car up. It set us back a couple of days, but pretty soon the brand new car will be sitting in the garage. I already ordered 2 parts for the car. They're cosmetic only. You'll understand more once the car gets here and I do the reveal. And that will be either tomorrow or Tuesday. I hope you guys have a good weekend, and we will talk to you soon. Supercar Street Racing. Later.
Dude. That's pretty close.
I think he wants chicken. He's tired of cat food.
It's like, I mean, you can literally see every...
We are back in the SCSR compound after a short vacation and being sick for a whole week. But today we're going to transform this piece of furniture, which is now a retired mini bike, into something special. Welcome back, everybody, to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and you know where we are. We're in the Supercar Street Racing compound right now, and I was gone for about a week on vacation, and I just got back last night. It took me like 3 hours to unpack, and I was sick the whole entire time. But nevertheless, we are back today with an important project because this retired mini bike will never ride again, and it is now a piece of furniture. I have decided to dedicate it to the SCSR compound here, and so we're going to make this thing something special today and make it stand out as a piece of furniture. Okay, during my roof replacement, one of the LED strips in the sunlight did fail. They were banging on the roof, and this one failed. So my plan now is to replace both of these with RGB IC because I did put the wrong ones in. This one is done. It is replaced. I ordered that one. It'll be here tomorrow. And so that freed up a RGB LED strip for us to use for the mini bike. It is not IC, meaning it is not individually controlled. It is just a standard Govee strip, and that'll be perfect for the mini bike. It won't do, you know, they can't address each LED, so it doesn't work like that. But we're going to be using that to light the mini bike, and then we're going to be using this cool plug-in USB LED for lighting the headlight up. We're going to come up underneath the headlight, just like that, with my light, and just kind of aim it like that, and it will light up the mini bike headlight and make it look like it is glowing. So that is our mission right here and right now, is to get some LED strips run. And I also ordered a runner for underneath this that is red, and so that will hide all the wires and everything, and then we will get power from back behind there. So let's get to work on running this Govee RGB LED strip now. And my plan is to go start underneath the fender, go up this little cross member under there, under the seat, down under the fender, and then come down under the bike. So it's going to light up the fenders, and it's going to light underneath the bike and underneath the gas tank. So let's get to work. All right, we do have our LED strip, and unfortunately it has been stuck already, so obviously it may have some issues sticking, but nevertheless we are going to go for it and try to get some work done here. So I'm going to start under here. I want this whole thing lit up here. Now we may have to glue some of this on because it is kind of... Oh, and it's dirty under there. I'm going to have to clean before I stick this, or it's not going to work. I do have some spray glue just in case, but I need to clean underneath this. Got our Windex here and our rags. Hoping this lets it stick enough, but if not, I'm going to use spray glue. Not very dirty, honestly. Only thing I haven't figured out is how I'm going to get from the fender to the up bar. That's going to be kind of crappy. Yeah. I guess I'll have to come out. You'll see it there. Huh.
I guess I need a new plan because my original plan was to come out of the fender at the bottom here and somehow get up to this bar. Now I'm thinking there's no way across here. I think maybe I'm gonna have to go halfway, then up the side, then under. Yeah, I think that's what I have to do. It's just unfortunate that this has been stuck already because it's gonna be really hard to put on. But I'm gonna go ahead and start at the front. Again, I don't know where I'm gonna start plugging in either. I guess I'm gonna have to hide everything under here. Alright, so all we did is just glue the LED strip underneath that, and then we're going to come out the back here and then come up this fork to the side of the fork and then up and then underneath the gas tank. Okay, so now we need to come up underneath the tank. There's already a black zip tie there and there's some cables in the way. I'm gonna have to cut that zip tie. It's too bad I don't have any black zip ties. I gotta get some pretty quickly. There's a black zip tie already here for the cables. And that has been cut. And we're going to try to stay on the back side so you can't see the LED making the run. Okay, a little update here, and I did get the LED run under the fender, and now it comes back out from the fender. It is zip tied to this frame here, but it is not completely good yet. So what I need to do now is finish zip tying it right here and then run it down underneath the body. So I think I'm going to put the stickiness is completely gone. So I'm going to put a zip tie down here.
Okay, we can go ahead and test this guy out. We just need to connect the LED strip to the controller over here. Let me go ahead and do that when I get my hands free. All right, stepping back from the beautiful mini bike now, you can see what we did, and it looks pretty dang cool. Now all we have to do really is back here in the back, tape up where these LEDs are showing and reflecting off the fireplace with some black electrical tape. You won't be able to see them at all. And then get some of this LED strip stuck down where it's supposed to be and tied up, and then we will be looking great. So check it out. It goes underneath the gas tank, underneath the fender, down and below the bike. So it pretty much lights up everything underneath the bike. And we will be able to control this with Wi-Fi. And if we come here, we can then make it change colors. And that is sound activated. And so we can go into the app and do more things, but what we want to do now is get our headlight rigged up as well. Okay, we need a more permanent solution to mounting this controller here. So what I'm going to do is bring it out of the back and hide it somewhere back here and zip tie it up all nice. And so I think I'm going to just do it like that. Zip tie it right there. You won't be able to see it. And then I'm going to zip tie it to the back of the fork right here. So let's do that now. Our LED for our headlight needs to be mounted somehow, and it is directly powered by a USB brick here. So my thought was an extension cord hidden back here. Ouch, just banged my head. And then this guy just back here somehow, but I think you're going to be able to see the cord. So I don't know if that's going to work. I'm going to give that a shot and see what I can figure out doing. I really want it to be somewhere right in here. We got our extension cord tied up nicely with our little LED light, but the question is, can you see it? It's questionable until you get right up on top of it. So it's going to have to do for now until I can come up with another solution. Then the extension cord is going to run down the back and to the bottom, and then down there we will have a power strip kind of hidden, and it will get power underneath there behind this entertainment center, which we will grab from our huge power strip right here. Guys, we have finished our project 99%. All we need to do is get some black zip ties, our runner to get under there, and then we will update you guys when that is done. But we have finished all the wiring. We have our LED here for the headlight, which lights it up any color we want. It has a switch on the back. We have our LED underglow there, which is controlled with the Govee app, which I will show you now. All right, we have the Govee app open right now, and you can see that this is set on blue. We can switch it on green there, orange, or if we want to, we can go into a scene. Like emotion, we can go to enthusiastic, and we can go to happy. And we can go to breathe, which is one that I like, and relax.
And yes, everything is controlled with the Govee app here. We just have to rename it because this used to be the Skylight. And yeah, we're pretty much done with this project. It came out awesome. I'm hyped. And we just took this everyday ordinary mini bike and made it into something special with a little bit of ingenuity and a couple of little pieces of electronics. Waiting for me on TV up here. Come on now. Tell me we're live. Are we live? It says we're live. Aha. There we are. A little behind. Hopefully you guys can hear me and hear the game audio now. I think you can. Alright, so we got everything on high settings. Let's play some UEBS2 sandbox. And let's start with the modern combats, soldiers against some evilness. Let's do the puppet terrorist because I've never done it. Let's do 1,000, 1,000. How come I don't see them on the battlefield? Oh, there they are. Let's put this guy here and this guy here. Give this a shot. See what happens. Play some UEBS2. What do you think? Alright, so did I pick the wrong... Look at the map's got a thing around it. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Let's get a better map. Let's do... Highlands. And get these guys closer together. Start that. Alright, so here we are in the Highlands. We've got our ghosts and our modern soldiers here. There's 1,000, 1,000 there. Kind of curious to see. I've never seen the ghosts before. This is kind of new. Let's see what happens. RTX 3080 Tough. Wow. So that was an absolute slaughter. I was actually looking for the volume control. But these puppet terrorists won. Turn down the volume of the game a little bit. Alright, so obviously the puppet terrorists are kind of awesome. So let's I mean, we need to up our game a bit with the soldiers. They just they couldn't handle it. Let's go 5,000. Yeah, this is RTX 3080 Tough on ultra settings. So there's our soldiers. And there's our puppet terrorists with double M16s on. They seem like they're pretty bad. Let's see what's up. So they're outnumbered 5,000 to 1,000, and already are just tearing up our soldiers here. Look at our soldiers. Are destroyed. Guys over here are still shooting. All bloody. It's hilarious. I love this. Yeah, they got worked again. That's not even near enough. Let's try a little bit more soldier action. Let's do 20,000. We haven't even started to get the puppet terrorists a challenge yet. So there's our soldiers. And here's our puppet terrorists. And let's see what happens now. There they go. All right, so we got some kills racking up already. And they are getting absolutely destroyed again. Actually, we won. Modern soldiers beat the terrorists. Okay. So it took 15,000 soldiers to beat the puppet terrorists. Let's give the puppet terrorists a little bit more of a challenge. So let's go to fantasy. No, let's not do fantasy. Let's give them let's give them one full archer auto and see what they do with 1,000 puppet terrorists. One full archer, full auto archer versus 1,000 puppet terrorists, which look like, I don't know who they look like. Cookie Monster? Where's our full auto archer? There he is. Let's see what he's going to do. Oh, he's going to get destroyed instantly. He got slaughtered. Alright, obviously one's not going to be enough. If we do too many, it'll be a slaughter in the other direction. Let's try 50 full auto archers. And here we go. There's our archers. Watch this. Nope, they're too... The puppet terrorists are just way too good on range. And they absolutely destroyed our full auto archers. Let's give them a little bit more of a challenge. Yeah, they just got annihilated by the range of the puppet terrorists. Alright, how about 1,000? Dead even on the manpower. Let's see what happens. There's our 1,000 archers. And there's our 1,000 puppet terrorists. Let's get this on. These guys have a crazy good range, these puppet terrorists. Already just working. Yeah, our full auto archers cannot handle puppet terrorists. They just don't have the range. They just get slaughtered. These guys are still chilled. Too funny. Alright, let's change our puppet terrorist opponents here. They seem to just work over pretty much everybody they fight. Let's do... custom. Let's do like 10 Shermans and see what they do. Full auto Shermans, not the regular ones. Have a feeling this will turn the tides here. Let's see. There's our Shermans. And there is our... Oh yeah, that's what's up. Oh! They're flying! They're flying through the air, look! Oh my god. They literally are still coming down from space. That was freaking epic. I think they're still coming down. Are they seriously? In space? Look, the kills are still coming. And I don't see anybody. That was amazing. I got to see that again. That was literally the coolest thing ever. Like, they were coming down from space dying. This was cool. Let's do 10,000. Till our computer can't handle it anymore. I got a pretty powerful machine, 64 gigs of RAM, 3080 tough. But at some point, we got to go over here because this was so cool. Like, these guys got launched. Watch this. They go, look. Look at this. So they're getting launched into space, and as they fall down, the tanks are shooting them again and killing them, and they're just coming down from space. Look. It's raining puppet terrorists. Look at this. Absolutely funny. Oh my god. They're still coming down from space. Tanks are over there chilling. They don't have to... They're shooting at what? Look, there's people coming from space. Look at the kills as these people fall from space. Oh my god, this is the best thing ever. I'm getting such a kick out of this. We got to do more. I think the most I've ever done is 1 million. And at that point, it starts to... something starts to happen where it doesn't want to launch. Alright, let's go for it. Why not? Let's see if the battle loads. It's loading a little bit slower. Okay, so we do have 1 million. It's a little laggy, not too bad considering. But there is the 1 million. There are 1 million puppet terrorists there. Let's see what happens. Let's see if this just destroys the computer. Hip hip. Okay, look at the launch into space. Oh, our guys are coming back. Our guys are coming back, but they are getting ragdolled into the atmosphere right now. Look at this. There's our Shermans. We're down to 4 Shermans. Look at the death toll. 310,000 puppet terrorists are gone. We have 1 Sherman, and he is fighting it out with 700,000 and just putting them into the absolute atmosphere. The full auto Sherman doing his best, but getting just absolutely pummeled by 600,000 puppet terrorists now. Where is the rest of our tanks? It says we have 1 more tank. I am not seeing 1 more tank. Look at this. The game is super confused right now. There is absolutely nothing left, but they think that there's a tank right there, and they're all just trying to get the tank. This is amazing. Look at this. They are so confused about it. A bunch of cookie monsters running around, thinking that they're attacking something, but they're actually just confused in a big group. Oh my god, this is great. Okay, so they were able to overcome 1 million puppet terrorists is what they're called. We're able to overcome our 10 full auto Sherman tanks. So let's put, I don't know, let's put some full auto archers in there. Why not? Let's put 50 of those in there too. Let's see what happens. Here we go. Let's see who's going to win this. 1 million. 1 million puppet terrorists. 10 Shermans. And I don't know where the full auto archers are. I didn't even place them. They might be off the map. Look at the carnage and the launching of the full auto, of the puppet terrorists. I guess I should have been more aware of where I put the full auto archers, because I don't even see them. Look at our Shermans, full auto Shermans doing damage here. They got 300,000 kills on our puppet terrorists. I don't even see Team 3. Maybe I didn't add it. Let's go back. I don't think I added Team 3. Alright, so where is... So I don't even see Team 3 on the map. Alright, well let's give the tanks a little bit more of a go. Let's give them 100. And let's... Okay, yeah, so it just split them into the same team. I see now. Alright, I got it. Alright, so let's add to Team 1. Team 1 can have some full auto archers. Let's give Team 1 50 Sherman tanks. Full auto Shermans. Let's give Team 1 100 full auto archers and see if they can make this battle a little more even. Here we go, guys. This is awesome. I'm hyped beyond hype. Alright, here's our team. I don't know. I don't see the rest of the team. So odd. Look at the firing coming from the puppets. And our tanks are not in range yet, but our puppets already have kills. There we go. So here comes the full auto Shermans on the puppets. And look at the flying puppets being launched into space. Not all of them dying, but check it out. Look at this. I love this when they just come right back down with their guns. Like, they're getting shot in midair too, which is amazing. See how our Shermans are doing. Look at that guy fly right into the middle of the action and then get rolled over. We got puppet terrorists rolling right into the action here. And they are getting absolutely killed here. The puppet terrorists are up to minus 500k, and the Sherman, full auto Shermans, are ripping them into atmosphere. Look at them flying everywhere. And this is what it looks like if you're a puppet terrorist. Not looking good for you on your puppet mission here, is it? This is what happens. They just get... I think they're making noises too, like, our tanks don't care. Look at that guy flying way back there. Seeing if we can track one and keep it in our sights. That one just kind of hit the ground. They are just slowly getting cut down. Let's go back and see if I can figure out how to add the other two teams, because we might need to help the puppet terrorists now. Team 1, Team 2, Team 1. Yeah, I don't get why it's not showing me this red. Like, I see the first two teams, I see the green, I see the blue. I'm not seeing the red going into the battle. These maps are huge. Watch how far you place your armies apart. Where's the red? Watch this. So if I add... Ah, there's red. Okay, let's shrink that to Team 1. Give him full auto archers. And give him, I don't know, 500? Oh, there it is. It's just tiny. I was like, where is it? I can see why now. Okay, so this guy needs to actually go to Team 1, so let's put him back here. Give him some cover. So now the cover will come from the tanks for the full, or for the, no, we need these on the green. What am I talking about? The green's the one suffering. We'll give them cover from the puppets, and then we'll put them behind the puppets. Let's do that. Now let's see if our full auto archers can actually help our puppets, who are getting just absolutely destroyed by our tanks here. And we should see some full auto archers behind our puppets back here. Where are they? Oh, they are way far apart. Let's get it going. I think I spaced these guys way too far apart. These actually have some really good range, these puppets. Yep, let's get those closer together. I spaced those too far apart, sorry guys. Let me get those moved in a little bit closer so we don't have to wait all day. That's more like it. Start battle, brother. Let's go! Let's go, brother! Alright, now let's see where we are. Oh yeah. Our full auto archers should be back behind. Oh, I forgot to move them forward. Look at the carnage. Let me move our full auto archers up because they're still way far behind and they're not able to assist our puppet terrorists here. Okay, yeah, they're pretty close. Alright, we'll do that again. Computer does not seem to be taxed except at the very beginning. Let's hip hip. We don't even have our full auto archers in range yet, and already the tanks have 230,000 kills, and we have a rain of puppets. Happening. From the sky, we see puppets. Likely our full auto archers are gone. Our puppets are not giving up, although they are getting absolutely destroyed, and this is just not enough for the puppets to overcome the flight of the navigator. Alright, time for another option on the other side rather than tanks. So let's change this guy. Let's give him some heroes. Let's give him a few Nikola Teslas. Let's try 5,000. Now we got Team 1, 5,000 Nikola Tesla. 500 full auto archers going to battle here. Should be interesting. There is our Nikola Teslas. There is our full auto archers. And on the other side we have the daunting 1 million. There's already kills before it even starts, which is hilarious. Alright, let's get up here so we can see what's going on. And let's hip hip! Here they come. The puppets have pretty good range, so they will start already. And they are already